This is the first in a 30-part series seeking to provide a comprehensive overview of the insect orders. I will be defining them in detail, exploring their ecology, what makes them unique, and why their features work. There are 30 orders of true insects, and silverfish are the second oldest and most primitive of them all. These insects actually predate insect flight in evolutionary history, and their strategy has lasted over 350 million years with very few changes. Silverfish are covered in scales. These scales are like the scales on a butterfly's wings, but they differ in that the scales of a butterfly are used to reflect light for color and thermoregulation. Scales of a silverfish are primarily for defense. In addition, silverfish possess 3 distinct tails. 2 of these are called cerci, and the middle one is called the terminal filament. These appendages are highly sensitive to vibrations and provide near 360-degree coverage of the silverfish's surroundings. They function somewhat as secondary antennae. This allows the silverfish to avoid predation more effectively, as it essentially has eyes in the back of its head. This is important because the actual eyes of the silverfish are primitive, mainly serving to sense changes in light. This helps them determine whether or not they are in a safe hiding place, which is an essential adaptation for their nocturnal, light-averse lifestyle. Silverfish look and function a bit more like small terrestrial crustaceans than most insects, because they've retained a more ancestral arthropod body plan. Some of the clues towards this are the many similar segments, the residual abdominal limbs, that is the cerci and terminal filament, their direct or ametabolous development, and a uniform, that is continuous exoskeleton, whereas other insects evolve tagmatization, which are distinct body regions, with, say, wings, metamorphosis, and advanced water regulation. Silverfish stayed closer to their crustacean roots. This more crustacean-like body plan helps them to molt easier, which they do continuously, unlike other insects. Silverfish do not undergo true metamorphosis. They molt like all insects, but they differ in that they never stop molting, and do so continuously throughout their lives. Silverfish can live up to 8 years, which is an exceptionally rare feature among insects. This molting strategy would not work for winged insects, which will be discussed in greater detail in future videos. Mating in silverfish is quite unique among insects. Silverfish deposit spermatophores on the ground after performing a complex mating ritual that can last for hours. This is different from most insects, which have a more direct form of copulation. The use of spermatophores by silverfish is considered far more primitive and makes them more similar to spiders and other crustaceans. Silverfish are generalist detritivores, meaning they decompose organic material, such as starches, sugars, clothing fibers, fungi, and even dead insects. They can even digest the cellulose found in wood, although they are not quite as good at it as termites. They do not hunt. Silverfish live in dark, moist areas like forest floors, caves, and other undisturbed humid environments. So what makes silverfish unique? The silverfish has existed for hundreds of millions of years in the same generalist detritivore niche, feeding on decaying organic matter, starches, and a wide range of carbohydrates. It's remained virtually unchanged throughout this time, allowing it to persist while countless other insect lineages have radically diversified or gone extinct. In addition, as plant matter, starches, and carbohydrates have become more nutritionally valuable over time, so too does the niche of the silverfish becomes proportionally successful. So the combination of ecological generalism, low competition, and expanding food availability has allowed the silverfish to remain essentially the same morphologically and behaviorally for hundreds of millions of years. When an organism has reached the pinnacle in this way, we call it evolutionary stasis. This makes them an ancient living relic, similar to coelacanths, horseshoe crabs, and crocodiles. But just because you've been in a niche for a long time doesn't mean you don't face competition. And silverfish have actually had to differentiate what they eat and how they eat it when compared to, say, cockroaches or booklights or other insects found within the detritivore niche. So let's examine a bit what their differences from cockroaches exactly are. Silverfish have a slower metabolism, which means they require less energy to survive. This allows them to live much longer than most cockroaches. While cockroaches seem like better silverfish in many ways because they eat a wider variety of higher energy foods, run faster, reproduce more quickly, and many species can even fly, silverfish still maintain their relevance. But why? The reason is silverfish play the long game. Unlike cockroaches, which thrive on adaptability and high-energy food sources, silverfish survive on low-quality, carbohydrate-rich materials like paper, glue, and fabric. Resources like this remain stable and abundant over time. Cockroaches are generalist omnivores that eat almost anything, while silverfish are generalist detritivores that specialize in starches and fibrous materials, things that never go out of fashion. Rather than directly competing, cockroaches, silverfish, and even booklice have carved out distinct ecological niches. Cockroaches dominate through speed, adaptability, and reproductive success, while silverfish excel at patience, longevity, and resource conservation. Silverfish are the generalists' generalist, ancient insects that have remained relevant in direct competition against the millions of insect species that came after them. Their niche is enlightening in its stability and underscores the specificity of adaptation and the effect time has on diet, habitat, and ecology. Thanks for watching this episode of Privilege Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more content just like this. This is the second video in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. In my last video, I gave a general overview of silverfish. However, I made the mistake of lumping them in with bristletails as though they were the same insect. The term bristletails has been used to describe both the orders Archaeognatha and Zygontoma due to their three tail-like appendages. However, it's more accurate to reserve bristletails for Archaeognatha and to refer to Zygontoma as silverfish or firebrats. Although these orders fill a similar niche, they have several key and important differences. I'll explain what those are before diving into the ecology of bristletails. The first key difference is diet. Bristletails are more herbivorous and detritivorous. Silverfish typically consume starchy materials, which is why they invade caves and homes. Generally, bristletails consume decaying plant matter and fungi, algae, mosses, and lichen. And although there's some overlap between the two, both have their specializations. The second key factor is environment. Because their diets are different, bristletails prefer the outdoors and the dark hidden places of the forest floor. Both insects are nocturnal, but silverfish prefer places where it's dark all the time, where they can passively live as a hermit. The third key difference are their senses and morphology. Because of the differences in their activity, bristletails have few key morphological differences. Both insects have the same general body plan, but bristletails have a more vertically inclined body, which allows them to jump about 10 times their body length. Their cerci are shorter than those of silverfish because they are designed to assist in giving them balance to assist their jumps. In addition, bristletails have larger and more complex eyes than silverfish. This is because they spend their time in low-light environments with more predators and more complicated terrain. These eyes help make up for the other morphological differences that separate bristletails and silverfish. In the evolutionary timeline, bristletails actually predate silverfish, something I may have implied the opposite of in the previous video, and I'm correcting here. Now, moving on to the general overview. As stated before, the order name of this animal is Archaeognatha, which comes from the Greek archaeos, meaning ancient or primitive, and gnathos, meaning jaw. It's easy to see why their name means ancient jaw, as you can see their monocondylic mandibles. And also, because I missed it in the last video, the order name for silverfish is Zygentoma, which comes from the Greek zygos, meaning yoked, joined, or bridged, and entoma, meaning insects. They are called bridged insects because they were thought to be the missing link between winged and non-winged insects, which has since been found not to be the case. To elaborate on the point made in the previous video, which was that silverfish have survived for such an extended period of time due to their specific eating habits and long game strategy, which is still very much the case, but now we elucidate how bristletails further engage with this niche and do so in their own way. Bristletails consume decaying plant matter as detritivores and are typically more actively herbivorous than silverfish. They are more agile and are able to jump by thrusting their abdominal muscles against the ground. Their eyes are more advanced, and thus they see better and are often much more active as they prefer warmer environments. Silverfish, like hermits that live in damp caves, are homes, whereas bristletails are like elusive forest nymphs that prefer to wander and get up to mischief. They basically do the same thing silverfish do, only they are adapted towards a more wild, active approach. This is why silverfish are far more common in homes, although both species can be found there. The key difference is that silverfish prefer darker, more humid and damp places with starchy foods, and bristletails prefer warmer, drier locations where they can warm their cold blood and get active. But they both have the same general life strategy of hidden, sneaky, passive detritivores. To elaborate on the point made in the last video, these insects are ancient, even more ancient than silverfish. And the point made was that the food these animals consume has been the key to their longevity. However, there's something important to take into account when comparing silverfish and bristletails. Bristletails are more common than silverfish, although it might seem the opposite due to how much silverfish invade homes. Silverfish exist where bristletails don't, on the pure basis that they're less agile and more vulnerable to predators. What this means is that the point I made in the last video is still true, but much more true for bristletails than for silverfish. Thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content. This is a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This video covers Odonata, or dragonflies and damselflies. The easiest way to tell the difference between the two is first that dragonflies have larger eyes, wings, bodies, and just overall more vitality. The second way to tell is if the insect is perched and how it holds its wings. Dragonflies hold their wings spread eagle, whereas damselflies hold them vertically upright at rest. Lastly, dragonflies typically hunt and consume food and are flying the entire time. Damselflies, while still capable of this, typically perform a perch, then ambush hunting strategy. Most other aerial predators use this strategy. These bugs have excellent 360-degree vision, among the best in the insect kingdom, and are able to detect UV light. They use this sense for navigation, prey detection, and mate selection. These insects are harmless to humans. It was pointed out to me by an anonymous commenter that dragonflies are actually quite ineffective at controlling mosquito populations, despite both mosquitoes and dragonfly larval stages being aquatic. This is because dragonfly larvae typically inhabit running water like rivers and swamps, whereas mosquitoes typically grow in opportunistic stagnant puddles. This is because they both have different lifestyles that target different prey, which makes it so that dragonflies and mosquitoes will typically only come into conflict in their adult winged stages. Resources supporting this and the other topics discussed in this video are available in the description below. Dragonflies are the oldest known winged insect, and they are one of two insects in the grouping Paleoptera. Paleo meaning ancient, and ptera meaning wing. Paleoptera is a term for insects without the ability to fold their wings over their abdomen, distinguishing them from Neoptera or new wing. Dragonflies, damselflies, and mayflies are said to have ancient wings because these insects have retained ancestral primitive wings that cannot fold over their bodies. This is important to remember because the gross majority of insects possess wings. Broad categories with regards to wings are useful for both evolutionary categorization and taxonomic categorization. In other words, dragonflies, damselflies, and mayflies are defined both in evolution and name by the fact that they are unable to fold their wings over their abdomen, which is an ancient trait. Dragonflies and damselflies belong to the order Odonata. Their name comes from the ancient Greek word odous, meaning tooth. It's unsure why they are named this way, but one hypothesis is that it's relating to their jaws or maxillae, which appear to be toothed. They were named in 1793 by Johann Christian Fabricius. Dragonflies and damselflies spend the first part of their lives as aquatic ambush hunters. They then leave the water to metamorphose into aerial predators. These insects possess large compound eyes which give them a near 360-degree view of their surroundings and allow them to accurately target prey. These insects are often brightly colored, and due to their apex predator status among insects, can afford to stand out. Their vivid colors match their vitality and serve as attractive features to mates. The only insects that are comparably dangerous to other insects that fly are likely eusocial wasps, which is why some dragonflies actually mimic the coloration of wasps and even pretend their flight is handicapped like wasps to deter birds. If a dragonfly has colors that disguise it or make it harder to visually follow, it's usually to avoid birds or other vertebrates rather than other insects. Although some damselflies and dragonflies can occasionally be hunted by mantises and robberflies or even other dragonflies. As this insect grows, it molts multiple times and goes through what's called incomplete metamorphosis. What this means is that they molt a set number of times throughout their lives, with the adult stage being the only one with wings. What this means is for every single insect, other than mayflies, if the insect has wings, it has completed growing. The reason for this is that flight is too precise an activity to go through the molting process. This is because when an insect gets its wings, it needs to pump hemolymph into them. Imagine a kite held together by floppy tubes. Now imagine filling those tubes full until the turgid kite is held stiff. The issue is that when insects do this and those tubes harden, they remain so even if the fluid is removed. They do this so that the kite stays in its perfect shape, because flight requires precision in its design. This precision, however, has locked insects off from forming wings at more than one stage in their life. It's the hardening, called sclerotization of the wings, which has locked insect flight into only being in the adult stage of insects. In evolutionary terms, it's also important to look at the practicality of the innovation. Even if insects could fly at other stages in their life, it is likely the case that it's not very helpful. Earwigs' wings are floppy and impractical, and although they can fly, they likely couldn't stand to have them at more stages in their life. The most common use for flight in insects is dispersal and reproduction. If wings are generally specialized for reproduction, it does not make sense to have them in immature stages. The key point is that achieving flight is a series of trade-offs, and thus insects have collectively remained efficient flyers, but only as adults, rather than as larvae or nymphs. Dragonflies and mayflies are the oldest extant winged insects, and there remains debate as to which came first. What is known is the niches these two groups fill. Dragonflies are definitively the most precise flyers among insects. They've been flying for a longer time than just about any other insect group, save for mayflies, and have the most complicated wing structures and flight behaviors. You may be asking, how does such an old group become an apex predator? Because indeed they are a cosmopolitan species that dominate in the aerial niche. Well, the answer is twofold. First, their primitive wings have given them special privileges. We call their wings primitive because they don't fold over their body to the extent that other insects do, like wasps and flies. In fact, damselflies only somewhat fold their wings behind them, and dragonflies never do. This is because they have what's called direct flight, and all of their wings are dexterous and articulate and able to move independently of one another, which is a unique feature among insects. This allows the dragonfly to fly in a myriad more complicated and efficient ways. They use this to flap their hind wings asymmetrically to their forewings, which is a unique feature that allows them to hover and fly in just about any direction. Here's a visual reference to show the literal categorical difference in how insects with direct flight fly versus insects with indirect flight. The dragonfly flies effortlessly in 3D space, moving up, down, left, right, forward, and backward fluidly like a drone. Whereas flies and wasps and practically all other insects have momentum when they fly and cannot turn in the air fluidly like dragonflies. Most insects are unable to even fly backwards or straight up and down. Dragonflies can afford to move this efficiently because they've simultaneously occupied and stolen the niche which supports this high energy type of flight. They can support this because they have a 95% hunting success rate, one of the highest in the animal kingdom. This is important because 95% of insects can fly, and dragonflies and damselflies are better at flying than 100% of them. Insects with indirect flight have wings that can only be moved simultaneously, like human eyes, due to a different muscle attachment. The benefits of indirect flight is that it's more energy efficient and less complicated for the insect to control. However, aerial maneuverability becomes compromised. Therefore, the bottom line of the dragonfly's niche in flight becomes this: I must sacrifice the energy I would save from having indirect flight so that I can at the same time be better at flying and better at catching food sources than any other insect while flying. They've retained a more primitive form of flight and perfected its strong points to become exclusively predatory insects. They quite literally have retained relevance by climbing to the top of the ladder early and pushing it out from underneath, so that no other insect has direct flight control. Having said all this, there's still room for other apex aerial predators in the insect kingdom. Some of these include robber flies, wasps, scorpion flies, and certain species from the Neuroptera. However, quite literally none of these predators hunt completely in midair. They either have to perch and then ambush, or stop flying altogether when they grab the insect they are hunting. Dragonflies actually continue flying as they hunt, whereas indirect flight makes this impossible for other insects to accomplish. The second key feature of dragonflies that affects their ecology is an interesting feature that both ensures their ability to fly so well and perhaps limits their geographic range. This feature is that in the first stage of their lives they are aquatic, which is why they are typically only found around fresh water, like swamps, rivers, and wetlands. They are even more voracious as predators in their aquatic stage, and use a method of sitting and waiting similar to a mantis, only instead of using a mantis's raptorial claws, they use their mouth parts, specifically a highly specialized lower labium, which is hydraulically powered. Having an aquatic larval stage is extremely synergistically efficient with having a predatory adult stage. This is because, in general, when looking at the entire nutrient distribution, freshwater ecosystems are more conducive to predators than herbivores when comparing them to terrestrial forested ecosystems, which are the opposite, and where the flying adults live. This is because in forests, despite there being more nutrients overall, they are locked up in massive trees and only slowly re-enter the system when plants die or shed their leaves. In freshwater ecosystems, nutrients are more immediately available because water is constantly redistributing organic matter. This is why and how Most insects that begin their lives exclusively in freshwater and are also predators are able to become larger as adults, such as megalopterans, stoneflies, giant water bugs, and some beetles. Knowing this, however, the only one of these that both gains wings as an adult and hunts are dragonflies. The one limitation here is that dragonflies must remain around areas with water in order to reproduce effectively. They can disperse with ease, but they might be less common farther inland than other insects. They are practically non-existent in deserts and places very far inland, unless they are migrating, which they've been known to do over hundreds or thousands of miles. In fact, the globe skimmer holds the record for the longest insect migration, traveling up to 18,000 kilometers, longer even than monarch butterflies, whose journey is only about 3,000 kilometers. To clarify, it's not one individual insect completing the journey, but a multi-generational overlap of many insects traveling a set amount of distance. Dragonfly nymphs move through the water through the use of hydraulics. They intake water into a specialized cavity in their abdomen called a rectal chamber, and then forcefully expel it to produce effective locomotion. This allows them to keep their legs small and designed for grasping prey as opposed to swimming, thus saving energy. Dragonfly adult legs are small but very strong. They are spiny, hook-like legs that form a sort of basket when they extend them forward. This allows them to snatch up prey effectively, which they then proceed to consume alive. The jaws they use to achieve this are hardcore and grind and crush in a side-to-side motion, ensuring that the insect is consumed aggressively and quickly. Other insects like mantises and robber flies take their time to either drain the insect or chew it slowly, but the dragonfly wastes no time. This is because, although their legs are strong, they are not as strong as a mantis's claws or a robber fly's legs, and so they need to quickly kill and eat whatever they catch, lest it escape. This is not a problem for a mantis, which can hold the larger prey and take its time eating it. In conclusion, the order Odonata is quite unique. Indeed, no other insect in the animal kingdom has the ergonomic efficiency where they have the privilege to have their wings be so massive, complex, and in your face like a dragonfly does. They are colorful and primitive because they can afford to be, due to their unparalleled hunting and flying ability among insects. Thank you for watching this episode, and thank you so much for all the positive comments. I'll continue making this series, among other suggestions, in the near future. Stay tuned for more bug content. Thanks again. This is the third in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This video covers mayflies, or the order Ephemeroptera, which is the one of the orders found within Paleoptera, meaning ancient winged. This is the oldest group of insects that possess wings, and contains the mayflies, dragonflies, and damselflies. Their wings are primitive in this regard because they are unable to fold over their body. This group is also the only one that has wings in its second to last molt. Every other type of insect that is winged is only winged in its adult form, due to the engineering trade-offs that powered flight imposes. Mayflies, or Ephemeroptera, are the one exception to this rule, and is because of their penultimate molt, or subimago stage. The order name of the mayflies is Ephemeroptera, which was coined by the Danish zoologist Johann Christian Fabricius in 1793. The name comes from the Greek ephemeros, meaning short-lived or lasting a day, and ptera, meaning wing. Morphologically, these insects actually possess similar traits to bristletails. They typically have 2 to 3 tails used for detecting vibrations and predators. These two are called the cerci, and if they possess a middle one, it's called the terminal or caudal filament. Their name is apt, as these insects, when they molt and finally get their wings, come out to mate and only last about a day, or often even less time. This is in part what allows them to have wings in their penultimate stage. These insects are remarkably soft as adults. This lack of hardening of the wings synergizes with the short time of use. I would compare their wings to buying a cheap knockoff product. It does the same job and costs less money or energy to produce, but it is not built to last and serves as a short-term solution. This inherent disposability works very well for these insects. After spending a year or so underwater, they all come out of the water in one coordinated effort, reproduce, lay their young, and then perish en masse. This helps to elucidate why every other insect group does not grow wings in any stage but the adult. Wings need to work for longevity if they are to be used. Only in an ancient group whose flight is more primitive does such a strategy work. In the same way that dragonflies' primitive wings have allowed them to dominate and have a monopoly on the aerial predator niche, mayflies' primitive wings have allowed them to capitalize and have a monopoly on the strength by numbers niche, specifically in aquatic ecosystems. Freshwater ecosystems are more conducive to predators than herbivores, whereas terrestrial forested ecosystems are the opposite. This is because in forests, despite there being more nutrients overall, they are locked up in massive trees and only slowly re-enter the ecosystem when plants shed their leaves or die. In freshwater ecosystems, nutrients are often more immediately available because water constantly redistributes organic matter. This strength in numbers strategy essentially makes mayflies aquatic cicadas, but the key difference is in their timing. Cicadas drain nutrients from the roots of trees, but their larval form does this typically over a longer period of time than mayfly larvae. Mayfly larvae consume plant matter at the bottom of rivers and other freshwater bodies. Mayflies have adapted the strength in numbers niche to aquatic environments, and cicadas have done so to the terrestrial forests, which is why the length of their larval stages are different, to account for this nutrient radiation. An important thing to understand about mayflies is that when you're seeing them out of the water, their features may appear and sound mechanically and morphologically extreme or impractical, such as a second pair of eyes for detecting females above in giant swarms. But these things make a lot more sense in the context of the extreme lengths mayflies go to in order to mate. There is an inherent risk to avoiding predators through just population size. Namely, you need to limit how much nutrition you need in order to maximize the number of individuals ready to mate. As a general rule, complexity and competition motivate and influence each other to create creatures that become more and more advanced. However, there is a limit to how advanced an organism can get within a certain market cap, so to speak, before it reaches evolutionary stasis. What I mean by this is that there are only so many nutrients in an ecosystem, and so mayflies must limit and refine their ergonomics to be extremely economically efficient. This is the driving factor that designs their 24-hour swarms. The mayfly is designed to be frail, defenseless, and disposable, or ephemeral. It is designed this way because evolution has dictated that this is the optimal design for the niche. The reason these insects even need wings before they enter adulthood is because, within the last 24 hours of their lives, they need to leave the water. The surface of the water is extremely dangerous for insects, as it is a well-known way to score an easy meal. By having wings early, as opposed to dragonflies or other aquatic insects that need to crawl onto land before they begin their final molt, mayflies are able to immediately leave the water in search of a safe place to become adults. In other words, mayflies need their wings early precisely because they don't plan to be around very long. Other insects have a bit more time to kill before they mate, and so wait to be fully prepared. The mayfly can't afford to waste time, and thus has adapted to mitigate any and all risk. Cicadas are similar in this regard, although perhaps a bit less defenseless due to the higher aforementioned market cap of nutrients in forests. Forests are generally superior than rivers when it comes to nutrients, meaning cicadas can accumulate more resources during their long developmental period underground. This allows them to emerge in much greater numbers and with tougher exoskeletons compared to mayflies, which have a much shorter aquatic larval stage and a more fragile adult form. Cicadas are currently more successful than mayflies due to having a higher budget, so to speak, but mayflies beat them in sheer length of time they've been on Earth, that is, evolutionary history. In line with their strength in numbers strategy, both cicadas and mayflies have a high fecundity, laying hundreds to thousands of eggs at a time. And when they are born, mayfly aquatic larvae also often disperse passively via drift, where they float downstream to colonize new habitats. Mayfly larvae, or nymphs, are crucial components of freshwater ecosystems. Functionally, they serve as primary consumers, feeding on detritus, periphyton, and algae, and thereby facilitate aquatic nutrient cycling. Additionally, they are a key prey source for fish, amphibians, and predatory invertebrates, making them a foundational part of aquatic food webs. Mayflies serve as crucial indicators of water quality, as their presence is strongly correlated with low pollution levels, as they feed on the detritus found in rivers, ponds, and lakes. They are widely used in biomonitoring programs where their absence can indicate key environmental stressors. Anglers also prize mayfly larvae as bait species, often making fish hooks that resemble them. Sometimes mayfly swarms can be intimidating to people and even overwhelming, and indeed they are. These are beautiful and massive congregations, which are a profound example of insect innovation, and a symbol for the ephemeral and mechanistically poignant biology of insects. Truly a wonderful order. Thank you for watching this latest episode. Be sure to stay tuned for more order analyses like these, along with a myriad other forms of bug content. Thanks. This is the 5th video in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This video will be looking at the order Blattodea, commonly known as cockroaches. This video is not for how to get rid of cockroaches, simply their lifestyle and ecology. That being said, here's what the 5 most common cockroach species in the home look like. Let's begin. The order Blattodea belongs in the Neoptera, or new wing, and is the 3rd of 5 major subdivisions of insects. They are defined as the first insects to be able to fold their wings over their abdomen, and they all come in many shapes and sizes. Technically, termites belong in the order Blattodea, as they are direct genetic descendants of cockroaches, but their lives are so complex that I decided to cover them in a separate future video. The name Blattodea comes from 2 different languages. Blatt, derived from the Latin word blattus, which means cockroach or pest. Blattus is closely connected to the Greek word blatta, which has historically been used to refer to various types of cockroaches. Odea is a Greek suffix meaning like or resembling, so their name is basically resembling a cockroach. In English, cockroach is derived from the Spanish word cucaracha. The etymology of cucaracha is believed to derive from the late Latin word cucaraceus, which itself might have been a modification of cucurbita, meaning gourd or squash. This connection likely arose because of the cockroach's shape, which might have reminded people of the round shape of a gourd. These insects are found everywhere on Earth, except Antarctica, and are important for breaking down decaying matter within their ecosystems. This is because the cockroach is a detritivore, omnivore, cannibal, and will eat pretty much everything. It will eat whatever can sustain it, which is quite a lot. The only things they won't eat are toxins or substances with a heavy smell like garlic. And even then, if it's organic matter, they will eat it if they have no other option. They have the broadest diets in the insect kingdom, which is partly the reason they are so comfortable in our homes. Shown on the screen here is a list of just some of the things cockroaches can eat. This lineage of insects is extremely old, and it's what we call a generalist's generalist. Because they eat just about anything and exist just about anywhere, they have to be good at being prepared for any situation. Thus, the evolutionary pressures placed upon them have shaped them into a jack-of-all-trades survivalist. Here are some of the key refinements that the evolutionary pressures have gifted them. 1. Cockroaches can withstand radiation levels much higher than humans. They can survive decapitation for weeks and endure long periods without food or water. 2. They have a flattened body, which allows them to squeeze into tight spaces, making them difficult to eliminate in homes and natural environments, as they can enter tight spaces by making their body more compact, sort of like a cat. Number 3. They have fast reflexes and high speed. Their giant interneurons enable rapid escape responses. What this means is that their large nerves can help them react extremely quickly to vibrations and other stimuli, even more so than other insects. Number 4. Rapid reproduction. Species like the German cockroach, Platella germanica, breed rapidly, ensuring high population survival. This often coincides with food availability, allowing them to capitalize on a good situation. Number 5. Microbial symbiosis. Cockroaches harbor endosymbiotic bacteria that help them digest otherwise indigestible substances, such as cellulose. Many species are social or exhibit behavior to share these microbes, which is believed to be the reason that termites were able to evolve from cockroaches. But remember, cockroaches are not eusocial and do not form colonies, only small communities, and only for mutual reasons. Remember, these insects can be cannibals in the right circumstance. Another way to consider what Gestalt is to consider the value of context. When something is distinct from complete chaos, or else out of place, and so our brain rewards us for recognizing it and seeing the big picture. These insects are reviled by humans because, despite everything we throw at them, they still manage to be the most difficult insects to remove from homes. But beyond this hatred, perhaps I can offer another perspective. This insect has a low number of species for how many of them there are. This is because they are extremely refined to their generalist niche. They are designed to be able to capitalize on the most common sense strategy and do so as efficiently as it takes. I like to say they're kind of like the Michael Ehrmantraut of the insect world, doing the hard work that needs to be done and doing it quickly and efficiently with no nonsense. Here's another interesting factor. In ecology, the competitive exclusion principle suggests that two species competing for the same exact resources cannot stably coexist. Since cockroaches have remained dominant as generalist scavengers for millions of years, other insects may have had to specialize to avoid direct competition. There is certainly enough room for two groups to fill the same niche, but insects and the passage of time are particularly brutal in this regard. Beetles and butterflies and wasps, the gross variety of insects we see in groups such as these today, is a result of insects such as these often inhabit or consume or spend their lives on just one plant or animal. The point is that there are a million myriad ways for insects to specialize and adapt their lives to consume just a single food source, and do so in a very specific way. But most cockroaches have adapted to none of these. Their lack of specialization to anything but being generalists means that they take much less risk in ecological terms. Say a species of beetle only subsists off of one plant. If the plant dies, so does the beetle. The beetle might have more individuals in the places where its plant grows, and even more than the cockroach, but the cockroach can exist where that plant doesn't. In probabilistic terms, the cockroach is a huge umbrella as to its environments where it can survive. It has likely the biggest umbrella, or adaptive range, so to speak, in the insect kingdom, even more than any specific beetle. They're a no-nonsense kind of bug, and this no-nonsense actually is likely a factor that drives diversity, especially as the passage of time refines and kills off unsuccessful insects. My point is a little speculative, but it is that cockroaches, over millions of years, being geared towards the generalist niche, are a factor that actively drives other insects to become more varied and stay away from generalizing. The cockroach is an insect that has filled its niche, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's okay for you to find them disgusting, because it is disgusting how well they survive. But perhaps cockroaches are owed a modicum of respect, because in an ecological context, no insect plays it safer. Thank you for watching this episode, and stay tuned for more bug content. This is the 6th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This video will cover stoneflies from the order Plecoptera, which is a surprisingly unique group of insects. Plecoptera comes from the Greek plekein, meaning to twist or braid, and ptera, meaning wings. Thus their name means braided wings, in reference to the complex veins on their wings. These insects are not strong flyers, however, and typically only do so to disperse and find mates effectively. Because of this, they do not eat as adults, except maybe a bit of water or nectar. Similarly to mayflies, these insects spend the majority of their lives underwater. Their larval form or nymph form is entirely aquatic, and they're the only order where this is universal for the entire group. The adults of this order have 2 pairs of membranous wings held flat over their abdomen when at rest. Their hind wings are broader and pleated. They are in the group Neoptera, meaning that their wings can fold over their body. They are among the first insects to have this feature in evolutionary history. Their antennae are filiform or thread-like and often quite long, used for sniffing out food and mates. They have legs with simple tarsi or claws, which are suited to cling to rocks in fast-flowing streams. The nymphs of this order can molt many times, with some species able to molt up to 36 times before adulthood. They eat decaying plant matter as nymphs, algae, biofilms, and even small aquatic invertebrates, especially in their later molts. The adults eat little to nothing, sometimes a little pollen or nectar, but that's about it. They're eaten by fish, amphibians, dragonfly larvae, and other predatory vertebrates and invertebrates. They are a key food source for many aquatic animals, which is why they are often used as fishing bait, or a facsimile of them is used. These insects reproduce through drumming. The males and females communicate by tapping their abdomens against surfaces to create vibrations, which can then be picked up by their 2 posterior cerci, similarly to silverfish. The male initiates and the female responds, leading to a back and forth exchange until they locate each other. After fertilization, the females carry the eggs in their abdomen for a short period. When they're ready and they've found a suitable location, they drop their eggs from the air into the water's surface, or even submerge their abdomens to stick the eggs directly underwater. The eggs are often sticky to prevent them from washing away and to keep them in the correct environment. The eggs hatch into the aquatic nymphs after a few weeks or months, and then, over several months to a few years, they molt multiple times before becoming winged adults. Once mature, they'll crawl onto land, become winged adults, and begin the cycle anew. The adults only last a few days to a few weeks. These insects are distinguished because they are one of 3 orders in the Neoptera, that is, insects which can fold their wings flat over their bodies, which have primarily aquatic larvae. The other 2 are Megaloptera and Trichoptera, and of these 3, they are the only ones that don't undergo complete metamorphosis, meaning they don't form a cocoon or pupa, and their young look like smaller versions of themselves. Here are the insects with complete metamorphosis, and here are the ones with incomplete metamorphosis. So to reiterate, these insects are the only ones that have these 3 traits. 1. Their larvae are typically aquatic in most species. 2. Insects which can fold their wings flat over their bodies. And 3. They undergo incomplete metamorphosis, as opposed to complete metamorphosis. So, what do these 3 things in conjunction award the stonefly? What do these 3 things get the insect that no other insect can attest to? Why does this strategy work? Well, let's compare and contrast them to the insect order most similar to them, being mayflies. There are 4 key differences between these 2 insect groups that will help to elucidate just how stoneflies survive. The first is that they live longer lives than mayflies, both in their aquatic and adult stage. The second is that because of this longer lifespan, mayfly adults are designed to be somewhat disposable, as are their wings, whereas stonefly wings are a bit more ergonomic, although they are still bad flyers. Their better wings help to disguise them and are more suited to their longer adult stage. They need this difference in adult stage and this difference in wings because of the difference in their reproductive strategies. The mayfly strategy is to emerge in numbers so great and so sudden that they cannot possibly be preyed upon enough to stop them from successfully reproducing the next generation. In contrast, stoneflies will take their time to find the correct mate, do it safely, and then effectively find a spot to lay their eggs that will ensure their young survival. The mayfly simply lays its eggs where it's most convenient, as there's no time to be picky. Lifespan, wings, and mating strategy all play into the 4th thing, which is how the insects breathe. There are 2 methods of breathing underwater among insects. One is using what fish use, which is gills, but unlike fish and mammals, insect breathing is passive. This means that they don't actually breathe in or suck in water to breathe like fish or mammals. Instead, they allow the water or air to diffuse directly into their bodies through an open respiratory system, or tracheal system. Insects actively allow water to flow into this tracheal system, and when they have gills, that's just an extension of that tracheal system. Because of this, they only typically have them in environments with poor oxygen quality, as they can wave or flail them manually to collect oxygen from the water. However, in certain environments such as fast-flowing oxygen-rich water, gills just kind of get in the way and are not necessary to collect oxygen. This means that depending on the circumstances of the water in their environment, aquatic insects may or may not possess gills. To clarify, gills are basically an add-on to what's called cutinous respiration. In mayfly nymphs, the 2 happen concurrently. It's just a question of whether gills help in their given situation or not. Stoneflies breathe through cutinous respiration. The respiration of the stonefly is optimized for fast-running water, which is why they have strong claws and limbs, designed to hold onto the ground. They opportunistically scavenge whatever comes down the stream, sort of like mini grizzly bears waiting for the salmon to come by. These insects are effective at sitting and waiting for their meals to come to them. Mayflies are similar, but they differ as stated before, in that they have a much lower standard for what they will eat, and much lower standards for where they will eat it. Because of this stonefly's high standard for water oxygen quality and food sources, it is one of the best insects to gauge water quality. Any degree of pollution can have major implications to these insects and the rivers they inhabit. As stated earlier, they selectively choose where to lay their eggs based on water quality. Before moving forward, it's important to distinguish the 5 orders which are primarily aquatic in their larval stage. This is so that we can figure out exactly where the stonefly fits into these exclusive orders. These 5 orders are Odonata, or dragonflies, Ephemeroptera, or mayflies, Plecoptera, or stoneflies, Megaloptera, or fishflies or dobsonflies, and lastly, Trichoptera, or caddisflies. Here are these 5 orders ranked in which ones need the most oxygen to survive, that is the lowest tolerance for low oxygen levels, and which have the highest tolerance for low oxygen levels. Dragonflies survive the best because they can actually input and then expel water, which they use for locomotion. They breathe as they're doing this, and so don't actually passively breathe like other insects. The rest of these insects are adapted specifically for either gill breathing or cuteness respiration, however, with plecopterans being the most reliant. Cuteness respiration works across the entire body, which is why stonefly nymphs have very flat bodies with wide surface areas to maximize breathing efficiency. By not relying on gills, they become more maneuverable, more resistant to cold, and more metabolically efficient. However, only in the very specific environments where oxygen is constantly passing over the insect. What this means is that their adaptations are effective and adapted to their niche, but only in a very specific circumstance. This is why they're the only insect that relies so much on cuteness respiration, and also why their distribution is quite limited compared to the other insects. They survive because the niche exists, and they do it better than any other insect, but it comes at the cost of limited distribution. Only by retaining primitive traits can they survive better than their peers in very specific environments. This has been the key to their success, and it speaks to the specificity of niche differentiation among insects. The different adaptations of the mayfly and stonefly make it so that they coexist more than they compete directly for the food they consume. In a way, they are designed with this in mind, in that they are designed for the specific food sources in the specific areas that they go after, and also are designed as opposed to each other. In other words, the areas they live, what they eat, and the existence of each other has created the evolutionary pressures that have influenced them into coexisting. Thank you for watching this latest episode of Privileged Bug Facts. For more on the Polyneoptera and other subsequent order analyses, stay tuned and thanks for watching. This is the 7th of a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at Orthoptera, which includes grasshoppers, crickets, and katydids. These insects are some of the most recognizable and ecologically significant terrestrial arthropods, known for their powerful jumping legs, their ability to produce sound, and their role as both herbivores and prey in ecosystems worldwide. Culturally and historically, these are some of the most impactful insects, as locusts have wrought literally biblical devastation on agricultural operations. In fact, the Rocky Mountain locust used to exist within the United States and Canada, but the wisdom and ambition of the American people wiped them out entirely in order to protect the vast agricultural lands of Middle America. This is fascinating to think about when considering the largest accumulation of these insects ever recorded was estimated to weigh upwards of 27.5 million tons and consist of 12.5 trillion individual insects. This is considered the greatest concentration of animals ever recorded, according to Guinness World Records. Despite this, 30 years later, in 1902, the species was extinct due to forced government pest control. The government would fine any man from the age 16 to 60 $10, or the equivalent of $312 adjusted for inflation, and would offer a $31 reward for every bushel of these insects collected. This, in conjunction with plowing and irrigation of the soil in which the locusts laid their eggs, eventually caused the complete eradication of the insects. This is because the areas which were plowed and irrigated overlapped with the breeding grounds of these insects, which was actually quite limited. I tell this story because it's a microcosm for the impact and legacy of these insects. And it's illuminating to understanding just what niche these insects dominate. A distinct combination of effective locomotion and a generalist vegetarian diet have synergized to make this order a force to be reckoned with that actively shapes terrestrial environments. The name Orthoptera comes from the Greek ortho, meaning straight, and ptera, meaning wings, referencing their leathery, straight forewings, or tegmina. These insects are distinguished by their ability to produce sound and their highly adapted legs designed for jumping. Orthoptera are primarily terrestrial, but they're often found in grasslands, forests, and even deserts. They are key players in food webs, both as primary consumers and as food for birds, reptiles, and other arthropods. Crickets and katydids have long filamentous antennae, whereas grasshoppers have shorter beaded ones. This is usually the best way to tell the difference between them. In addition, Orthoptera have strong, chewing mouthparts adapted for plant material. Grasshoppers are overwhelmingly herbivorous. Crickets are generalist omnivores, and katydids are picky herbivores that go for high-quality foods like fruits and fresh leaves, typically in dense jungles or forests. These insects have tympanal organs, or hearing structures, found on the abdomen on grasshoppers and on the forelegs in crickets and katydids. Orthopterans attract females through stridulation, which is rubbing wings or legs together to produce sound. Some katydids and crickets use pheromones in addition to this, and in some species, males engage in territorial fights to secure mates. Females use a specialized ovipositor to deposit their eggs into soil, plant stems, or leaf litter, depending on the species. Some grasshoppers lay eggs in pods, covering them in a frothy secretion that hardens for protection, similarly to the ootheca of a mantis. The eggs then overwinter before hatching into nymphs. Nymphs resemble small, wingless adults and undergo multiple molts before becoming adults. They gradually develop wings and reproductive organs, reaching adulthood in a few weeks to months. The Orthoptera have three key adaptations that set them apart from many other insect orders. The first is their jumping locomotion. Unlike most insects which rely solely on flight, and although most orthopterans still possess wings, Orthoptera have powerful hind legs that allow them to evade predators without taking to the air, and unlike wings, they have these as soon as they're born. The second is acoustic communication. Many species use sound for mate attraction and territorial displays. This is a rare trait among insects, at least rare to have on such a wide scale. This is because ears with which to listen are often not super important in the lives of most insects. They use this sound to announce their territory, intimidate predators, and attract mates, similarly to cicadas. The third thing is incomplete metamorphosis. Unlike insects with complete metamorphosis, such as butterflies, Orthoptera nymphs resemble miniature adults and develop gradually without a pupal stage. This is a key reason why they have the two previous mentioned abilities, as such effective locomotion and sound would be impossible for insect babies of complete metamorphosis. These three traits have allowed them to exploit terrestrial environments in ways few other insect orders could have. They are adapted for energy-efficient movement. Where do the Orthoptera fit into the insect world? As stated earlier, the grasshopper's jumping ability, in conjunction with their generalist herbivore diet, makes them sort of like the cows of the insect world. They can exist because they are adapted to take advantage of the sheer amount of variety and mass of plant material found on land. They have tough chewing mouthparts and can also digest most forms of plant matter. The diversity of the group speaks to the myriad strategies of generalized plant consumption there are, but not necessarily the amount of variety found in the plants and fungi. Specialized microhabitat insects, such as hemipterans and beetles, would be far more appropriate for this. Like cockroaches, Orthoptera are typically nomadic, and crickets are honestly very similar to cockroaches, but the jumping legs of the Orthoptera, along with their ability to make sound, means that crickets can be a bit more out on the open than cockroaches, and thus the niche is differentiated. Some crickets live in caves or underground, where they use their powerful or exaggerated limbs for digging and or enhanced jumping and tactile sensation, unlike cockroaches. I call these insects the cows of the insect world because they are built to maximize their ability of being out on the open. That is, they are adapted to be able to simply go out and start eating what they want to, whilst maximizing their chances of avoiding predation, either through their size or defensive tactics. This is why and how they can typically grow pretty large for insects, and also why you often see them in great numbers in places with dense vegetation. That is where they are designed to be, as the rewards of their lifestyle are high and the risk is minimized by their sheer maneuverability and acrobatics. Orthoptera, especially locusts and grasshoppers, can drastically shape plant communities. They influence plant succession by selectively consuming certain species, often suppressing dominant plants and allowing less competitive ones to thrive. This strategy is obviously not without its risks, as adapting yourself to getting away with standing out means that you're going to come at odds quite often with predators. These insects are a key prey source for birds, mammals, reptiles, and many other invertebrates. Certain species of wasps specialize in parasitoids, specifically of just one or more species of Orthoptera. Because of their ergonomic jumping design, these insects seem to have reached the evolutionary pinnacle of herbivory in insects that stand out. This is why their strength in numbers strategy that cicadas often employ has been taken to such extremes in locusts. In addition, because their food sources are so interlinked with climate and weather patterns, these insects are adapted to be able to detect humidity and other suitable conditions for plant growth, which is part of how locusts know when to swarm, and also why Orthoptera are particularly susceptible to the effects of climate change. They are so generalized and sensitive to these things that climate change affects them in more myriad different ways, as these are not particularly microhabitat specialists. They eat lots of different kinds of plants. Indeed, these insects are perfectly adapted herbivores that are likely the oldest terrestrial winged order, save for cockroaches, and they've succeeded in this effort by co-evolving with terrestrial vegetation, likely being the first to do so with such efficiency. Thank you for watching this latest episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more order analyses and all other types of bug content. Thanks. This is the 8th episode in a 30-part series providing an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will cover earwigs, insects of the order Dermaptera. This is an order with a surprising amount of depth and beauty. Before we begin, we need to understand, these insects do not actively crawl in ears, despite their common name. The name actually originates from the myth, but I can assure you that there's no credibility to it. That being said, these insects do like to enter dark, moist, cave-like areas, similar to human ears, which may have caused the myth, when it maybe happened once or twice a few hundred years ago. However, there have been no known cases of earwigs causing ear damage, so you have nothing to worry about. These insects exist worldwide, except for the continent of Antarctica. Their largest representative has actually gone extinct in the last 100 years due to human influence through habitat destruction and pest introduction. It was the St. Helena earwig, found only on the island of St. Helena, and it could grow up to 8 centimeters in length. These insects don't get very big, which is partly why they need such intimidating large forceps to dissuade predators. These insects are very old in evolutionary history, although not quite as old as cockroaches. The strong grasping forceps of the earwigs have existed for quite unchanged. The order name of earwigs is Dermaptera, which comes from the Greek words derma, meaning skin, and ptera, meaning wings, loosely translating to skin wings. This refers to the leathery, often hardened forewings, or tegmina, that protect the hindwings, a feature many of the Neoptera possess. This may seem similar to beetles, but it's different, because the beetle's elytra covers the entire body. Though earwigs possess functional wings, most are poor flyers and prefer to scuttle along the ground. They are primarily nocturnal and exhibit behaviors uncommon among other insects, including maternal care. These insects are generalists, similar to cockroaches, but there are a few key differences of note which have shaped them differently. Number 1. Diet. Cockroaches will eat just about anything, whereas earwigs are quite a bit more picky. Both insects will eat plant matter, animal matter, and are considered omnivores, detritivores, and a whole host of other things. But when it's coming down to exactly what they can eat, cockroaches have a greater microbiome and thus can eat more things. Number 2. Cockroaches can live in many environments, whereas earwigs prefer humid, secluded places where they can hide. Both like places they can hide, but cockroaches tend to move around a lot, whereas earwigs stay in the same spot until the food runs out. Number 3. Cockroaches reproduce quickly and excessively, whereas earwigs are more modest in their reproduction, but actually exhibit parental care and will do so until the young are ready to go off on their own. Cockroaches sometimes exhibit parental care, but other times not at all, and some species will even cannibalize their own young. There is a lot of variation, and it is very species dependent with regards to parental care, so keep that in mind going forward. Number 4. Cockroaches are tough and often larger than earwigs, but they are not fighters, and will run away should conflict arise. Earwigs are quite a bit more tougher, and will fight back using their posterior forceps if need be. Basically, cockroaches are better at being nomadic, opportunistic generalists, whereas earwigs are better at maintaining the environment they are already in. Among generalists, cockroaches are the squatters, who are always late on rent and will leave you if you threaten to call the police. Earwigs are the well-meaning tenants that actually furnish the place and make it a home. Cockroaches feed, reproduce, and then run away. Earwigs hunker down, raise a family, and then fight to protect them. Now let's look at some general internal and external anatomy features. On the external anatomy, perhaps the most distinguishing characteristic of earwigs is their large pincer-like cerci at the rear of their abdomen. These are sexually dimorphic. Males tend to have curved, larger cerci, while females have straight ones. These structures serve multiple purposes, including defense, prey capture, and mating interactions. They often use them to fight other males for territory, and they're also used for defense as much as they are offense. The tegmina of the earwig, or hardened forewings, unlike beetles, whose elytra fully encases the hindwings, earwigs have short, leathery tegmina that partially cover their folded hindwings. Beetles possess their elytra primarily for defense. Tegmina are also for defense, but they are noticeably smaller and more flexible, meant more to protect the wings than the entire length of the body, as in most beetles. Under these tegmina, earwigs possess intricate fan-like hindwings. These wings can unfurl to nearly 10 times their surface area when extended, but they are rarely used, as earwigs generally want to stay where they are. Earwigs have thread-like antennae, which are generally long and segmented, and these aid in sensing humidity and other environmental cues. Lastly, their long, elongated, flexible bodies are adapted for maneuverability in tight spaces, such as bark crevices and leaf litter. The internal anatomy of the earwig is similar to a cockroach's, but different. Depending on the species, earwigs may be herbivorous, omnivorous, or predatory, and many consume detritus, fungi, plant matter, and small invertebrates, and it all depends on what microhabitat they're suited for. So, now that we know all this, what eats earwigs? Well, despite their formidable cerci, they're preyed upon by a variety of organisms, including birds, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and other arthropods. By being generalist insects, they exist in many environments, and so compete with other insects and arthropods for food and shelter, especially in humid microhabitats, such as leaf litter, under bark, and in soil crevices. Despite this, their unique evolutionary traits have kept them relevant, as they are in somewhat of an awkward spot. They need to compete with isopods, cockroaches, ants, and other ground-dwelling arthropods by being selective with what they eat, selective with where they live, and ready to know when to fight and when to nurture. Here are several unique characteristics earwigs possess in this effort. Number 1. Maternal care. As stated before, earwigs are among the few non-social insects that provide parental care. Females lay eggs in underground burrows and guard them against predators, fungi, and desiccation. Even after hatching, nymphs remain under the mother's protection for several molts, being fed regurgitated food in some species. She will not hunt food and bring it back in solid form, however. She will simply regurgitate it, similar to a penguin. This maternal care that extends not just past the eggs, but even to after the young hatch, and even until they are adult enough to fend for themselves, is something truly unique to earwigs, and is likely the most advanced form of parental care, apart from eusociality, found in the insect kingdom. Number 2. Their forceps-like cerci are often used to ward predators, grasp prey, and engage in mating displays or competition. These are multifaceted tools and are useful not just because of the strength of their pinch, but their sheer size and intimidation factor. They get larger and more gnarly looking after each molt in relation to body size. Thus, the larger the earwig is, the more intimidating the forceps. Lastly, their folded hindwings, despite being used rarely, are some of the most intricately folded wings in the insect world, which is a feature that allows them to maintain their streamlined body shape. They have them like this specifically because they don't use them very often, and most of the time they get in the way when the earwig is trying to squeeze in and out of tight spaces, which it often does. These wings are spring-loaded, and they don't fold because of inherent musculature. That is, no muscle actively folds and unfolds them like in other insects, Rather, they are pleated, and the memory of the fold is enough for them to retain their shape properly. This is quite literally the same as origami. One more additional note is that most earwigs are nocturnal. This is to avoid predators, avoid drying out, and aid in scavenging behavior. Earwigs are essential players in many ecosystems, particularly due to their feeding habits. Their presence helps regulate populations of smaller invertebrates, while also contributing to decomposition and nutrient cycling. These are the types of microhabitats they usually live in, which, unlike cockroaches, they won't typically leave until the food runs out or some other catastrophe occurs, which is usually when their wings come out. So, where do earwigs fit in among insects? You wouldn't think it, because earwigs are generally much less reviled than cockroaches, but they pretty much do almost exactly the same thing. The only key difference is that earwigs are optimized to be territorial, whereas cockroaches are optimized to be nomadic. This one seemingly small change actually makes all the difference in the world with these generalists, and has translated to all the adaptations you see in both of these groups today. Earwigs approach survival in an intuitive, risk-averse way, and even have a few surprises up their sleeves. I personally love these insects, as to me they feel like effective and satisfied product design. Everything from their colors to their iconic shape. The story of this insect just makes sense. It is one of the insect kingdom's most practical designs, both in mechanics and behaviors. They are truly a special insect if you take a close-up look. Thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Be sure to stay tuned for more bug content. Thanks. This is the 9th episode in a 30-part series analyzing the insect orders. Angel insects, or the order Zooptera, are a quirky and largely unknown order of insects, and they want to keep it that way. These insects are tiny and form large, but not too large, social congregations within rotting wood. This video won't contain any Zoopteran footage, as I truly couldn't find any online, which should speak to their mysterious, quiet nature. The name Zooptera comes from the ancient Greek zoros, meaning pure or undiluted, and aptera, meaning wingless. This name is something of a misnomer, as it translates to pure wing, which is in reference to the notion that these insects do not possess wings, but that's factually incorrect. These insects do possess wings, but only in certain contexts, in which their bodies sense that they will need to disperse at some point in their lives. Therefore, only some are born with wings. What this means is that some generations will eventually develop wings and some will not, depending on food availability. They were named before this fact was discovered, however, so their name has not been changed since. Despite this, their common name is more accurate, being angel insects. These insects are in an interesting spot when looked at through an ecological context. They form loose congregations, but are not nomadic, and they are very small and don't really fight back, although they do sometimes prey upon things smaller than they are. The evolutionary timeline is tricky with these guys, but their most close relatives are likely earwigs or termites, cockroaches, and mantises. But they are not direct descendants of any of these, and their evolutionary history remains dubious, even being linked to the order Embioptera in some cases. These insects are different from all these orders, however, as they are distinctly specialized in their diet, similar to many termite species. They exist in a very fine line of niche differentiation, and still today they remain an enigmatic and understudied group of insects. Therefore, the following key traits that I'm about to discuss could still possess survival advantages that are altogether unknown. Let's get started. Number 1. Microhabitat specialization. Similarly to earwigs and termites, they exploit microhabitats, primarily decaying wood, leaf litter, and soil pockets. They do this with precision, maintaining populations in spaces that are too variable or temporary for long-term investment from earwigs or cockroaches. Number 2. Social coordination. While not eusocial, that is, colony forming, their aggregations suggest some level of cooperative advantage, particularly in selecting and maintaining habitable sites. It is speculative how congregating can help these insects, but some theories might include that it may assist them in better locating where their preferred resources are, as well as when it might be a good time to leave due to a lack of numbers and resources. Number 3. Minimal competitive overlap. Their small size and preference for highly localized transient habitats reduces direct competition with other insects such as cockroaches, which tend to be more mobile and opportunistic. Not much research has been done with regard to how quickly they colonize recently rotting wood, but such research could help to elucidate more truths as to the reasoning behind the success of these detritivores as opposed to other insects, as the niche is already quite full. Number 4. Selective dispersal. Rather than having frequent migrations, they rely on periodic dispersal during generational shifts, allowing them to avoid exhaustion of resources while maintaining a stronghold where conditions are ideal. When they're born to develop wings, they are pigmented differently and also develop eyes, likely a survival strategy to better camouflage and disperse with ease. This helps because wings are prone to damage under wood, and the ability to create wings only when the time is right through epigenetic shifts is something only eusocial insect colonies have been known to effectively utilize. While epigenetic regulation of caste differentiation is well established among eusocial insects, where environmental factors influence whether an individual becomes a queen or a worker, such mechanisms are less understood in non-social species. This suggests that Zaraptor's use of epigenetic pathways for adaptive morphological changes is uncommon and truly unique to them, although other insects might show something similar. Here's a chart showing the most similar orders that it's thought Zaraptora are most related to. As you can see, the only one that possesses all 4 traits, although it possesses them differently, is Isoptera, or termites. Therefore, due to their similarity, it would be prudent to compare these two groups to figure out exactly how Zaraptorans survive. In essence, Zaraptorans have carved out a niche that exists within a delicate balance, and their traits mimic those of the Isoptera more than any other insect. Indeed, they exist in similar habitats, but in actuality, their feeding strategies are not the same. Termites work for their living, feeding on wood or cultivated fungus galleries, acting altruistically with each other to go out and collect the best possible food sources to support their large colonies. This is what they're adapted to. Zaraptorans are also adapted to go after strong food sources, but they are not adapted to be doing any extra work, which in my opinion is what's limiting their size. Other detritivores need complicated strategies in order to both not be hunted and effectively obtain resources. And for Zaraptorans, this means being tiny enough to hide under wood, as well as showing up in great enough numbers in the right place at the right time in order to maximize their chances. Unlike termites, every Zaraptoran can breed, so they can better manage such an economically risky strategy. In addition, the males compete for mating rights, similarly to termites, and in this way still reap the benefits of genetic fitness that this brings. It appears that the story of these insects is very much the story of how insects have evolved to take advantage of forest ecosystems and the wood it provides. The nutrients of flora are locked up in massive trees, which is something I discussed in earlier videos. And in order to take advantage of these hard-to-obtain resources, insects have had to evolve very specific or situational adaptations due to the nature of the resource itself. To finish my point, the order Zaraptor capitalized on this niche by being the best at two specific things. One, being undetectable, and two, effective dispersal, two things termites typically struggle with. Termite colonies die when the food runs out, relying on the reproductives to go off and start somewhere else, whereas Zaraptorans rely on food running out for it to signal them that it's time to leave. They effectively do the termite strategy in a way that termites can't manage, as they have responsibilities at home. In effect, they invert what might be considered an extremely stable and successful niche, but perhaps at the cost of a degree of charisma, for most people don't know that they exist, and the people that do didn't name them correctly. To put it in the most simple terms, Zaraptorans thrive in the places where eusocial congregation in wood is actually somewhat too risky, and a more lax and risk-averse strategy is key. The two groups can overlap quite an amount, but they coexist just fine due to a difference in feeding habits, and also the fact that Zaraptorans are faster to arrive at a new location. From all this, we can see sort of how Zaraptorans have survived despite all the competition, but there's still research to be made, and this video will be fairly incomplete in an ecological context. These are simply my best deductions from the information I researched. Thanks for watching this shorter episode of Privileged Bug Facts. The episode was short because this group, as I mentioned, is understudied. Hopefully in the future, more can be ascertained about this strange, phantasmal group. Thanks for watching. Till next time. This is the 11th episode of a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at mantises in the order Mantodea, a remarkably fascinating and beautiful order, and the second in the series in which every single individual has a predatory nature. The first was dragonflies. Some mantises may be slightly omnivorous despite this, but like dragonflies, they both cannot effectively digest plant matter, and thus are obligate to predation. A good sign that these insects are effective generalist predators is the lack of species they have compared to other insects. The order only has about 2,400 known species, which speaks to the specificity and specialization of their niche. This may sound counterintuitive, but predators and generalists tend to have less and less variation found within their DNA, and thus might be considered more specialized. It just depends on the context in which the term specialized is used. Both the name mantis and the order name Mantodea come from the Greek word manto, meaning prophet or seer. Odea translates to resembles or looks like. Therefore, the mantis's name translates to looks like a prophet or seer, which is quite appropriate when looking at the regal, conniving appearance of these insects. The name is even more appropriate than you might think. These insects have some of the most superior vision in the insect kingdom. In addition to their 3 ocelli, which are simple light-sensing eyes, they also have 2 complex, compound eyes that are unique among insects. This is because, like vertebrates, they have binocular, stereoscopic vision, meaning they can combine images from both eyes in order to form one picture with greater depth perception. To give yourself some context for what depth perception means, you can do a quick test. In each hand, hold one finger in front of yourself at 2 separate distances. Look at them with both eyes. Now, shut one eye and notice how even though you know which one is farther away, visually it's harder to tell which one it is because you are no longer using your stereoscopic depth perception. This is what depth perception is. In mantises,
are the only insects, and maybe even the only invertebrates, known to possess binocular stereopsis. Not to mention, they have a 300-degree field of view and can turn their head almost 180 degrees. They use these eyes for optimal prey capture. They're designed to give the mantis an enormous field of view, similar to a Google Earth camera, but they specifically improve their sight when their prey is in optimal striking range, that is, right in front of them. Their vision is adapted to be wide but precise, and in some ways it's similar to our own, but it is more advanced in its ability to sense depth perception as well as motion parallax. In testing, it was found to be more attuned to sensing depth perception through motion than the human participants, but less for static images, meaning that it can ignore camouflage and focus on specifically moving targets in order to capture prey. This is why, when prey is not moving, the mantis bobs its head up and down to establish its own depth perception. In short, their vision is not quite as good as ours, but is refined from ours for the purpose of effective prey capture through precision strikes. And so even though it is superior among invertebrates, it's still very specific to the tasks the mantis performs. When it comes to the other senses, interestingly, the mantis has only one tympanal ear, located on the underside of its abdomen, and thus cannot perceive distance with regard to sound. A single ear is useful to know if sound is happening, rather than where it's coming from, which is helpful for certain scenarios, such as the echolocation coming from bats and other noise-producing predators. The mantis has enormous, grasping forelimbs called raptorial legs. Many other insects have actually evolved similar legs in a case of rampant convergent evolution in vastly different groups, with examples being ambush bugs, mantid flies, assassin bugs, giant water bugs, and even hanging flies, although in hanging flies it's the hind limbs rather than the forelimbs. What this means is that this strategy is likely the optimal one with regards to grasping and consuming prey. Indeed, all these insects consume their prey after getting a vice grip on them. The mantis's abdomen is elongated, and as it eats, you can watch it fill up in real time, like a mosquito with blood. They eat like this so they can store large kills and their nutrients for later, thus allowing them to eat the entire portion of a meal and not let their effort go to waste. An extremely energy-efficient strategy. The size of the mantis is also an interesting factor. These insects come in many beautiful, vibrant, sometimes unbelievable colors and patterns. They usually do this to mimic common flower species, or sticks and branches, in order to cash in on unlucky pollinators and arboreal insects. The mantis also has lightning-fast reflexes and can strike and grasp its prey in about 70 milliseconds. It can achieve this as its raptorial legs are actually spring-loaded and build up potential energy, which they store through a latch mechanism. Once this latch releases, the legs shoot out at incredible speed, in a similar way to a chameleon's tongue, or a leafhopper's jump. Basically, mantises have optimized a generalist sit-and-wait predator niche early on, in such a way that they can go after prey at larger and larger sizes. Indeed, some of these bugs even hunt small rodents and birds. With regards to habitat, because mantises rely on daytime and camouflage for their hunting prowess, they are typically found within environments of dense vegetation and abundant sunlight. They are surprisingly well adapted for urban environments because they require many optimal hiding places along with effective hunting locations. Mantises adore gardens and other serene, human-made environments for their abundance of prey and curated plant selection. Listed are some of the habitats that mantises enjoy. The mantis is preyed upon by many vertebrates and a few invertebrate specialists, especially wasps. To combat this, they often raise their raptorial limbs above themselves, spread their wings, which are usually brightly colored, and stand up straight to appear larger and more intimidating. Some even release a hissing sound by expelling air quickly from their abdomen. In addition, similarly to stick insects, mantises often rock back and forth, similar to a leaf, to better facilitate camouflage. Although this could also be just to increase their depth perception, as stated earlier. Mantises are popular symbols across various cultures due to their striking appearance, an intuitive genteel hunting strategy. In China, a martial art has been adapted from the posture of the mantis called Tanglenquan style of Kung Fu, which is based on quick, precise strikes and deceptive stillness of the insect. Legend claims it was developed during the Ming Dynasty after a monk watched a mantis fight off a bird. Here it is in action. Wow! With regard to reproduction, mantises typically only live for about a year, and in colder climates they lay their eggs just before winter, as the adults all die off. Then spring comes around and the eggs will hatch, beginning the next generation. Mantises belong to the insect infraorder Dictyoptera, which includes cockroaches as well. They are related to this group because they have a short ovipositor and lay an ootheca, which is something of a protective disjointed reproduction strategy, almost like a stationary incubator. Cockroaches lay an entire egg case, but mantises instead lay a foamy substance which hardens and then builds their ootheca from scratch. They will then lay their eggs inside it, thus starting the next generation. This disjointed reproduction is important as mantises are not social animals in the slightest. They often eat their mates after fertilization, and they would happily eat their own young, and often do. You may ask yourself, why does the mantis often eat her suitors? Well, it may sound brutal, but in doing so, she is helping the next generation. She is both keeping herself well fed, along with giving essential nutrients to her offspring. A female will often only mate once per clutch of eggs, and so males are of no use to her for quite some time after the fact. There is much nuance and romance with regards to mantis's mating strategy, or lack thereof, and I would not do it justice explaining in just this video. But overall, I will say that the sexual cannibalism is beneficial to the females in this order, in several fun and interesting ways. So, why are mantises among the largest insects that are also dedicated apex predators? Clearly, their strategy has proven successful, despite their similarity to many other insects. So what is it that they do differently and uniquely from other insects to have dominated this niche? Well, here's a list of things that have likely synergized to help them become what they are today. Number 1. These insects evolved from cockroaches, but adapted the generalist feeding strategy into a generalist predation strategy. Other insects would have needed to evolve away from being more specialized in diet, but the head start mantises had helped them, because they've had more time to adapt and refine the niche that many other insects occupy. Number 2. Their previously mentioned superior vision is a unique trait to only them, and requires high metabolic cost to maintain. This means that they need high-quality food sources their entire life to sustain better vision, and so have adapted to a risky lifestyle to dominate the niche by eliminating the risk through extremely accurate and consistent prey capture. Number 3. Their elongated, colorful bodies and incomplete metamorphosis allow them to be camouflaged and killing from day one. Other insects might have had to go through a larval stage, or evolve away from a typical flat or roundish body plan. Number 4. Lastly, mantises possess tegmina, which insects with complete metamorphosis don't really have. They can possess flight but still remain well camouflaged. Beetles possess similar elytra, but the body plan and larval stage of the beetle means it's less conducive to evolving a sit-and-wait predatory strategy, in which mobility is sacrificed for effective grasping of prey. Indeed, many predatory insects prefer a rush-down hunting strategy, especially among more streamlined, less stick-like insects, such as tiger beetles, dragonflies, or tarantula hawks. All these insects ambush by chasing their prey down, as opposed to sitting and waiting. It seems that raptorial forelegs are more optimal for this sit-and-wait strategy, even with hanging flies, who simply hang from a branch as they wait for something to fly by, which they can grasp and then consume. Overall, I would chalk up mantises to maximizing both prey capture and energy efficiency in order to maintain their status as the largest terrestrial ambush insect hunters. Let's just take a moment to appreciate the beauty of this order. This is the 12th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at termites from the order Isoptera, a fascinating and somehow understudied order of eusocial specialist detritivores. Technically, these insects are genetically similar to cockroaches, so much so that they are considered a suborder, meaning they actually belong within the order Blattodea, which contains cockroaches, and subsequently termites. However, these insects are so behaviorally and morphologically distinct, I decided to make them into their own video. But understand, this could also be considered a part 2 to the Blattodea episode. The name Isoptera comes from the Greek roots isos, meaning equal, and ptera, meaning wing. So, Isoptera literally means equal wings, referring to the fact that termites have 2 pairs of wings that are of equal size and shape, unlike many other winged insects, where the forewings and hind wings differ. That being said, termites don't keep their wings for most of their life, instead opting to use them simply for reproductive purposes. Termites are fascinating in that they have an incredibly low amount of biodiversity when measured against the total amount of biomass that the entire order takes up. Even compared against specifically the eusocial Hymenoptera, which is the order that contains ants, bees, and wasps, termite species are, on average, about 4.6 times more massive in terms of global biomass than each eusocial Hymenoptera species, meaning that, in purely technical terms, the termite is likely the animal with the lowest amount of biodiversity per unit of biomass among all terrestrial animals. This is true, and yet they practically don't exist within colder climates. So how can this be? How can such an impactful and important insect have such a lack of biodiversity? Well, what this implies is that the termite has a narrow but intensely winning strategy that wins despite a lack of biodiversity. But this is still strange because a lack of biodiversity creates the following problems. Number 1, a lower resilience to change. Number 2, narrower ecological functions. Number 3, reduced adaptive potential. And number 4, inbreeding and genetic bottlenecks. So basically, if their DNA is unresistant to change, and thus they are more vulnerable to pests and diseases, and lastly, if their niche becomes unsustainable even a little bit, they probably would not last. So, how do termites mitigate this? How do they survive with such low biodiversity? Well, it's quite an interesting story, so let's start at the beginning. Termites, as we've said before, evolved from cockroaches. But unlike cockroaches, termites are very specialized in diet, and they don't like to move away from home. Only the reproductives will leave home to start up colonies on their own. However, similarly to cockroaches, the gut bacteria of these insects is far more capable and complex than that of your average bug. Cockroaches possess a very strong gut biome, so that they're able to digest just about anything they consume. But the big secret of termites is that they've adapted this strong microbiome to very specific, unobtainable food resources, so that they can have a monopoly on said resources because other insects are unable to digest it. They've basically refined the cockroach's ability to eat anything to being able to eat one thing that most other animals don't have the stomach for. Here's a list of these things that they have adapted to eat almost exclusively that other insects can't eat to the same degree. Some termites also cultivate fungus gardens like leafcutter ants, and others are somewhat opportunistic like ants as well. But the gross majority of termites make their living by getting the most nutrition out of things other insects cannot digest. They, similarly to cockroaches, will eat the feces of their parents or use trophallaxis in order to acquire the necessary gut symbionts they need to consume said matter. In this way, they are obligate to one another, which is one of the prerequisites for how they evolved to be eusocial insects, in that without the help and spread of the necessary symbionts, these insects could not have survived and thus needed to be social to capitalize on their niche and survive together. Now, this life strategy answers two things with regards to their low biodiversity. Those being that termites are resistant to change and possess strong niche stability, because what they eat is abundant and has been for millions of years, and often undigestible to anything other than termites. However, it does not yet answer the question, how are termites not devastated by pest and disease, despite living in such close quarters and having such low biodiversity? Indeed, this is a problem for agriculturalists of both plants and animals. The banana industry is in perpetual chaos for this very reason: low genetic diversity and biodiversity. Well, the answer is that termites' gut microbiome more than makes up for their low biodiversity. While the variety found in termite DNA across species is quite low, the variety of species found in their gut is often higher than that of the surrounding soil. Indeed, there is an entire empire of bacteria that have been evolving codependently with termites for millions of years, protecting these animals from hostile invaders so that they have a place to call home. In response, the termites don't change all that much because they have to evolve slowly and with their microbiomes, in that every mutation or refinement of their DNA through natural selection has to account for the entire ecosystem inside of their bodies. Termites still evolve into many different niches and species, but there's still an incredible lack of biodiversity, likely due to an evolutionary lag of codependent evolution with the microbiome. This is all for the purpose of having exclusive success to exclusive resources. The eusociality, which is colony-forming behavior, found within termites, is different from the eusociality found within ants, bees, and wasps. I explained haplodiploidy in the video above, which is one of the factors Hymenoptera use to effectively allocate tasks among their castes, allowing for far more differentiation among individuals in a colony due to more varied selective pressures being placed upon those individuals. Termites do not possess this, and so their caste determination is more traditional, so to speak, and more based on pheromonal cues and life stage, with no individual being 100% locked into any role straight from birth. What this means is that just about any old termite could become a reproductive queen or king under the right circumstances, whereas in ants, bees, and wasps, this is not the case, and some females are born sterile, and others are born to be queens. In termites, the caste differentiation process is influenced by environmental cues and chemical signals, mainly through hormones. The young, or nymphs, when exposed to specific hormones or pheromones, will develop into either workers, soldiers, or reproductive individuals. For example, if the colony is under stress, or there is a lack of workers, some workers may develop into new reproductive individuals to ensure the survival of the colony. Some species can even develop into reproductives in the worker or soldier stage, allowing for continued success at the sudden loss of a king or queen. Ants, bees, and wasps don't actually possess a king, because their eusociality is structured differently. But in termites, the king will stay near the bloated queen and mate with her multiple times throughout her life. They'll mate for life until the king dies and is replaced by a new king. The queens of termites do it in this way because they live so long and require fresh sperm throughout their lives to maintain reproductive success. This is different in ants, bees, and wasps, who can collect and store all the sperm they need for their entire life in a one-time mating event right after they leave the nest. This is evident in the fact that in some species, termite queens can live a staggering 21 years. Some ant queens can live up to about 15 years. Many articles online say that termites can live up to 50 years, but I could not find a peer-reviewed source that confirms this, so I affirm it's only about up to 21 years. When it comes to nest building, it's fairly safe to say that termites have ants beat. In addition to some amazing features exclusive to termites, such as climate control and underground tunnels that stretch more than 100 meters underground, some can stand up to 30 feet tall. What this means is that it's possible that full-grown giraffes can and do encounter termite mounds almost double their height. Some mounds in Australia even use the Earth's magnetic field to sense which way the colony is facing so that they can build it facing north to south. They do this so that they are facing away from the sun at midday when it's the hottest, thus mitigating excessive heat. And then, at the time of day in which it's the coolest, the mound will be facing towards the sun. The majority of termite species are found in tropical and subtropical climates, like parts of Africa, Southeast Asia, and Central and South America, and Northern Australia. These areas have the right amount of warmth and moisture for termites to thrive. Termites struggle far more than ants do with cold temperatures, because the upkeep of their gut microbiome is made even more difficult by the cold. And so, although some are somewhat adapted to surviving the winter, it's usually through very specific circumstances that are not conducive to the entire species surviving in the northern hemisphere. Here's a quick list of termite habitats. The morphology of the termite is fairly straightforward beyond their caste system. There are variations with regards to head shape, mandibles, and even eyes across workers, soldiers, and reproductives. But overall, their body plan is quite simple, designed to be adaptable for the many tasks that termites perform. There's almost zero specialization in their abdomen across all species, because they have an obligate specialization to containing the microbiome. And in addition, if the nymph becomes a reproductive, any variation from a standard abdomen would make growing to a massive size impossible. Indeed, the queens can reach up to 10 to 30 times larger than the workers in body weight, and it usually takes several weeks to a few months after she's mated and started laying eggs for her to reach this size. Now let's discuss some eusocial dynamics with regards to termites. In a previous video, I discussed how termites became eusocial, so here I will just briefly explain certain key factors that assist in termite survival. Number 1. If the queen or king dies, some colonies can raise neotenic reproductives from the worker or nymph castes, kinda like emergency backups, which can recycle the colony into the next generation, allowing some colonies to survive for decades. Number 2. If the queen and king are still alive, the reproductives will still pair up and reproduce, but do so in swarming season, where they will grow wings, pair off, mate, and fly away to start their own colony. Here they will shed their wings much like ants, only ants' wings are quite different, and they don't keep the males around after mating. Number 3. Termite colonies are epigenetically programmed, much like bees, ants, and wasps, but they rely far more on pheromonal and environmental cues to decide what life stage they'll become and what tasks they'll perform. They use trail pheromones, warning pheromones, and even the king and queen utilize inhibitory pheromones on the workers and soldiers to prevent them from developing into reproductives before their time, which has much to do with succession. Number 4. Morphologically, despite ants, bees, and wasps having more castes and roles to perform much of the time, termites can still become quite exaggerated in their tasks despite their plasticity. Some termites act as suicide bombers, covering enemies in a sticky substance that erupts from their thorax to slow down predators. A fascinating thing to think about when considering that a soldier could have just as easily become a massive queen, who in some cases can lay up to 30,000 eggs a day. Ants don't exhibit such plasticity, but in return, they have more variety in the castes themselves. Termite castes, but not always, can be more exaggerated, however there are fewer of them, usually only about 3. Termite relationships with humans are complicated. On one hand, they're infamous for chewing through wooden structures, causing billions of dollars in property damage each year. In North America, it's actually an invasive species that has caused most of this damage. Their hidden colony-based tunneling makes them hard to detect and even harder to evict, in that you can have termites and not even know it because they have no problem working in the dark. This can cause wooden furniture to collapse and even entire buildings. On the other hand, termites play a crucial role in many ecosystems by breaking down tough plant material like cellulose, helping recycle nutrients into the soil. So, despite causing problems, they are essential to the cleanup of forest floors and other ecosystems, eating the things that nothing else will. So, why are termites uniquely successful? Well, I would put forth the following reason. Termites can eat the most difficult to digest, but plentiful food resources. And, like cockroaches and mantises, they have been adapting towards this niche for an extremely long time. Longer than even ants, bees, and wasps. Indeed, they were the first insects and perhaps first animals on Earth to develop eusociality. That is, colony-forming behavior that satisfies these 3 criteria. These insects are the optimal cleanup crew, who utilize the most effective resource exploitation strategy, that is, eusociality for the most abundant and exclusive resources. The gut microbiome they possess to accomplish this, however, has likely limited their adaptive potential. But it's obviously an incredibly stable niche, as they still survive despite their low biodiversity and have the second highest biomass of any terrestrial arthropod group, aside from eusocial ants, bees, and wasps, which succeed not because they can eat more, but because they can exploit more with a wider range of tasks. But the Hymenoptera belongs in a future episode. Thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more content just like this. Thanks. This is the 13th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview to the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Grylloblatodea, or ice crawlers. Technically, these insects belong to the Notoptera, which is an order that also includes the gladiator bugs, or Mantophasmatodea, which are very morphologically similar, but due to the specificity of the Grylloblatodea, I've decided to separate the two orders for this series. Both groups are extremophiles, but Mantophasmatodea is an extremophile for the heat and more desert arid environments, whereas ice crawlers aptly are designed for cold, frigid environments. The name Grylloblatodea was coined in 1914 when the scientists who discovered them couldn't quite pin down what they were, so they combined 3 other insect groups for their name. Specifically, the genus name for field crickets, Gryllus, the order name of cockroaches, Blatodea, and Campodea, which is a hexapod commonly referred to as a 2-pronged bristletail. You can see how ice crawlers seem to have some of the traits of all 3 groups all rolled into one, but also don't quite look exactly like any of them. The reality is, ice crawlers are extremely old, and their relative abstract morphology is due to the exclusivity of their nocturnal extremophile niche. Indeed, these insects only live in very cold locations, such as glaciers, caves, montane environments, and occasionally lower elevation forests. They are only typically found in North America and East and Central Asia. Within these niches, they are omnivorous scavengers who will consume detritus and corpses among the frosty wasteland. These insects can live up to 7 years, and their entire lives are done very slowly, with mating that can last for hours, and eggs that can sometimes take years to hatch. This is partly due to the passivity and relative stability of their frigid environments. Here are all the reasons they can survive in places colder than most other insects. Number 1. The liquid in their bodies has a supercooling point of negative 3.9 degrees Celsius, lower than any other insect, meaning that the temperature at which they will naturally freeze is far lower than any other insect. Number 2. They typically try to spend their time under rocks or snowpack, where temperatures are more stable and regular, and thus to their liking. This is likely why they don't possess ocelli, or light-sensing eyes, and they also don't possess wings. They are designed to be relatively subterranean, and when temperatures are an inconvenient flux, they can just hide underground. So they don't really need to know when the sun is out, because their lives are more controlled by their general sense of temperature rather than anything else. It's more them being able to sense the sun's heat than see its rays, which makes them nocturnal, or able to be nocturnal. This strategy might seem effective, but ice crawlers are actually walking an extremely thin line. These insects are the only order known that is exclusively nocturnal, and in addition, because they stay warm by literally having blood that doesn't freeze easy, they actually have to purge their gut before winter to reduce nucleation points, that is, where ice can start forming. And if the environment suddenly gets too cold too fast, they'll die. Their particular method of preventing ice crystals from forming, called supercooling, is a tightrope walk of extremity. If it gets too warm or too cold, these insects will die, and the margins aren't very good. They survive in an optimal temperature range of about 0 to 5 degrees Celsius. 5 to 10 degrees Celsius and -4 to -8 degrees Celsius is the danger zone for these insects, and they are unlikely to survive. If the temperature gets over 10 degrees or below -8 degrees, they will cook or freeze to death, respectively, which means that even handling these insects for extended periods can kill them. Now remember, all insects are cold-blooded, but most other not specialized insects die at around 40 degrees Celsius and lows of 0 to 5 degrees Celsius. Ice crawlers are still quite unique among insects that can survive in frigid environments, because they are designed for longevity and stability within these environments that are actually not very adaptable in the traditional sense. What I mean is that they can live in the cold and nowhere else, whereas most other cold specialists can live in the cold and in the warmth. The key strategic difference is that ice crawlers avoid freezing entirely, whereas other insects would produce antifreeze or some other mechanisms so that when freezing happens, they have something to fight it. Most other insects survive despite how cold it is outside, but ice crawlers survive because it's so cold outside. Thus, the niche is differentiated and stable, however, difficult to maintain effectively, and scarcely available with just a few stable habitats. Due to these limitations, only about 34 species are known across 5 genera. Some species in North America are known only from very specific sites, such as Grylloblatta oregonensis, which only lives in Oregon Caves National Monument and Preserve. These insects are at a particular risk from climate change due to their reliance on stable locations and their limited ability to disperse due to a lack of wings. Indeed, these insects set up camp in the cold and never leave, and are extremely limited and rare as a result, although the niche remains relatively stable. Ice crawlers are a phantasmal and special order of insects, which speak to the specificity and fragility of adaptation and niche, and the lengths and risks the animal kingdom will take in its endless competition for survival. Thank you for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more content just like this. Thanks. This is the 14th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at Mantophasmatidae, or the gladiator bugs, a relict and extremely rare and mysterious group. This group is actually the most recent insect order to be discovered, although specimens were caught and archived in collections as early as 1909. However, they were not formally named or catalogued, and thus were effectively new to science in the year. We had created flight, split the atom, and sequenced the entire human genome before we properly discovered these insects. How can this be? Well, the last insect order to be described before this one was the Grylloblattodea, or ice crawlers, who mantophasmids are actually quite related to. However, the ice crawlers were formerly named in 1912, meaning that it took 90 years to get around to gladiators, likely because they look too similar to grasshopper nymphs or some other bugs. This means that these insects evaded detection literally because they were too morphologically generic. As we already had them in collections, we just didn't know what they were, and didn't seem to care because we thought they were something else. It's likely the case that taxonomists were also assured that there were no orders left to discover due to the large gap between these discoveries, and so they weren't looking. The last piece is that this order is indeed the smallest, containing only about 20 known species. In addition, the range of these insects is extremely limited. They are the only insect order restricted to one continent, Africa, and of that continent they are restricted to only about 2 or 3 countries, being South Africa, Namibia, and Tanzania. And in those countries, they aren't very common, restricted to a very small habitat, such as rocky savannas or shrublands. Obviously, of the 30 insect orders, this is by far the most limited range of any major group. But before going forward, let's define the term order better. The term order is a taxonomic rank used to group species that share common characteristics and evolutionary traits. Order is one of the higher levels in the hierarchical system of biological classification, falling between the class and family levels. With regards to insects, there are usually a few key features that an insect order contains that no other insect group can make claim to. Yet, every individual in that order has those features in one form or another, like the elytra and hindwing combo found in beetles, or the 2 wings and 2 halteres found in flies. There are 30 insect orders, roughly. But what differentiates mantophasmids can be a bit trickier. Indeed, their name is literally a combination of the order names of Mantodea and Phasmatotea, which are mantises and stick insects, which they superficially resemble. What actually differentiates these insects is their behavior and simple but effective morphology, namely their complete lack of wings, which mantids and phasmids typically possess. Gladiator bugs are nocturnal ambush predators who walk on the heels of their legs to avoid making sounds before pouncing on their prey, like a tiger. It's not actually the foot, but rather an enlarged aeroleum, which comes right before the foot. They are more active than mantises, who employ a sit-and-wait strategy, and instead actively patrol the desert ecosystem, looking for fresh kills. They move slowly and precisely through their ecosystem to ensure they remain undetected so they can conserve energy. They're often well camouflaged for the terrain of their preference. In addition, they are sensitive to the vibrations in the earth, which they use to sense prey, better facilitate how quiet they are, and even to find mates. The males and females will drum the earth to find each other, and when the males find the females, they will often stay copulating on their backs for a lengthy period of time. They'll ride with them as the female continues to hunt, and the males can actually starve if they do this for too long. But the question remains, why are these guys still around if they are so limited in range, and mantises seem to do what they do, only better, and they do it everywhere? Well, what it comes down to is that mantophasmids actually do what mantises do in environments they can't do it in. That is, rocky, desert-type ecosystems. in these ecosystems, flight is actually more of a risk than a benefit. In addition, mantises aren't built to move around a lot like mantophasmids because of their massive raptorial legs, so the niche becomes differentiated. But then, why is their range so limited? Indeed, they only live in the deserty type portions of South Africa and Namibia, and one species in Tanzania. Well, the reason is likely twofold. The first is that these guys have been outcompeted by other flying insects in desert environments worldwide. They used to be far more common, which is why they're called a relict group. But now, many other apex insect predators have stolen their niche and ran with it. A big reason for this is that mantophasmids are among the few insect orders which cannot fly, and so not only are they more likely to be outcompeted by insects that can, they can't disperse to new areas as easily. The second reason is that mantophasmids prefer cooler, rocky desert ecosystems. Deserts that are colder, and the way the Namib is cooler at night, are very rare, making up less than about 10% of all desert ecosystems. On top of this, the Namib is the oldest desert on Earth, and thus one of the oldest ecosystems, meaning the gladiator bug is not only ancient in its design, it's ancient in its behavior, as it's been doing what it's been doing in the same place since dinosaur times. Deserts actually change quite frequently in geological history, and so the fact that gladiator bugs are still holding on to this last piece of desert simply because it's the oldest and the only one left able to support them speaks to the specificity and importance of getting in early in evolution. Natural selection has to work with what it already has, which is why no birds have evolved back into dinosaurs, and why dinosaurs basically gatekept the megafauna niches from mammals. That is, before they were killed by a meteorite. The same principle is at work with gladiator bugs, as their lack of wings and the redundancy of their predator niche only works in the one habitat they still live in. And if it actually works in more than one habitat, they have no way of getting there because they are wingless. This has meant that they've only been able to survive so long because they've been around so long, that there is still one tiny niche for them in a world teeming with millions of competing strategies. Thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is the 15th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will concern the web spinners, a hidden and unique order which combines social living with curated and manufactured silk gallery nests. This is a relatively small or restricted group that only lives in certain tropical and subtropical habitats. Only the males in this order have wings, and their bodies are characterized by having short limbs and specifically thick forelimbs which produce their silk. Their order name is Embioptera, and it was originally Embidina, but Embioptera comes from the Greek embios, meaning lively, and pteron, meaning wing. However, the original meaning, based on the root of the word, means stepping wings, or those with wings that go in. The original name Embidina is more Greek for the bugs that step into, embios meaning to step in, referring to their silk tunnel behavior and how they dart back and forth in the complex mazes of their own design. The Embioptera have about 400 known species. However, due to their hidden and limited range, as well as a lack of study, and general morphological simplicity and similarity across species, it's estimated that they may have upwards of 2,000 species. In terms of evolutionary history, there hasn't been much study yet, but they are considered likely most related to perhaps stick insects or perhaps zoopterans, which makes sense for their range, behavior, and morphology. Most are generalist detritivores or microherbivores, nibbling on dead plant matter, lichens, mosses, and even mold. These insects were originally mistaken for termites because of their social lifestyle. In terms of morphology, only the males possess wings, and they can fold them not just over their backs, but in half to better facilitate passage through their galleries. They can actually inflate and deflate their wings, depending on how they're used at any given moment. An interesting adaptation, because they don't use their wings very long, and in fact the males don't even eat. Neither males or females possess ocelli, or light-sensing eyes, because they rarely, if ever, leave the nest. These insects are unique, not in their ability to produce silk, as most insect groups have representatives that can produce silk. These guys are unique in where their silk comes from, and how they use it. It comes from their forelegs, and they are the only insects able to produce silk from limbs. This method of silk production helps them greatly because of how they use it. When they create their complex and narrow silk tunnel systems, the silk wouldn't work as well if it came from their mouth or the tip of their abdomen. It would be much more difficult for them to manipulate the silk for the construction of their small, narrow tunnels that they live within. They rely on their tunnels to be narrow because narrower tunnels are easier to maintain with regard to humidity and heat, not to mention the more difficult to enter and easier to camouflage and keep hidden. These silk galleries aren't just for protection. They help regulate the microclimate, ward off desiccation, and provide physical defense against small predators and parasitoids. Now, these insects are similar to termites in many social ways, but they are considered subsocial and not eusocial. That is, they are social with one another. They'll help each other out with regards to maintenance of the silk and sometimes even live communally, but they are not truly eusocial and don't follow the three main criteria necessary. Here are the three main criteria and how termites follow them and how web spinners do not. The first is the reproductive division of labor. There is no true caste system in web spinners, whereas in termites there are multiple castes. With web spinners, all females are potentially reproductive, and there's no sterile working class. Therefore, no workers help to take care of young, as all the workers are also mothers, which is not so true of eusocial animals. Number 2, overlapping generations. This criteria actually does apply to some species of web spinners. In many species, a mother and her offspring cohabit temporarily, so there is some overlap, but not so much across multiple generations in a long-term sense, like in ants or termites. The third is the cooperative care of young. Maternal care is observed in web spinners in that females guard and groom their young, and they may expand the silk gallery for them. However, this care is not cooperative among non-reproductive siblings or strangers. It's strictly maternal and strictly individual. Mothers will actually become somewhat aggressive to one another after having children. The silk of Ambiopterans is the finest among insects, meaning thinnest. While most web spinner species reproduce sexually, some exhibit parthenogenesis, a form of asexual clonal reproduction, where offspring develop from unfertilized eggs, which is a strategy only typically reliable in very stable environmental circumstances. Web spinners are quite sneaky. They exist worldwide, and in warmer places, they can be found as far north as Virginia. Some species have been accidentally introduced around the world because of their tendency to inhabit plants and bark, which has caused them to be transported to many greenhouses worldwide. Despite this, invasive species are unobtrusive and not very damaging, so they're not a very big economic concern. Overall, web spinners are quite understudied due to their aforementioned hidden and restricted range, along with their minimal economic impact. Indeed, these insects are among the least studied of all the orders. This is a shame because they have quite a few unique traits. They are the only insects, and likely the only terrestrial arthropods, that spend close to their entire lives within self-made infrastructure. Although some will leave for mating purposes, the strategy of these guys is similar to zoopterans, fig wasps, among other insects that rely on structural microhabitat defense, that is, taking up residence somewhere. Web spinners are unique in not only the fact that the majority of their life is spent in the microhabitat, but it's also constructed by them. These insects quite literally create their own microhabitat entirely from material that they produce, that is, silk. Truly a fascinating and bizarre group of generalist herbivore insects. This is the 16th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Phasmatodea, or stick insects, a well-known but actually fairly restricted and somewhat extremophile group that has far more complicated survival strategies than one might initially assume. The name Phasmatodea comes from the Greek roots phasma, meaning apparition, phantom, or ghost, and odea, meaning form or resembling. Therefore, Phasmatodea roughly translates to ghost-like or phantom-shaped, referring to how their camouflage abilities can keep them very well hidden. Indeed, the study of these insects is often hampered by our inability to spot them. Stick insects are quite specialized to their high in the canopy niche and have a whole bag of tricks to survive up there. Phasmids are quite restricted in their habitats, but they are found mostly worldwide, and in their ranges they typically only live in areas of dense vegetation, which they almost never want to leave. They love tropical rainforests and most other types of forests, especially those in Southeast Asia, Australia, and parts of South America, but will avoid open plains as well as wetlands and tundra. They don't live in tundras because they don't typically do that well with the cold, and swamps are not so conducive because the exoskeleton of phasmids is relatively thin to support their awkward shapes. They also don't do very well in fungal-ridden environments for the same reason. Another reason they don't live above water, such as you'd find in swamps, is that they lay their eggs straight onto the forest floor. They do this because, like the adults, resemble the flora of the ecosystem, specifically seeds. Many actually enlist ants to forage the seeds so that phasmids will have a safe underground anthill to gestate within. But both the awkward stick shape and the eggs of the phasmid speak to their major general life strategy: camouflage. The stick insect wants you to think that it's not a convenient snack. In fact, it would prefer if you have no idea what it is at all. Many other insects exhibit camouflage, but the stick insect is unique in that it has gone all in and has an enormous myriad of strategies towards this effort. Here are all the standout survival strategies I could discover about the stick insect, although I'm sure there are more. Number 1. Mimicry. Stick insects don't just mimic sticks perfectly, but also leaves, moss, lichen, among other flora types. And they can even mimic damaged leaves with bite marks or fungal infestations. Also, if caught, some will exhibit thanatosis or playing dead. Number 2. They don't just look like what they mimic, they act like it. Everyone has seen this meme of the stick insect trying to look like it's swaying in the wind, showing that the behavior is more instinctual than contextual. In addition, certain stick insects can do an intimidation display, similarly to mantids, but often with a few more steps. Some, but not all stick insects, have wings to help them disperse and escape, and they will even flare these colorful wings when they're intimidating predators. In a pinch, they will even try to kick their predators with their long gangly legs, and if a predator grabs that leg, the stick insect can often shed it, like a lizard's tail, especially if it's not yet an adult, as it can regrow it through metamorphosis. The legs themselves are often prehensile and are perfectly tailored to gripping the branches in the canopy. Number 3. Because these insects go through multiple molts, their young, although typically mimicking from birth, can mimic different plants in different stages, and often in totally different ways. That is, when they go through metamorphosis, stick insects have a set number of instars, and the first instar could be mimicking a totally different thing than the final stage or adult. Sometimes they even mimic other insects in their first instars and then mimic plants in their adult stage. Number 4. The stick insect can change color across its metamorphosis, but this is not like a chameleon. The color change is permanent and adapted to their environment. What this means is that the stick insect, as it molts time and time again, it can literally see the light in its environment, receive that as input, and then change its color to a darker or lighter shade to match its environment. Therefore, their camouflage is variable not just at the species level, but at the individual level, depending on the feedback of their environment. Number 5. Some stick insects have toxins, so that if you eat them, you're less likely to eat another, either because they actually are toxic, or they just taste terrible, or both. Number 6. Some can eject foul-smelling chemicals to dissuade predators. Number 7. These insects mate longer than almost any others, sometimes for up to 79 days at a time. This is not just for romance. This actually helps increase the survival of both, as it increases their toxic capabilities and also makes them less easy to grasp by predators, effectively doubling most, but not all, of their survival strategies. Number 8. Stick insects are usually nocturnal,
and they're almost always slow moving. This synergizes very effectively with their deception strategy. Now, these strategies are not all shared by every member, and there's much variation across species. And although many are very specialized to exactly what they are mimicking, they often just mimic one type of leaf, stick, or other plant. The stick insect's diet is usually specialized to match this, in that they only eat the plant that they mimic, and they only mimic the plant that they eat. Although some, especially invasive species, are generalist feeders, the majority of these insects are specialists on just one or a few more plant species, which is rare among the Polyneoptera, and should speak to the extreme level of adaptation these insects exhibit. Something interesting about these insects is that many of them have just as much specialization in their reproduction. Although there isn't too much study in this area, it's right now estimated that about 10 to 25% of the 3,000 known species of phasmid exhibit parthenogenesis. That is, they only reproduce using clonal females. No males at all. Some can only do this, or what's called are obligate to this, and others will only produce males some of the time, or what's called facultative, not needing fertilization of the two sexes, although there is variability. Parthenogenesis is not alien to most insects, but it is very rarely this common among all the species in an order. This speaks to how the phasmid's life strategy is both stable and efficient, because the pros of this reproductive style is that reproduction is expedited and often less resource intensive. But the cons are susceptibility to highly variable pests and disease within the environment. Since the phasmid strategy so effectively mitigates predators, and it's obligate to a very stable forest ecosystem, that only leaves really diseases as a selective pressure. Phasmids are often so specifically adapted, they appear almost comical, and indeed superficial. But, in the insect kingdom, sometimes there's no better ticket to survival than superficiality, provided you can make the investment. Thanks for watching this cryptic episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is the 18th part in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This video will be looking at bark and book lice within the order Socoptera, which today are considered part of the larger order Socodea with the sucking and chewing lice. But for the purposes of this order list, I've decided to separate the two, simply because they're separated by over 100 million years of evolution, not because they're actually within distinct orders. The order name Socodea derives its name from the Greek word sokos, which means rubbed or gnawed, referring to their distinct feeding method of scraping and siphoning. The Socodea are all very passive insects that don't do anything in the way of hunting. They are detritivores that show up often in loose subsocial congregations on their food items of choice, namely bark or books. These are grazing animals. Book lice feed on molds and fungi found in homes, and in the wild it's usually in caves. Book lice and bark lice possess specialized scraping mouthparts to effectively collect foodstuffs, but different groups are adapted to eating different things. Book lice feed on molds and fungi found in homes, whereas bark lice typically feed on algae, lichen, fungus, and detritus, but they typically are only feeding on surface-level biofilms. Unlike the parasitic lice,
book and bark lice possess flight depending on their species. And even more interestingly, and somewhat uniquely, these guys can have different morphs with different sized wings depending on how they need to fly from area to area. That is, long distance or short distance, with long and short wings accordingly. Let's look at the book lice. Book lice are common in some homes, and they eat microscopic fungi and molds that grow on plant and animal-based materials. They also feed on starches, yeasts, whole grains, pollen, algae, lichen, and occasionally dead insects, feathers, or hair. They won't actually eat the objects themselves, but the living biofilm on top of the objects. Some species exhibit parthenogenesis, meaning females can reproduce without mating, which I discussed in my previous episodes on stick insects and aphids. Book lice are primarily found indoors in warm, damp, and undisturbed areas. Some common habitats include old books and papers, damp basements, crawl spaces in bathrooms, leaky plumbing, overwatered houseplants, in stored food products, and plaster and drywall. Outdoors, they are found in similar dark, damp niches, such as caves, forest crevices, and similar environments. These insects are small, often colorless, and difficult to tell apart across species. They can complete their life cycle in under 30 days and lay their eggs in small clusters. Dry environments kill them quickly, and their presence can actually indicate moisture problems in buildings. Of all the lice, even the sucking lice, they are very temporally and food-specific grazers. Now let's look at the bark lice. The bark lice are found outdoors and do much the same thing as book lice, only they do it on trees and plants, usually out on the open. These guys often form massive grazing colonies where they move about trees somewhat like sheep across a field. I say massive, but these guys are quite small and are considered micrograzers that capitalize on biofilms, performing essential cleanup in a narrow niche. When they're found on plants, they're actually not dangerous to them, and potentially beneficial as they consume the biofilm and not the plant tissue itself, thus being in a very differentiated niche. They feed on algae, lichens, fungi and molds, pollen, decaying plant material, and sometimes fragments of dead insects, or rather the biofilm on top. They're commonly found outdoors on tree bark, leaves of trees and shrubs, under loose tree bark or stones, and in leaf litter. Some species produce extensive silken webs that cover sections of tree trunks or branches, creating a silken sheath, which they work together to produce. They produce this from their labial glands and not spinnerets, meaning the way they produce silk evolved in an independent way from Lepidoptera, among other insects. Unlike the other forms of lice, bark lice will often use these silk shields either individually to protect their young or communally to protect themselves. They're not social creatures so much, and they only congregate for the same reason sheep do, safety in numbers. That being said, the bark lice and the book lice are underrated and deceptively interesting animals. They aren't particularly well studied, but there is a decent amount to know about them, and I implore you to do your own research and give these guys the love they deserve. That being said, thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is the 17th part in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the parasitic lice, or the Phythraptera. These were originally in their own distinct order, but now they actually fall under the order name Socodea and share it with the book and bark lice. But for this series I will be separating the two, but understand they are in the same order. Historically, these groups were grouped together because of their similar feeding structure and evolutionary origins. But the truth is, the parasitic lice evolved from book and bark lice some 100 million years ago, which is why, even though they are technically found in the same order, I wanted to make these two distinct videos. The order Socodia derives its name from the Greek word sokos, meaning rubbed or gnawed, and the order name Phythraptera literally means wingless lice. The sucking lice are all very passive insects that don't do anything in the way of hunting. These are parasites that show up often in loose congregations on their hosts. Although parasitic lice do not scrape surfaces in the same way bark and book lice do while feeding, they evolved from ancestors that possessed those same feeding mechanisms. Interestingly, most lice are parasites on birds, and there is a big difference between what are called chewing and sucking lice. Chewing lice infest both mammals and birds, and they actually feed on excess skin waste, such as skin flakes, hair, and the like. They don't typically spread disease to the animals they're living on, and are an annoyance, but not altogether dangerous. There are no chewing lice that infest humans, however, but the same cannot be said of the sucking lice. The sucking lice are different in that they typically only infest mammals, and they can exist by siphoning blood straight from their host. From this group, there are only 3 species of louse that infest humans. They are the head lice, the body lice, and crabs. Each targets different overall parts of the body, and all 3 can cause itching and slight blood loss, but only body lice are disease vectors. Although modern medicine has made all the diseases spread by lice treatable, historically they've been very deadly creatures because they spread typhus, trench fever, and relapsing fever. Typhus especially has killed hundreds of thousands of people, especially in times of war or enforced unsanitary periods where people were living in close quarters. Interestingly, lice diseases typically are not spread through bites. They are spread through the feces in conjunction with overall irritation of the infested area. Scratching can cause organisms to dig harmful pathogens into the skin. So it's actually more about the lice's large population size which spreads disease, and not specifically the way they feed. Lice are not attracted to unhygienic hair as compared to hygienic hair. They will target whomever, but regular showers and other hygienic practices are a good active deterrent of lice. Now, many lice only survive on just one species of host. They adapt their claw shape, size, and flatness depending on their host's hair and skin, and even adapt differently depending on what part of the body they infest. These insects are obligate to their hosts, meaning they cannot survive without them for more than a few days, being true parasites. Many species have evolved to be host-specific because of this, and lay their eggs or nits directly onto their host, some never switching and growing up and then dying on the animal they were born on. Another fascinating anecdote is that body lice are thought to be evolved from head lice after the advent of wearing clothes. It's thought that humans, by wearing clothes, were able to create a new niche because suddenly the body was warm enough for lice to persist, thus creating a new species in body lice. It's thought that this was able to occur because the advent of human clothing is some 70,000 years old. I've linked an article talking about this in the description below. Another key factor to lice success is their extremely quick reproduction time. Lice can go through their entire life cycle in just a month, and they only take about 6 to 10 days to hatch from their eggs. This R-selected strategy helps them colonize new hosts rapidly, which is very important for how they spread from host to host. Lice don't spread by jumping or flying. They do it by literally switching that is walking from host to host when they rub up against each other. This is another reason why lice have such large population sizes that reproduce so quickly. They're dependent on the fact that animals will rub up against one another, which comes down to random chance. So their bodies and life cycles are tied to maximizing the probability of success in this context. It might seem like it's kind of a risky strategy, but lice are extremely common even today, and their prevalence is enhanced by unsanitary and impoverished conditions where modern medical practices are scarce. The lice are an interesting and surprisingly colorful order of simple grazing insects, whether that be on bark or books or bodies. They are perfectly adapted for surface level feeding, and honestly the biggest moments of their lives usually comes down to just the moment they switch hosts. Another interesting fact is that sometimes they'll use a proxy host. That is, they'll go onto a fly or a mosquito and then use that as transportation to get to their next host. This is something commonly found in parasitic flies, but it also rarely happens in lice. Oftentimes, lice adapt depending on the fur or feather situation of their host and what they feed on. As mentioned before, some lice only feed on blood, and others feed on all the kind of extra material found on the surface of their hosts, such as skin cells or keratin, parts of hairs and feathers, and their mouth parts are adapted for this. But an interesting fact you might not know is that some birds and mammals have evolved in ways that prevent lice from actually existing on their bodies. This can be something like having a waxy coating or oily coating of the skin, but a very interesting one is that chinchillas actually manage it by having fur that's so dense that the lice cannot traverse their bodies. This adaptation to prevent parasites is actually why the chinchilla's fur is so soft, and why, regrettably, they were hunted to near extinction for their soft, luxurious pelts. An interesting chain of events that you wouldn't expect from such a small insect. That being said, thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is the 19th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview to the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the very large and diverse order Hemiptera. Indeed, this is the most diverse order so far in this list, and the most diverse order that does not have complete metamorphosis, meaning no larval or pupal stage. The name Hemiptera comes from the Greek hemi, meaning half, and ptera, meaning wing. So, Hemiptera literally means half wing, in reference to how many of the representatives of this order have forewings that are half leathery and then half translucent in a structure called a hemielytra. That being said, likely only about half of hemipterans have these structures, with the rest having more typical transparent wings. The common name for these insects is simply bug, which is why they are often called true bugs. But they are so morphologically varied that the best way to identify them is by their long proboscis or rostrum, that is, the needle-like mouthpart they use to suck up liquids. All true bugs have this, from water striders to cicadas to stink bugs to aphids. These insects are found worldwide and have a quiet but substantial impact on the environment, and sometimes catastrophic effects on agriculture. Listed here are the top 5 most damaging hemipterans to crops, who have collectively caused billions of dollars of damage in crop losses every year. They are basically the mosquitoes of plants, as they spread viruses and cause systemic crop health issues.
they are arguably the most damaging group to fruits and vegetables worldwide. The Hemiptera are divided into 4 distinct suborders, and I will sequentially go over each of them, their key representatives, and how they differ. But first, let's go over what all 4 suborders have in common. That is, what truly distinguishes the order Hemiptera from other insect groups. The first is a piercing, sucking, straw-like mouthpart that can be sheathed when not in use. This mouthpart, or rostrum, is fairly sophisticated. It can simultaneously suck up fluids whilst expelling saliva, which it typically does in order to excrete digestive enzymes to better facilitate digestion, similarly to spiders. The second is that all these insects have incomplete metamorphosis, that is, no larval or pupal stage, only a nymph stage. The third is that they feed on liquids rather than solids, and typically have a specialized diet to match. And lastly, not all have it, but they are the only order where some representatives have a hemielytra, and these help to protect them. Now let's get straight into the suborders. Number 1, the Heteroptera. These are the most diverse of the 4 Hemiptera suborders, making up around 40,000 of the 60 to 80,000 species of Hemiptera estimated to exist. They exhibit a wide range of feeding habits and lifestyles, from plant feeding to being large aquatic predators. They usually have a pretty distinct shield morphological shape to them, and the characteristic half wing on their forewing, which the other suborders typically don't possess. These guys are the best defended of the suborders in terms of physical strength and defense. They have to use this to capitalize on their more generalist diet within their specialized feeding style. That is, they still only consume the liquids of plants and animals, but many eat from a wide range of different plants and animals, as opposed to specializing on just one. This goes for all their feeding strategies, be it herbivory, carnivory, omnivory, or even aquatic lifestyles. The majority of Heteroptera will feed on more than just one species, with the exception of the parasitic variety, who will usually feed on just one type of mammal's blood. But again, there is variation. For example, the bedbug prefers humans, but will target other mammals as well. A number of species within this suborder can spread deadly pests and disease, such as certain species of kissing bugs or assassin bugs, which can spread Chagas disease, which kills about 12,000 people every year. Because these guys have invested into the strength and strategies to take over the generalist niches, the other suborders have subsequently specialized, and all 3 are herbivores. Number 2, the Aconorhyncha, or Homoptera, are the cicadas, leafhoppers, plant hoppers, spittlebugs, and tree hoppers. These guys are all sort of short and squat, with fat faces, and are less shield-shaped and more tubular in design. You can recognize them pretty easily, as they nearly all look like smaller versions of cicadas, although plant hoppers and leaf hoppers are distantly related to cicadas. These guys actually have a fascinatingly wide array of morphs and colors and patterns. These guys usually only consume one type of plant, but they don't do it socially, and they will move around a decent amount throughout their lives. And so most you'll find with the ability to fly and or jump. And because they can get around a lot, they need sound sometimes to communicate their location to one another, as is made evident by cicadas every year in many parts of the world, who produce sound with their abdomen through an organ called a timbal. Number 3 is the Sternorhyncha, which contains the aphids, whiteflies, scale insects, and other psyllids. Now, like the last group, these guys only consume plants, specifically the phlegm
found inside the soft tissue of plants, but they are not designed to get around much, which is why you'll often find them in large conspicuous congregations, and often only until the food has run out. But by then, they've potentially repeated their life cycle several times. Indeed, some species can give birth to their first offspring a week after being born, and the vast majority of specifically aphid species can even reproduce asexually to further expedite reproduction. Not every species in this suborder are in such a big hurry, but nearly all set up camp on just one plant in large congregations, with potentially dozens of generations being reproduced on the same plant. And in terms of plants they specialize to, it's nearly every single kind. Some trees can host even 100,000 of these guys at one time. And they get away with it all because they rarely actually kill the plants that they're feeding on, actually being far more likely to kill the plant through diseases they spread rather than sheer numbers of individuals that are feeding. Being out on the open does carry its risks, and ladybugs are a prime example. But did you know that in order to protect themselves from predators, that some aphids partner up with ants? And indeed, some are even obligate to being livestock for ants. Aphids produce a substance called honeydew, which they feed to the ants through the sugary leftovers of the sap they consume. And in return, the ants will protect them from ladybugs and other predators. But some aphids actually live inside ant colonies exclusively, reproducing and repopulating alongside the ants in a mutualistic, obligate relationship, as these aphids could no longer survive on their own out in the wild. Many of the insects in this suborder have winged adults, or only winged females or males, really depending on how they've evolved to disperse. These insects often time their reproduction and their wing growth based on environmental cues, which means their life cycle basically corresponds to the plant they've specialized to. Some of these insects have taken this a step further and are actually stationary in their adult stage, like barnacles. This is actually relatively unique in the insect world. These are the scale insects, and after hatching from their mother's scale, they will crawl around seeking a home, where they will then lock themselves into place and develop their own scale, becoming fully stationary and protected for the remainder of their adult life. The fourth is Coleorhyncha, or the moss bugs. These are the final and most primitive of the suborders of Hemiptera, and they don't stand out a whole lot, feeding in a similarly vegetarian manner to the other two previously mentioned suborders, the biggest difference being that they feed exclusively on moss and liverwort. That and their exceptional camouflage are all that really stands out about these guys. They are not particularly well studied, and they are primitive and feed on moss, and other than that, they're pretty similar to the rest of the hemipteran suborders, proving the strategy tried, true, and simple. Now, this all begs the question, how are the Hemiptera so diverse and successful when all they seem to do differently is eat differently from the other insects? Well, let's go over why Hemiptera is the outlier of the top 5 most diverse insect orders, listed here. Now, of these 5, Hemiptera is the only one that has incomplete metamorphosis, meaning that when they hatch from their eggs, they look like little versions of themselves, rather than a grub, maggot, or caterpillar. This is the key difference between complete and incomplete metamorphosis. But what does this have to do with Hemiptera's success? Complete metamorphosis typically exists to help with specialization, giving the larval and adult stages vastly different burdens to help the overall lifespan of the insect. How can an order as specialized as Hemiptera not benefit from complete metamorphosis? Well, here's the answer. The Hemipterans eat in an extremely precise and reliable way. The blood or internal juices of a plant and animal are often the most nutrient-dense part of the life form. It's the perfect meal if you can capitalize on it. But in order to do so, you have to have the right adaptations. Both the nymphs and adults of hemipterans feed the same way on the same hosts, which means hemipterans don't need a radical habitat or diet shift during development, as many insects with complete metamorphosis do have, because they're designed to have this. This stable and abundant food niche allows for strong host fidelity and coevolution with food sources, which, depending on the food source and environment, is preferential to the radical departure that is complete metamorphosis. They are basically designed to be the specialists of the insect world that complete metamorphosis doesn't really help, which puts them in an awkward but stable spot in the insect kingdom. From cicadas to water striders to aphids to assassin bugs, hemiptera are one of the most difficult insects to get specific with in identification. And it's not just because their common name is bug, it's because so many common hemipterans look so different. Nature is balanced, but often in very broad ways, and the true bugs are true examples of it. Let's take a moment to appreciate the vast diversity of this order. This is the 20th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This video will be looking at Thysanoptera, or the thrips, a peculiar and offbeat insect order that borders between the holometabolic and hemimetabolic orders, that is, insects with incomplete and complete metamorphosis. They exist somewhere in between. The name Thysanoptera is thysanos, which is Greek for fringe or tassel, and ptera, which is Greek for wing. Therefore, the name Thysanoptera literally means fringed wings, referring to the unique structure of their wings, which are narrow and fringed with long hairs. These wings should highlight the average size of thrips, because it's very small, often only about 1 millimeter long, which is about the size of a grain of sand. Despite their size, however, these are complicated and fascinating insects that live complex lives. The distinctive feathery wings of the thrip are actually wings possessed by many other minuscule insects. Economically, at that size, wings don't function quite the same. In fact, much less effort is required on the insect to achieve lift. So these guys possess what's called a clap and fling mechanism, which allows them to fly at such a small size. At that scale, the aerodynamics function much differently, and it's actually harder to get off the ground than it is to sustain flight, due to the dynamics of momentum and drag at that scale. To work against this, thrips have large fringed wings that snap downwards, because at this scale, lift is much more important than thrust. At this scale, air works somewhat like a sticky fluid, and they are fighting to stay aloft, not to move quickly through the air. These insects are noticeably elongate for 3 reasons. The first is that their slim bodies help them to navigate effectively in their microhabitats. The second is that it complements the aerodynamics of their wings. And the third is that it helps to stabilize their bizarre, asymmetrical mouthparts. These mouthparts perform 2 functions. The first is that they lacerate or liquefy the plant cells on nearly all parts of the plant they're consuming. After the plant cells are sufficiently ruptured and sliced open, they will slurp up the content with their other mouthparts. This is opposed to aphids, who simply stick a needle-like mouthpart, called a rostrum,
into the plant to drink its internal fluids. Thrips instead turn the plant's outsides into something it can drink like its insides. Most other insects don't have the adaptations to eat plants in this way, and so the niche has become differentiated for thrips, with many of their unique strategies suited to this diet. Here's a list of some of them. Many thrips are gall-forming. That is, they manipulate the plant's tissues into growing abnormally. These often become structures which the thrips use for shelter and defense. Some thrips even utilize these galls to form colonies that are very close to being considered eusocial, similar to ants. These colonies follow all three eusocial criteria, except that their caste system is flexible, never fixed, and thus there is no reproductive monopoly and no true sterility among individuals, meaning it's not true eusociality, but very, very close. Of the 6,000 known species of thrips, only a few get this close to eusociality, with most species actually being solitary, and a few just forming loose congregations with parental care. In some more social groups, they actually have morphological plasticity depending on their group dynamics and the amount of resources. Specifically, some will develop wings and some won't. Some thrips can only reproduce through parthenogenesis, that is, clonally, only producing generations of females with no males. However, these insects are also one of two major insect groups that possess haplodiploidy, at least the majority of them do. What this means is that the mothers can decide what sex her offspring will become, and if the offspring becomes a male, that male will be reproduced clonally, that is, not with a father. In contrast, the daughters will be reproduced with both a mother and a father. The other major group with this feature is the Hymenoptera, or ants, bees, and wasps, and I go deeper into this topic in this video. But why is this relevant? Well, thrips benefit from haplodiploidy because their lives are very host and microhabitat specific. Having greater control over your reproductive output and sex ratios will change the reproductive incentives of your offspring, and it has both social and resource-saving benefits within certain contexts. Particularly, the Hymenoptera and the Thysanoptera find themselves in microhabitats very often. And in that context, haplodiploidy lets a single mother fine-tune the sex ratio of her offspring to maximize reproductive success in a tiny, isolated, or temporary habitat, even to the point of producing a mini colony with guards, breeders, and no need for external mates. Basically, a lot of insects set up camp or home in a very small space, and haplodiploidy basically allows a lack of familial tension within that context. Because of the thrips' expedited reproductive efficiencies, they adapt to pesticides very easily, as it mimics the specific and rapid adaptation they need to maintain and continue their way of life as external plant parasites. And despite their primarily herbivorous nature and their terrorization of agricultural industries, some thrips are actually predatory and parasitic of other insects, indicating that their unique set of traits is more adaptable than initially thought. In addition, many thrips pollinate, and are also thought to be among the first pollinators in evolutionary history, being uniquely adapted to the task due to their intimate but rarely deadly relationship with their host plants. Thrips are one of the very few insects that possess an intermediate form of metamorphosis. Despite technically falling under the umbrella of incomplete metamorphosis, in fact, in this list of orders, these are the final insects considered to have incomplete metamorphosis. They are at something of an evolutionary crossroads, possessing sort of a pupal stage, but not quite. Two of their instars of this insect order are nearly immobile, but not quite. They don't feed, but they can move around a little bit. Their pupal stage is immobile and non-feeding, which resembles the pupa of complete metamorphosis. But internally and externally, their biology is far more similar to incomplete metamorphosis. And so this is why we consider them to have intermediate metamorphosis, basically a stepping stone in the evolutionary pathway towards complete metamorphosis. Because of the thrip's intimate relationship with plants and their secretive and hardy nature, these guys are considered the worst invasive species for plant diseases in the world. Despite being few in number with the species that actually spread disease, they transmit over 20 of some of the worst ones and have caused millions of dollars in both agricultural damages and allocation of resources towards study. Not to mention, they are small, difficult to eradicate, and still spreading rapidly and in novel ways. They have high reproductive rates and are so adaptable that they have to be constantly studied for pest control methods to keep up. They are often used as model organisms to test the effectiveness of pesticides, due to their unique ability to adapt against them quicker than most insects. Thrips are an odd but fascinatingly unique insect. They seem to be at the crossroads of many of the major life strategies which dominate the insect world today. They are fascinating and unpredictable creatures, and despite their small size, have made quite an impact on the world at large. Thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks.
This is the 21st episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Hymenoptera, which includes the ants, bees, wasps, and sawflies. This will also be the first episode looking at an insect order that has complete metamorphosis. The name Hymenoptera translates to membranous wing, or perhaps married wing, in reference to their membranous wings with little venation and little hooks that connect the forewing and the hindwing, called hamuli. They do this during flight, as it allows for greater surface area and control. But it also allows the wings to decouple so that they fold easier when at rest. The Hymenoptera can be divided into two main groups: the Symphata, which contains the sawflies, and the Apocrita, which contains the ants, bees, and wasps, and just the majority of the order. These two can be easily identified in that the Symphata does not possess a distinct wasp waist. However, the Apocrita does across all its individuals. The sawflies are the most primitive group within the order, and their lifestyle more resembles that of moths. However, after the adaptation of the wasp waist, the Apocrita exploded in diversity because of how the articulated wasp waist allows for far more behavioral plasticity, that is, being able to aim the abdomen, which can help aim the ovipositor or egg-laying device, and or the stinger. Interestingly, the Symphata without the wasp waist still have an ovipositor, but it's more saw-like and used for carving into plant tissue. Because the Hymenoptera have complete metamorphosis, this means they also have the larval and pupal stage. The larvae of this insect are grub-like and typically don't possess legs. There are exceptions, however, particularly with the sawflies, who not only have legs, but also 6 to 8 abdominal prolegs, which is more reminiscent of the larvae of moths and butterflies, that is, caterpillars. This episode is special and will be extra long due to the fact that these are considered among the first insects to have evolved complete metamorphosis, as opposed to incomplete metamorphosis. That is, a larval, pupal, and then adult stage, rather than a series of nymphal stages, and no pupal stage. This is important to consider when the four most diverse orders of insects all possess complete metamorphosis. What this type of metamorphosis allows for is far more plasticity in terms of overall lifetime morphology and distribution of resources. That is, instead of an insect having to basically do the same thing in its entire life because its body is restricted to being the same, insects with complete metamorphosis were able to explode in diversity because their life cycle can get far more specific. For an example, a majority of moth species never eat in their adult stage. Indeed, many of them don't even have mouth parts. Instead, they will consume all the food they need to both mate and lay eggs in their larval caterpillar stage. This is one of the key reasons why complete metamorphosis has allowed for hyperspecialization and hyperdiversity among key insect groups. In the context of insect lifespans, it's easy to see how complete metamorphosis could be categorically more efficient a process in terms of behavioral and morphological adaptation. But to understand diversity within its blanket, it helps if we first look at its disadvantages, as it can help to elucidate how the Hymenoptera are different from other major complete metamorphosis groups. The first disadvantage to complete metamorphosis is that it's costly to transition from larva to adult. The second is that the larvae often are morphologically vulnerable, that is, soft body, although this isn't always the case, and there's some overlap with incomplete metamorphosis. The third is that the insect is reliant on two specific niches as opposed to just one. That is, the adult niche has needs and the larval niche has needs, and sometimes even the pupal niche. So, they need to find a way to, 1, reliably pupate, 2, minimize risk towards or defend the vulnerable larva in some way, and 3, synergize the adult niche with the larval niche, with their environment. Let's broadly look at the four most species-rich groups of holometabolic insects and how they satisfy this criteria. Number 1, beetles satisfy these criteria because most beetle larvae are concealed in the food where they can survive for a while, like rotting wood, carcasses, inside plants, fruit, garbage, and the like. And the adults have a monopoly on this because they are the best defended holometabolic insects due to their tough exoskeleton and their tough elytra keeping their wings protected. Second are flies or diptera, and they satisfy these criteria as well, but in a more ephemeral and often in more nutrient-dense food, that is dung, rotting animals, and fruit. Although there is obvious overlap between these two groups, beetles typically survive by being well defended and playing the long game, both as larvae and adults, whereas flies live very fast and die very young, seeking out quickly vanishing but highly rewarding food sources. Some flies even infest still living hosts, and beetles often overlap to all other strategies due to their defensive monopoly in the adult stage. The third group is the Lepidoptera, and these guys are different in that the majority of their larvae feed externally. That is, they don't hide away inside food sources, instead opting to remain out on the open and aggressively, rapidly feeding as larvae. They survive by camouflage, thorns, poison, congregating in large numbers, rapid growth, and basically anything that can help them quickly to pupate They can manage this extra vulnerability and even capitalize on it because of the inherent reliability of their food sources. They typically only feed on one to a few plant species, depending on the caterpillar species. And this is the secret to their success, because their specialization is locked up in something stable, as opposed to flies or beetles. So the niche has become differentiated. In other words, lepidopterans are able to survive out on the open as larvae because they're basically co-evolution with plant specialists, and they evolve for very specific food sources, shaping the destiny of the plants they evolve alongside. Now, why did I tell you all this? Well, it was so you could get a good idea of prerequisites and benefits of complete metamorphosis, and how it's sort of distributed and balanced itself over time across different groups. Now, understanding all of that, understand one more thing. The Hymenoptera are the oldest extant group with the complete metamorphosis strategy, and are indeed just as species heavy as the other three groups just mentioned. What that means is that they've had time to adapt and respond to the three other types that came after them, which likely has locked them into what they are today. The Hymenoptera typically assume the role of utilizing complete metamorphosis to elaborate upon behavior. That is, they have adapted the complete metamorphosis strategy to acquire resources not through greater defense, speed, or coevolution with plants, but rather through gamification of their internal biology and behavioral sophistication. Indeed, in terms of behavior, not necessarily morphology, they exhibit some of the most complicated survival strategies of all the insects, be it through eusociality, parasitoidism, or sophisticated parental care. These insects are fascinating in their design. Basically, ants, bees, wasps, and sawflies can be grouped into 5 major life strategies. I'll describe them now and then explain how the Hymenoptera evolved their more adaptively reactionary evolutionary framework. Number 1. Solitary or nest building parental care, in bees and wasps specifically. Many bees and wasps make nests or dig nests all by themselves and survive through highly active and robust parental care. Some take back pollen, some hunt specific insects like cicadas or grasshoppers, some steal a whole collection of spiders right out of their webs by pretending to be caught so they can trigger the spider's instinct to crawl to whatever the source of the vibration is. Either way, these insects possess some of the most specific behavioral adaptations of all the Hymenoptera. Sometimes it's hard to discern the difference between intelligence and instinct in these contexts. For instance, the Sphex wasp drags a prey item to the entrance of its nest and then goes inside to inspect the nest. Before it comes back out, if the prey item is moved even slightly, the insect will drag it back and repeat the process. This activity can be done relatively indefinitely, and from it scientists coin the term sphexischness, meaning behavior that at first appears intelligent, but is revealed to be robotic in nature when viewed under scrutiny. This should speak to the behavioral adaptive plasticity of wasps, and how a lot of it is more instinct than we realize. Number 2. Solitary vegetarian, specifically sawflies. As stated, these are the most ancient of the Hymenoptera, and they survive by basically doing what caterpillars and moths do. In fact, they've been doing it for a bit longer. But they do it more on pines and fir trees, which don't produce flowers, and sawflies are particularly well adapted. whereas moths and butterflies are usually more well adapted for flowering plants. Number 3. Eusocial and exploitative eusocial insects. That is, ants, bees, and wasps, but not sawflies. Eusociality is when animals take social behavior to an extreme level, with a reproductive division of labor, cooperative brood care, and overlapping generations. It presents itself in ants, bees, and wasps, with ants being the only group that are obligate eusocial, meaning none of them exhibit anything but eusociality. These are the most complicated and ubiquitous insects on Earth, but they actually don't make up the majority of the Hymenoptera species. This is because higher order organization limits competition and diversity due to the reallocation of resources. Honestly, these guys deserve their own video, so I won't even begin to describe them here. But rest assured, eusocial Hymenoptera, especially ants, will get their own videos in the future. The fourth group are parasitoids and hyperparasitoids. Parasitoids are basically parasites that kill their hosts by laying eggs on or inside them. The majority of Hymenoptera species are parasitoids, meaning most of these insects have a conspicuous ovipositor, often mistaken for a stinger, when this is in fact an organ designed for laying eggs. Because their waist is articulate, these guys can get very specific with where they lay their eggs and in what species of insect or other animal. Many have very long ovipositors that they pierce deeply into wood to get at the grubs burrowing deep inside. Others are very small, laying their eggs inside other eggs. Some are even what's called hyperparasitoids, only laying their eggs inside other parasitoids. And you guessed it, some of these are even hyperparasitoids, although that might not be the official term. Although layers beyond this are unknown, the sheer complexity of these ecological relationships is proven to have profound depth, with many of these species able to not manipulate just the host's body, but also their behavior by reprogramming their brain so that, for example, certain species will make cockroaches unable to run away. Other South American species can reprogram a spider's brain to build a cocoon for the developing larvae. These guys have so much complexity, they also deserve their own video, because I can't do them justice here. Number 5 are the mutualistic or parasitic with plant Hymenoptera species. And of these, it's really just wasps. Fig wasps and gall-forming wasps form relationships with plants, sometimes mutual, sometimes obligate, sometimes one-sided. Gall-forming wasps live in fleshy cancerous growths they induce within the plant, and fig wasps are the exclusive pollinators of many fig tree species, living and reproducing inside the fig fruit, where the males are born wingless and never leave, and the winged females only leave to find a new fig fruit to pollinate and continue the process. Both wasp and fig tree have co-evolved so much that they depend on each other for both's continued survival. All 5 of these strategies rely on very specific adaptations that most other insects don't have, namely a continued stable environment and haplodiploidy. That is the reproductive system of most, if not all, of the Hymenoptera, or at least Aculeata. In a very shortened form, haplodiploidy in the context of Hymenoptera is a way for them to gamify their own reproduction so that they have more agency over certain reproductive criteria. Let's go over the major implications. Number 1 is the flexible control they have over offspring sex ratios. That is, they can choose when to lay their eggs and whether the eggs will be laid male or female, and how many, depending if they've mated or not. The second is that they have the ability to produce males without mating at all from unfertilized eggs, which in certain contexts is very helpful. The third is that because males and females have different reproductive incentives due to the inherent differences they have in their DNA, there is a faster purging of harmful mutations in haploid males. What I mean by this is that the sexual selection ability of the females is raised because of these differing incentives. The fourth is that there is an enhanced ability to colonize microhabitats because a single fertilized female can facilitate this far easier because she can produce males and females exactly how she wants to. The dynamics this creates means that for most ants, bees, and wasps, evolution has become more about filtering than being exploratory. With most insect species, sex means that individuals are thrown against the environment and only the strong survive to reproduce, thus favoring genetic ingenuity. But with haplodiploid species, evolution is more recursive and has less plasticity, changing the dynamics and the timeline of evolution. Now, there's obvious nuance because at the species level, this varies all over the place. But what it has led to is more evident. It's not that wasps, bees, and ants don't evolve or evolve more than other insects. It's rather the way they adapt is more like an evolutionary sandbox due to their stable microhabitat, rather than an outsourcing to the natural pressures imposed upon them by the environment, meaning they are designed to adapt specifically to their needs rather than adapt broadly to the environment all at the same time. The actual strategies wasps, bees, and ants exhibit align with this process. They are parasitoids, behaviorally specific hunters with parental care, highly specialized plant mutualists, and exhibit highly complicated cooperation and altruism. These are all traits that are correlated and directly benefit from the more inward and precise reproductive selection process, as opposed to the more outsourced and general reproductive process of other insects. In eusocial Hymenoptera colonies, kin selection is a very important emergent property of blodiploidy. Because females are more related to each other, and males are more related to each other, without very much overlap between, the workers are actually more related to each other than to their mother, the queen. This has very important implications for a eusocial colony, because it means that sisters are more incentivized to work together than even work with their mother, whereas the mother is more incentivized to work with her sons who she's more related to. It's a whole thing which I explained in this video, but it's an important thing to remember because kin selection is a good reason why eusociality has evolved multiple times within the Hymenoptera, as opposed to the termites who only evolved eusociality once, being derived from cockroaches. The Hymenoptera are up there among the most fascinating insects, and even the most fascinating animals. They warp and twist our understanding of natural selection itself, finding odd but successful genetic loopholes that prove evolution is not always exploratory. Sometimes it's more recursive, locked into feedback loops of efficiency, being more reactive than adaptive. A fascinating case nature has produced that invites endless intrigue. Thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is the 22nd episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at Coleoptera,
better known as beetles. Many people have been anticipating this episode, and anticipating it to be very long compared to the previous, due to the sheer scope of this order. This is because beetles are hands down the most species-rich group of not just insects, but animals, at roughly 400,000 known species, and potentially even hundreds of thousands of more species that are undocumented. These guys make up about 25% all animal species on Earth. Despite this and their stunning diversity, the morphological and ecological relationships that have allowed them their success are actually fairly simple and intuitive compared to the rest of the Holometabala, that is, insects with complete rather than incomplete metamorphosis, as shown here. The difference between complete and incomplete metamorphosis is that complete metamorphosis has a larval, pupal, and then adult stage, whereas in incomplete metamorphosis, there is no larval or pupal stage. It's simply nymph to adult, meaning that the young look like smaller versions of the adults, rather than grubs or maggots or caterpillars. The name Coleoptera comes from the ancient Greek koleos, meaning sheath or scabbard, and, of course, ptera, meaning wing. This means Coleoptera translates to sheath wing, referring to their elytra, which are the hardened forewings, which protect the hind wings, acting like a sheath of sorts. Now, all beetles have this, but beetles are not the only insect group to have a sheath-like structure over their wings. Grasshoppers, mantises, earwigs, even cockroaches all have a softer form of elytra for a forewing. Although it's not called an elytra, it's called tegmen or tegmina in the plural form. But all of these insects fly more with their hind wings than their forewings. It might be said that this is the preferred method of flight for the two main purposes flight serves in insects, specifically dispersal and reproduction. Indeed, nearly all insects have wings and depend on flight for dispersal and reproduction. But the fascinating element that speaks to the success of beetles is that these are the only group that have a forewing covering, like an elytra or tegmina, and complete metamorphosis. These are the only insect group to combine both of those features, with no known exceptions. The reason for this is that both of these traits are fairly costly and involve evolutionary investments. It's not really practical for them to evolve backwards for either process, especially because both traits evolve and work in tandem. They synergize for the purpose of dispersal and reproduction, and with each other. By deconstructing those two traits, and why they've allowed the beetles success, you at the same time elucidate the success story of all insects. My meaning is that no key feature the beetle has, generally, hasn't been adapted already by some other insect group, namely complete metamorphosis or the elytra. Other insect groups already have this, but just not in tandem. Let's explore why both of these features help the insects that have them, and why they help beetles synergistically. Investing in a hardened forewing, whether it's an elytra or a tegmina, depends on how many nutrients you can get within your life and how long your exoskeleton needs to be hard. Conversely, investing in complete metamorphosis means that the insect has to partition the resources it acquires through the different life stages. That is, the larva will eat something different from the adult. Both of these designs actually synergize and enunciate the other. the elytra of the beetle are actually tougher than the tegmina of insects with incomplete metamorphosis. Beetles, on the other hand, because their life stages are partitioned through a complete metamorphosis, they can afford to have their elytra be far tougher than tegmina. Indeed, these are some of the most heavily sclerotized insects in the world, meaning the thickest and toughest exoskeletons. The hardest insect in the world is the diabolical ironclad beetle, which uses sophisticated interlocking mechanisms under its elytra and can withstand the weight of a truck. It's actually lost its ability to fly and traded that for these impenetrable defenses. Because the adult beetle's job is primarily dispersal and reproduction, they can get away with having these tough defenses that insects with incomplete metamorphosis can't actually manage, as they need to survive their entire lives with a tough exoskeleton, whereas beetles only need it as adults. And so economically, the beetle has played its cards right in terms of defense. It's interesting to note that most beetle larvae, just before pupation, are actually heavier than their adult form, which is due to the energy-intensive process of pupation. The heaviest beetle in the world is the Goliath beetle, at about 50 grams. However, just before pupation, its grub is about 115 grams, meaning the heaviest insect in the world is actually the larval stage of the Goliath beetle, and it's about 60% heavier than the adult. But how do the larvae of beetles survive? Well, beetles, like other holometabolic insects, have had to evolve literally hundreds of thousands of differing strategies for this purpose. But that diversity is usually just where they lay their eggs, although it can be tied with larvae that camouflage or have stronger physical or chemical defenses. The reality is nearly every beetle larva is born inside sufficient food source, be it wood, dirt, seeds, fruit, or any other matter that can be eaten and doesn't fight back. Beetles can afford to utilize all these hiding places because no group is better at survival in the adult stage, that is, reproduction and dispersal. In a way, beetles gatekeep the lay your eggs inside long-lasting, abundant food sources niche because they are much more likely to survive adulthood. This is what, in nature, is called the competitive exclusion principle, and it can exist in both a macro and micro perspective. This gatekeeping strategy should speak not just to the beetle's ingenuity, but also to the amount of insects that are killed during dispersal and reproduction, which is estimated to be very high. Success of adult beetles is just as due to the dangers they avoid as it is to the adaptations they possess. Just as complete metamorphosis has allowed insects to enjoy an entire new category of success, so too have the defensive adaptations of the beetle, both further elaborated and perfected what complete metamorphosis can actually accomplish. As both complete metamorphosis and elytra vastly improve the chances of these insects during that key life stage of vulnerability, adult reproduction. Many beetles are completely herbivorous and live in tandem with specific or multiple species of plants. This makes them similar to butterflies and moths in a way, but beetles tend to defend themselves primarily through hiding as larvae and then defending as adults, whereas moths and butterflies typically use deterrence through presentation rather than actual morphological defense. Although a minority actually have the poison, spines, or other defenses to back it up, even if that defense is just not being tasty or thrashing about wild. In very broad terms, as there are many exceptions and overlap, beetles mostly stay hidden as larvae, whereas moths and caterpillars mostly try their luck out on the open. Flies try for ephemeral food sources, and ants, bees, and wasps rely on clever nest building or being parasitoids, that is, laying their eggs inside other insects. All four are the most species-rich insect groups, and all four approach their larval stage in different but broadly intuitive ways, which follow the competitive exclusion principle in balance. As stated before, there is significant overlap, but I would say about 70 to 80% of representatives of each group follow this principle and stick to the niches I've just listed. Because of the beetles' sheer categorical dominance of their elytra and complete metamorphosis combo, these insects almost act as a template or frontier for evolution, in which all other insect strategies can be exploited, or at least attempted. Adapting from just the baseline traits mentioned in this video, beetles have found to elaborate it into nearly every niche and strategy that's already known, including but not limited to herbivory, carnivory, aquatic larval stages, aquatic adult stages, parasites of both invertebrates and vertebrates, as well as parasitoids of invertebrates and vertebrates, parental care, generalist and specialist predators, scavengers, coprophagia, eusociality, larval predators and or adult predators. The telephone pole beetle has adults that are actually vestigial, meaning they can complete their life cycle only as a larva. Some are pollinators, some are agricultural pests, some use sound, some use light for communication, some are poisonous. The bombardier beetle can spray boiling chemicals from its rear. Some farm fungi, some live only in ant colonies, some only in termite colonies. They live in deserts, mountains, caves, Arctic tundra. Some beetles can live decades as larvae. Some are used in forensics due to the timing they lay their eggs in carcasses. And some can even detect the aftermath of forest fires and lay their eggs in freshly burned trees. I could go on, but the fact is there are likely thousands of fascinating strategies that we have yet to discover. Just as beetles have become a frontier for insect evolution, they also remain a frontier for science, despite heavy interest for hundreds of years. Lastly, I'll go over the few things that beetles don't do, or just general traits by which you can define them. Beetles are relatively slow but effective flyers. Unlike flies, butterflies, or even wasps, beetles are pretty slow and clumsy. This is the trade-off for having strong defenses as adults. And in its shadow, the other three large groups have taken advantage, with all three evolving very specific and useful acrobatic forms of flight. Beetles generally always have mandibles, that is, chewing mouthparts. Although these vary widely in shape and function, they are the primary way beetles eat, by crushing and chewing rather than sucking, slurping, or scraping, seen in other groups. Because the flight of beetles is very specific and simple in purpose, they don't get super complicated with it mechanically, meaning that the rest of their bodies are free to adapt to many different morphological sizes and shapes. Beetles have a high degree of modularity, that is, evolutionary customization of body parts, which is evident in the vast array of strategies they exhibit. The wing of the beetle folds in a few key precise places, which allows it to tuck neatly underneath the elytra. This is similar to the earwig. However, the earwig's wing folds like an accordion under its tegmina, with many more pleats than a beetle. Beetle's wing is rather simple and efficient in comparison, as the elytra fold over the entire body rather than the short tegmina of the earwig. Beetles may seem almost magical in quality due to the sheer scope of their diversity, but their success is actually intuitive. By capitalizing on certain features, beetles surge ahead to the extent that it creates vast impositions upon other insects and
vast areas of opportunity, where beetles' body plan is actually a hindrance. Beetles accomplish so much with so little that a good portion of insects survive just by doing what beetles can't do. And it's safe to say beetles are approximately the ultimate ergonomic design of the basic insect body plan. Thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is the 23rd episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview to the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Strepsiptera, commonly known as Stylops, which is also the name of their most species-rich genus. This is an extremely rare, small, and fascinating order of insects. The name Strepsiptera comes from Greek roots describing distinctive features of their wings. That is, strepsi meaning twisted or turned, and ptera meaning wing. So, Strepsiptera literally translates to twisted wings, referring to the unique structure of the male's hind wing. This group not only has several features that only they possess, but every member yet discovered has the same survival strategy, which is endoparasitism of other insects. What that means is that they seek out and infest the abdomens of other insects, never killing them intentionally, but sometimes making them sterile. They've been known to parasitize, or what's called stylopize, bees, wasps, leafhoppers, silverfish, and cockroaches, among a few others. They do this by crawling in between the sclerites, or abdominal plates, of their host, burrowing inside and carving out a small and specific chamber in which they will live the remainder of their lives, or leave depending on sex and species. This burrowing is usually done directly into the abdomen of the host, but some species enter in novel ways, such as the foot of a grasshopper, or even through the host's egg. The females will lay their eggs internally, and when they hatch, they leave her directly, hoping to land on a flower or other spot in which they will be likely to find a new host, although many die in the process. If they are successful, however, and manage to find a host, their lifestyle changes dramatically. These guys undergo what's called hypermetamorphosis, which is where insects with complete metamorphosis have a secondary morph of their larval stage, which they need to undergo in order to successfully complete their life cycle. This morph is almost always regressive rather than progressive, meaning, although it may be larger, it typically loses rather than gains body features, although in very rare cases it can be the opposite. In the case of Stylops, they begin life with legs, eyes, and a mouth, with their first stage being called a triungulin, meant to seek out a host. Then, in the second to fourth instar, after a host has been found, they lose their eyes and legs and begin siphoning nutrients through the hemolymph, which is analogous to the blood of their host. Now from here, two things can happen. In fifth instar or adult stage Stylops, the males and the females possess different strategies. The males pupate within the host, using their host as a sort of microhabitat, like a butterfly's cocoon, only the cocoon is another insect's body. The adult male emerges and then wriggles its way out of the host into a very peculiar-looking adult form. The adult male Stylops is the only insect with its particular wing and flight setup. That is, its wings are the reverse form of what a fly possesses. The fore wings of flies are normal and built for speed, but the hind wings of flies have been adapted into gyroscopic structures called halteres, which give the fly sort of immediate feedback as to where it is in 3D space during flight, allowing it to understand where it is and how to turn and navigate the air with greater precision. Strepsipteran males, however, they have these structures as well, but the wings are swapped. The forewings have become the halteres and the hind wings have remained wings. This is actually more similar in setup to beetles, who also have an altered forewing, although it's a different structure for a separate purpose. Beetles are also the closest known living relatives of Stylops, according to molecular research, although there remain gaps in our knowledge. Regardless, Stylops are the only insect group with this precise wing setup, and it's fascinating to know that they only use it for a few hours at most. Indeed, adult male strepsipterans are incredibly short-lived, only existing to seek out a female. But before I explain mating, let me explain the other path that these insects take. When the female Stylops reaches her 5th adult stage, she does not pupate. This is called reproductive neoteny, which in insects is when they retain larval characteristics for the purpose of adulthood. In her final stage, the female has eaten enough that she can just live off fat stores, which she does, and at the same time both loses her mouth and her gut. What will then happen is that she will grow large enough that part of her body, specifically the anterior region, will stick out of the host. What this means is that the structure which was once her head and mouth and eyes will then stick out of the host and become the reproductive region. No other insect repurposes the region that their head once took up into a reproductive organ in this way. After this, she will release pheromones, and males will come and find her using their specialized flight and large pheromone-sensing antennae. He will find the part of the female that's sticking out of the host, mate, and then die. He will only mate the once, through a process called traumatic insemination, where he will pierce the body of the female to deposit sperm, rather than find a consensual opening. It has to be this way as the male has no mouth or gut and cannot feed. After mating, the female develops the young, who hatch after about 12 days, and sort of just shimmy out one at a time or a few at a time, but not all at once. Staggered so that they are more likely to come out in a variety of locations. As stated before, most will die and the mother can't plan for where the larva will end up, but she can maximize their chances by controlling when they come out, and she does this through a slow trickle over several days or weeks. Females of some species have been observed releasing up to 7,000 larvae over a span of approximately 20 to 40 days, and each larva is roughly around 200 micrometers in length, or about the width of a human hair. Often the larvae will find their own host by jumping off onto other individuals of the same insect species when they brush up against one another. The larvae actually possess cerci in their first stage, which facilitates jumping. This is why Stylops have found unique success in species of social bees and wasps, as any situation where host switching is available will assist the most vulnerable part of the species' life cycle. Although the entire life cycle of Stylops is fairly risky due to the inherent vulnerability of having a short-lived insect as your host, which is likely the reason that Stylops has had to evolve such unbelievably specialized features to enable its strategy. There are 3 main groups of Stylops, the first being the Bahyaxenidae, which is the least well known, with only one male specimen being known from Brazil. The other 2 are the Mengenelidae and Stylopidia, with Stylopidia being the larger and less basal group, comprising about 97% of known species. Still, these 2 groups have some differences. Stylopidia follows all the life strategies I've just discussed, and evolved alongside bees and wasps, so those groups are their most common targets. Mengenelidae, however, is a bit older and usually targets a broader variety of insect groups, such as silverfish, cockroaches, and certain hemipterans. The key difference between the two groups is their adult stage. Mengenelidae females actually retain their mouth, legs, and eyes and actually leave their host in their adult stage to mate and give birth. The adult males are also slightly more robust and can actually feed, so live a little bit longer. Other than that, however, both are still endoparasites and live in the same way. This might seem like a small difference, but actually the adult female leaving is a very big deal. And she does it because it allows the species to have much more agency and determination with where the larvae are born, which males mate with which females, and what hosts can be and are selected. The likely reality of why the newer and more successful Stylopidia evolved away from this broader adult strategy is that to stylopize bees and wasps is a behavior likely that has more restraints in terms of how certain hosts defend themselves. Bees and wasps are likely a better choice overall in terms of abundant host choice and opportunities for host switching, but they also are far more dangerous in terms of grooming behavior and nest defense. If the adult female stylops were to leave the bees and wasps as adults instead of dying inside them, they would be more vulnerable to their hosts. And so the sheer extremity of the Stylopidia's reproduction is likely an adaptation to directly adhere to the endoparasitization specifications that the adult Hymenoptera impose as a selective pressure. That was a mouthful, but what I basically mean is that Stylops have had most of their success through parasitization of the order Hymenoptera, but have had to restrict themselves to never leaving their hosts as adult females because of the inherent danger that wasps and bees present. In conclusion, Strepsiptera is an insect order just begging for more research. Despite their relative obscurity, indeed they only have about 600 species known worldwide, with more than half of those specializing on bees, they remain one of the most fascinating and least diverse insect orders that, despite having the intention of remaining secret and a mystery, open up an entire world of extreme and intriguing adaptive potential. Thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is the 24th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Raphidioptera, more commonly known as snakeflies. The Raphidioptera are an order that's found within the Neuropterida, which is a superorder found within the Holometabala. It contains the Neuropterans, Megalopterans, and the Raphidiopterans. This is something of a sister group to the beetles and Strepsipterans. The Neuropterans, Megalopterans, and Raphidiopterans are more related to each other than to beetles and Strepsipterans, however, and opt mostly for predatory roles with varying degrees as to whether their larval stage or adult stage are predatory. Overall, these three orders are very related in evolutionary history, but remain morphologically distinct and have different strategies. Broadly speaking, Neuropterans are generalist predators, Megalopterans are aquatic predators, and Raphidiopterans are cold specialist predators. The Neuropterida are all predatory, but within the complete metamorphosis umbrella, meaning that they have a larval pupal and adult stage rather than just looking like a small version of the adult, which is called incomplete metamorphosis. This means that their niches have to be differentiated against the other very common holometabolic predators, which include the prolific Hymenoptera and the very niche-heavy Coleoptera. The name Raphidioptera comes from the Greek raphis, meaning needle, or ptera, meaning wing. So the literal meaning of the name is needle wing, or more apropos, winged needle, which is a reference to the female's long needle-like ovipositor, and not the wings at all. They require this needle to lay their eggs deep within bark and other flora, so that their larvae can survive the cold winters. As adults, they are called snakeflies because of their elongate prothorax, which they use to stick their heads into cracks and crevices in bark and other plants to capture prey. This elongate prothorax is also found in mantises and mantid-flies, and in all three groups it assists with striking mobility, that is, giving adequate room for grasping, either with jaws or limbs. As larvae, these guys have an adhesive organ under their abdomen to help sort of glue them to trees, and this helps them hunt under the bark, where there is little room for prey to run and hide, especially in the cold winters, when the hidden insects are in sort of a hibernation called overwintering and are not particularly mobile or alert. This is a disjointed lifestyle where the larvae will hunt under the bark or leaf litter, but the adults will hunt much the same prey but outside of those microhabitats, feeding out on the open. The larvae hunt in ways that's common among neuropterans. They hide and wait motionless, and after sensing vibrations, they lunge for the prey. But as adults, they instead actively go out and seek prey, and are fully capable of lunging and grasping into cracks and crevices. These are obligate predators, and they are well distributed in the northern hemisphere. Despite this, they have been outcompeted by other species in nearly every environment, other than temperate forests, which is where they live today. This is because they need to capitalize on the shelters that their prey take up during cold winters. This is similar to the ice crawler for a similar reason. The snakefly is relegated to cold places, but also a specific type of cold. They are overwintering specialists, but not for every climate. Snakeflies exist in places with moderately cold winter, but not a frigid winter, like in eastern Canada or northern Siberia. However, it does allow them to live in southern Siberia and western Canada. Their range is a fascinating adaptation to very specific temperature ranges, which is why, even though I've lived in Canada my entire life, I've never seen a snakefly, as I've never been to the west coast. Snakeflies are actually overrepresented in the fossil record for how common they are today, implying they are a relic group. That is, a group that used to be more successful and widespread, but has since become outcompeted into a lesser but not extinct population. In the case of snakeflies, they used to be more common in the Jurassic and Cretaceous, when the Hymenoptera, Diptera, and Lepidoptera were less successful than they are today. The big split in the fossil record seems to have been caused by circumstances after the KPG extinction event, that is, the meteorite that killed the dinosaurs. Some reasons for this could be explained as the rapidly shifting climate after the KPG extinction, or it could be the snakefly's long life cycle, which is about 2 to 3 years to mature, which is relevant because during that time it made bouncing back from the meteorite more difficult. They could have also been outcompeted by a whole new range of insect groups. Indeed, as these guys suffered from the KPG extinction event, groups such as beetles, hymenopterans, and lepidopterans greatly succeeded after the meteor, because many generalist species had opportunities to stake claim into very specific and specialized niches that were lost, which is why mammals were able to take over the megafauna niches from the dinosaurs. the generalized baseline has more to work with when heading towards specialization, whereas specialized groups, exactly like Raphidioptera, struggle to repopulate after a big extinction event due to a lack of adaptability. To imagine this picture, say, icicles growing from a rooftop. Now, the longer the icicle, the more specialized the species. But say a truck drives by that's tall enough to reach the icicles. Only the icicles that have grown long enough will be shattered by the truck. This is similar to how extinction events affect species. The more specialized you are, the more vulnerable you are to disruption. And thus, shorter icicles are able to grow longer after the truck has gone. And more generalized species were able to become specialized after the meteorite. Overall, snakeflies are an obscure but fascinating insect group whose evolutionary story is one of push and pull, showing that not all evolutionary strategies are on an ever-perfecting trajectory, as it is a fact that more species have gone extinct than are still around. Thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for the Neuroptera and Megaloptera episodes, which will go into greater detail with these three very related orders. Thanks.
This is the 25th episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Neuroptera, a fascinatingly specialized order within the Holometabala, meaning complete metamorphosis insects. The majority of the Neuroptera are predatory, but exactly what they consume, in what way, and in which life stage varies to a fascinating degree, but some things are pretty consistent. For one, the larval stage of the Neuroptera all consume food in the same way, whether it be animal or plant matter. They have unique mandibular adaptations that can actually siphon fluids from plants and animals. This is a very effective first strike weapon, as they can grip very strong and at the same time release enzymes and suck down fluids. This larval feeding strategy defines the entire order and can cause some pretty strange looking morphologies. Neuropteran adults tend to have soft bodies, weak flight, and are limited in terms of defense, although there are exceptions. Because they are diverse but in very specialized ways as opposed to each other, this group exhibits very specific predatory strategies. There's a reason why they are this way, which I'll get into later, but for right now, let's just look at the broad strategies that Neuropterans exhibit. First are the green lacewings. Their larvae are active generalist predators, usually on aphids or mites. Some, like predatory hemipterans, carry debris. That is, they carry the trash of the corpses of the insects and arachnids they consume, using it as a sort of cadaver camouflage. The pupa is enclosed in a silk cocoon and then attached to vegetation, and the adult is usually a nectar or pollen feeder, sometimes still predatory, but usually just existing to mate and disperse. Brown lacewings are mostly similar to green lacewings, but the larvae are more cryptic, and the adults are actually a lot more predatory than green lacewings. The antlions are interesting. They still feed in the same way as larvae, but they don't actively patrol. They are sit and wait predators, and many of them build pitfall traps in soil used to catch ants. They will toss up sand or debris to catch ants to make them tumble and fall, and then using quick strikes, they'll insert digestive enzymes and then suck out the fluid using their specialized mandibles. The adults of antlions are weak flyers They're often non-feeding and short-lived, although some will take nectar. There's some variation across some closely related groups, such as the thread-winged antlions, which often have more roaming predatory larval stages that can have some bizarre morphologies, as well as their strange-looking adult stage that has long, ribbon-like hind wings. The moth lacewings have convergently evolved with cicadas and thus superficially resemble them. They have soil-dwelling, root-feeding larvae, as cicadas do, and have unique grubs that look like beetle larvae. Also, they sometimes even have mass emergences as adults, just like cicadas, but this depends on the species. Owlfly larvae tend to be similar ambush predators on the ground or in vegetation, and they also eat soft-bodied prey like the other lacewing groups, but their adult stage is different in that it is a strong diurnal aerial predator that's very dragonfly-like in behavior, although it's not as strong a flyer, so it tends to do a perch ambush strategy like robber flies as opposed to a aerial ambush strategy like dragonflies. It's still a fascinatingly adept flyer for a group that typically has very fluttery, cumbersome flight. The mantid flies are a particularly fascinating case, engaging in what's called hypermetamorphosis. That is, the larval stage itself is partitioned morphologically and behaviorally. Its first instar is what's called a mobile triungulate. This little larva will crawl around searching for a spider egg sac. Once found, it becomes a sedentary parasitoid that consumes the eggs. Certain species of mantid fly are also thought to be parasitoids of other arthropod groups, such as hymenopterans. But all adult mantid flies are free-living predators that have raptorial forelegs, just like a mantis. Next are what are called spongilla flies. These are very interesting and very niche animals. Their larvae are aquatic and feed on freshwater sponges. When they're ready to pupate, they move onto land and spin a cocoon near the water. The adults, much like lacewings, are short-lived, weak flyers and are likely non-feeding or feed minimally on nectar or pollen. Some families are very similar to green lacewings, except maybe for where they live, such as the Osmilidae, which typically lives around rivers, thus being called riparian. The beaded lacewings are poorly known, but in their larval stage, they're known to be specialized subterranean termite predators. Let's now get into why they're rare, relict, specialized, and poorly known. The Neuroptera have been proven through fossil evidence to have previously been far more ecologically diverse. This is potentially because the strategies and niches they filled in the past were overtaken by the more morphologically and physiologically adaptable complete metamorphosis groups. Diversification is strongly associated with expansion of larval and adult trophic modes, that is, different things that can be consumed. Neuropteran larvae are restricted because of a very specific morphological detail. Their mandibles have to do 4 very specific things. The first is that they have to capture and immobilize prey. The second is that they have to inject enzymes through hollow channels in the mandibles. This is a very specialized and not very modular trait. The third thing is that after the larva injects digestive enzymes into the prey, so instead of chewing or tearing the body apart, the larva has to do the digestion inside the prey's body cavity, like a spider would with its chelicerae. And the fourth and final thing is suction feeding. That is, they have to draw the liquefied contents back into their gut. Spiders actually decouple step 2 and 4. Their chelicerae expel these enzymes while the mouth sucks them up. Because it's decoupled in spiders, their chelicerae can adapt freely and take on larger prey. But because the mechanisms are one and the same in the Neuroptera, they can only take down prey that can be rapidly immobilized, is soft-bodied, and often congregates in large numbers. These prey items do exist, but the sucking mouth parts impose a real restriction on exactly what prey items neuropterans can consume. Predators, on the whole, tend to be a lot more specialized or canalized, meaning the traits they develop tend to be less adaptable and more locked in than their prey. This is the trade-off that predators require in order to perform the complex interactions which result in prey capture. On that topic, complete metamorphosis only boosts diversification when both life stages have broad adaptability in what resources they can exploit. The coherence between the two is measured in lifetime reproductive output, regardless of the fitness of any one stage or any interactions between stages. Because of this, if there's a useful adaptation, but it isn't modular, then it can lock complete metamorphosis insects into very specific and specialized life histories. The hyper-specialized larval feeding apparatus of the Neuroptera is hard to evolve away from, but it also channels them into specific, albeit rare, predatory niches only they can fulfill. In other words, the larval stage of the Neuroptera is more consequential to the evolutionary history of the group. Not because it is more adaptable, but actually because it's less adaptable. One more fun fact about neuropterans: they have a fun thing that they do with their eggs. They put them on long, silken hair-like stalks, often attached to leaves, twigs, or bark near prey sources. The female will deposit a drop of sticky, hardening silk onto the surface, lift her abdomen up, and then create a stalk. She'll then attach the egg to the end. This behavior actually reduces egg predation and cannibalism among the hatchlings. This helps because they are often predatory of soft-bodied prey and eggs. So if the neuropteran adult didn't do this, the larvae might eat each other. The fact that only neuropterans are known to do this should speak to just how precisely specialized their feeding apparatus really is. The Neuroptera exist at a very fascinating intersection of traits, evolutionary history, and specialized diversification. They are a smaller but crucial piece in the larger puzzle that is insect ecology. They remain one of the more obscure insect orders, and we can only hope that study will reveal more about these cryptic, delicate insects. That being said, thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Megaloptera, a small but striking order within the Holometabala, that is, complete metamorphosis insects. These guys are almost entirely tied to freshwater systems. The name Megaloptera is derived from the ancient Greek, combining two elements to describe the physical characteristics of the insects in this order. First is megalo, meaning large or great, and then ptera, meaning wing. This is in reference to their large, highly pigmented wings as adults, which often exaggerate their size, as can be seen in the Dobson flies, who have tiny abdomens which are hidden at rest due to the large wings. The Megaloptera are, across nearly all species, predatory in their larval stage, and like the Neuroptera, they are rather fragile and functional in their adult stage. The larva can live for quite a long time, often from a few months to several years depending on the species, and they tend to live in flowing freshwater systems, especially ones where they can burrow themselves into the substrate or hide under rocks with just their heads poking out. They like cool, well-oxygenated, and pollution-free bodies of water, and so they're like stoneflies in that their presence often indicates a healthy aquatic ecosystem. At first glance, they might seem to be just like aquatic neuropterans, but there are some pretty distinct differences. So although the two groups are actually quite related, as they are to the snakeflies as well, this is a distinct group that has traits that are all its own. In addition, this is one of two holometabolic orders which are entirely aquatic in their larval stage, the other being Trichoptera. But these guys are distinct in that they are entirely predatory. The larvae of the Megaloptera, often called hellgrammites or alderfly larvae, are commonly used as fishing bait, whether they are real or not. They are elongated, armored, and equipped with strong mandibles designed for seizing and shredding prey. But more importantly, they possess lateral abdominal filaments that function as gills, allowing them to extract oxygen directly from the water. Many aquatic insects have external gills just like this, but in hellgrammites, they look a bit different because they are derived from a larviform holometabolic insect. Functionally, they do the same job as the gills in, say, mayfly larvae. The one thing is that they may be more concealed and conducive to locomotion, as the Megaloptera larvae swim by wriggling like a sea snake. This order is exceptionally small, with only about 300 to 400 known species. But strangely, they are rather successful and found worldwide. Let's look at some of the diversity that is present in the Megaloptera, because these guys actually have three distinct common names referring to three distinct groups within the Megaloptera. That is the Dobson flies, fish flies, and alder flies. The Corydalidae, that is Dobson flies, and fish flies have larvae that are large, highly active aquatic predators. They consume insect larvae, small crustaceans, and even occasionally small fish. They both possess gill filaments and sometimes spiracles and can tolerate low oxygen. When they're getting ready to pupate, they leave the water, burrow into moist soil near streams, and then complete the process. They'll emerge as adults that are short-lived, weak feeders, and males in some species of Dobson's flies specifically have enormous mandibles used in mating, but not feeding. The difference between Dobson flies and fish flies is minimal. Dobson flies are usually just the name referred to the very large fish flies with prominent mandibles. Then there's the alder flies in the family Scialidae, and these larvae are smaller, more sedentary aquatic predators, and they often live in soft sediments. They breathe through a single terminal filament and cutaneous exchange, which means the oxygen diffuses in directly through the cuticle or exoskeleton. They pupate in much the same way in damp soil near the water, and then as adults they are also weak flyers, short-lived, and feed minimally. It's basically the same strategy, but slightly more subdued. The hunting strategy of the Megaloptera is about sitting and waiting and then initiating brute force. They allow the water to bring food to them, and then grab it, never releasing, using powerful muscles to subdue and kill their prey. They have poor eyesight, so they really act upon feeling their environment. This strategy they exhibit, the ambush brute force strategy, is tried and true in water and works at several trophic levels. It's employed by fish, crustaceans, amphibians, and even, say, crocodiles. If I had to say what differentiates the Megaloptera from other complete metamorphosis insects, it would be that they employ the sit and wait ambush strategy in conjunction with complete metamorphosis. In this effort, like the Neuroptera, the larval stage is often more consequential than the adult stage, but the adult stage still sometimes has some interesting traits. Adult megalopterans have better eyes than the larva, and they use these for tracking down mates. Once mated, they will lay eggs on gelatinous clusters in vegetation, where the larvae will hatch and then simply drop down into the water. Unlike many other complete metamorphosis insects, where the larval and adult stage partition resources or form complementary systems, the Megaloptera show minimal cross-stage synergy, beyond that which is inherent to their strategy. What's interesting is that this still works fairly well because of how nutrients are distributed differently in freshwater versus terrestrial ecosystems. Similarly to the dragonflies, because there are somewhat more, or at least more generalized nutrient distributions in freshwater, it supports larger sizes when leaving the water. By capitalizing on high nutrient intake in a place where nutrients are somewhat easier to come by than, say, on terrestrial ecosystems, the megalopterans are able to reach such large sizes in their adult stage. From an evolutionary standpoint, fossil evidence suggests that the Megaloptera were once a more widespread and potentially a more diverse group, although not to the same degree that the fossil evidence shows snakeflies or neuropterans being reliced. Their strict dependence on clean, oxygenated water does place a hard constraint on where they can exist, which probably contributes to the low diversity found in this group. Regardless, where they do exist, they can be quite common. As insect groups continue to diversify, and indeed diversify back into freshwater, it has likely contributed to the Megaloptera's decline. It's fascinating just how many terrestrial strategies can be repurposed for aquatic environments across all animal groups. It does not necessarily mean that the Megaloptera is on its way out because of these adapted strategies, but it does speak to the fundamentally iterative nature of evolution and how a greater ability to diversify often translates to a greater ability to invade novel ecosystems. Complete metamorphosis as a driver of diversification has allowed life stages to expand into different niches. In the beetles, aquatic adaptation exists in some lineages in just the larval stage, and some in just the adult stage, and some in both. That is, completely aquatic beetles. The Hellgrammites, being a highly canalized, that is, specialized predator, like the Neuroptera, introduce a predatory adaptation under the umbrella of complete metamorphosis, and this is likely what has differentiated the niche in freshwater ecosystems. However, they are under the strain of a constantly shifting ecosystem. This is why, despite their proven success, they are still considered a somewhat reliced group, like the snakeflies. It's just that freshwater ecosystems are that ephemeral and shifting, and especially so for complete metamorphosis insects. The Megaloptera represent an early and highly specialized experiment in aquatic predation within the Holometabala, one that succeeded locally but never expanded broadly. It's a fascinatingly hardcore group that has brute forced its way into being extant. That being said, thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is a 30-part series giving an ecological overview to the insect orders. I'm particularly excited for this episode because it's going to be looking at my favorite group of insects, the scorpion flies and the hanging flies in the order Mecoptera. The name Mecoptera derives from the ancient Greek, specifically mekos, meaning length or long, and ptera, meaning wing, collectively signifying their long wings. The diet boundaries of this group are fuzzy, that is, what they eat. So take what I'm going to say throughout this video with a grain of salt. The Mecoptera are found worldwide, but mostly in forests, among other ecosystems. They are rarely seen, not because they're not common, but because they're quite cryptic. These are complete metamorphosis insects, and they are generally predators in their larval stage, and generally omnivorous scavengers in their adult stage, utilizing their large, specialized mouthparts to probe and dig deep into cadavers and fruit. The larvae also usually have what are called prolegs, which are also found in lepidopteran and sawfly larvae. These help with locomotion in complex environments. The pupa of the Mecoptera are similar to those of neuropterans, although they never spin a cocoon. They are what are called exarate pupa, which means they can move their mandibles and limbs somewhat. Now let's look at some of the diversity within the Mecoptera. First is the Panorpidae, or scorpion flies. This is the classic group which gave the Mecopterans their common name. They have an elongated beak that is rostrum with chewing mouthparts on the end. The males often have upcurved genital capsules, that is a scorpion tail look, but it's not a stinger. It's actually a reproductive organ. Many of the species are scavengers, and they feed on dead insects, decaying organic matter, and occasionally nectar or fruit. They will often raid spider webs and the dead insects found in them, able to eat the hard parts that spiders can't, and they will even sometimes eat the spiders themselves. They're common in moist understory of the forest, and their larvae are soil and leaf litter dwellers. These guys have a pretty generalist scavenger lifestyle and are strongly associated with decaying animal material, even to the point where they're used sometimes in forensics. Next are the Betacidae, that is the hanging flies. These are the most behaviorally distinct of the Mecopterans, being fully predatory as adults. When they are adults, they have a crane fly-like appearance, but are deceptively fragile, at least as opposed to other insects. They hang suspended from vegetation and then capture prey using their raptorial hind legs. This is a pretty distinct adaptation because in most insects with raptorial legs, they are the forelegs, but the forelegs in the hanging flies are used to hang, so they have to repurpose their hind legs for capturing prey. Next are the Boridae, that is snow scorpion flies, which are kind of an extreme ecological outlier. The adults are wingless or have highly reduced wings, and they're active in cold conditions, usually seen walking on snow. They typically feed on mosses and other plant matter on rocky outcrops in cold environments. They are the only truly herbivorous lineage, at least as adults, in the Mecoptera, and they are cold adapted. Next are the Nanocharistidae, which are actually a very isolated and unusual lineage, mostly found in the southern hemisphere. As adults, they're small and delicate, much like the Neuroptera. They typically only consume nectar, if they consume anything at all, as adults, but the larvae are associated with aquatic or semi-aquatic habitats, being predators. Next are the Meropidae, that is the earwig flies, which are very rare and enigmatic. There truly isn't that much to say about them because they're so poorly studied.
But the one thing is that the earwig-like forceps on the abdomen are not the same as in earwigs. They are not for defense, but rather mating. Now, unlike the Neuroptera, this group is relatively unremarkable in its larval stage. But like the Neuroptera, the stage that does present distinct niches does so through a highly specialized mouthpart. They are specialized in the adult stage rather than in the larval stage. But let's look at how the mouthparts of the Mecoptera dictate just about everything else in their evolutionary history, and also constrain what lifestyles are even possible in this order. Many insects have long mouthparts, but the scorpion fly is much like a weevil in the mouthparts it has. They have what's called a rostrum, not a proboscis, and they have long chewing mouthparts at the very tip of it. This is a superficial resemblance to weevils, as mechanically and functionally they are actually quite different in purpose and architecture, but they bear the same name, a rostrum. In weevils, the rostrum is an extension of the head capsule, sort of like a snout, but in scorpion flies, it is literally the head capsule itself extended outwards, more like a horse or an anteater, as opposed to, say, the beak or trunk of the weevils. In weevils, the rostrum is used like a drill. The head will rotate, and then anything that enters the rostrum will be chewed and digested, so there is no external chewing. With scorpion flies, the chewing is only done externally, and they do not drill. Feeding happens outside the head. What is unique to the scorpion flies is that the mandibles are external and at the end of a very long rostrum, which doesn't really show up in any other insect group. There are no direct analogs to the precise way the scorpion flies eat, even though the weevils look so similar. Now, why is this significant? Well, like the neuropterans, this unique feeding method both creates and constrains the lifestyles of this order in a way that only complete metamorphosis can achieve. In the neuroptera, it's due to the mechanical limitations of their sucking mandibles in their larval stage, which locks them into very distinct niches. But the same thing is happening here in the Mecoptera, it's just because of their mandibles in their adult stage. Now let's ask the question, what types of strategies does a mouth like the Mecopterans have actually assist in? The Panorpidae, that is the scorpion flies, use their mouthparts to take advantage of getting deep inside carrion. They are meat eaters and use their mouthparts to shred and tear into dead animals, which works better than drilling weevils because they are not just trying to get into the animal, they are trying to dig deep into fresh nutrients. The Ptacidae, that is the hanging flies, after catching prey, will hold it at a distance and then use their long mouthparts to shred and consume what they've caught. This is an analogous strategy to robber flies, only more conservative energy-wise, and they don't need to chase their prey down. Not only that, robber flies actually suck out the fluids of their prey and don't actually consume the external body. That is the exoskeleton. Mecopteran flight is actually better suited to this because it's clumsy and functional, whereas robber fly flight is very precise. The hanging flies often present prey items to females, and the bigger the prey item, the more likely the female will be to mate. The snow scorpion flies are vegetarians as adults, but interestingly they use their mouthparts for scraping by dragging their mandibles against mosses on rocks. Funnily enough, this is similar to the ancient bristletails and silverfish, who do something similar despite being much, much older in terms of morphology. This is a fascinating convergence of evolution due to mechanical constraints. Other bugs feed on mosses, but scorpion flies are uniquely able to survive and do it in colder environments, which is what suits their narrow and functional niche.
The rest of the groups are assumed to function similarly to the scorpion flies, but they're very poorly studied. One family, called the Eomauropidae, has only one known species in South America. This is what's considered a living fossil. The scorpion flies as a whole are somewhat relict. That means they used to be more common, or at least more diverse. They were much more diverse during the Mesozoic, but today only a handful of lineages remain, with many only containing a few species that are very specialized, small, and geographically restricted. The mouth parts are not super different morphologically across groups, but they are used in a wide array of functions and niches, very similar in a way to the neuropteran larva, a specialized, thus differentiated, functional mouthpart that is difficult to evolve away from. But one question is missing. Why are they called scorpion flies? The tail has been rather conspicuous. Well, the answer is that these are actually modified gonads used for mating and are only found in the males of Panorpidae. It consists of a genital bulb, claspers, and hooked structures, evolved for the purpose of holding the female during copulation. This is similar to how dragonflies mate, but panorpids often present a nuptial gift just like hanging flies. That is, they present a prey item to the female to impress her. Because of this complex mating ritual, which provides a gift which the female will feed on, the male needs a bit of extra support to hold on to her as she's doing her business. It appears that nuptial gifts are so important to the evolutionary progression of the scorpion flies that this developed rather aggressively in the males. Snow scorpion flies actually have repurposed their wings to help grasp the females during mating, which is why they don't have analogous structures. Unlike scorpions, scorpion flies do not have stingers or venom, and are completely harmless to humans. The other groups have similar genital claspers to hold on to the females during copulation, but none are so big or prominent as the Panorpidae or the Meropidae. Now, the next video will be on the fleas in the order Siphonaptera, because they are actually directly derived from the Mecoptera. It was once thought that they came from the snow scorpion flies, who were actually adapted for jumping, but it's now mostly believed that the Nanochoristidae is the real ancestor due to recent evidence. There's some debate whether or not they actually are separate orders, but because I've separated the cockroaches and termites, and bark lice and book lice, I decided to separate them for this series. From this video, you will be able to see how the fleas were able to directly adapt their mouth parts to a blood-feeding parasitic lifestyle, and why this simple morphological quirk has allowed them to be one of the most prolific killers in human history, despite being derived from a group which would prefer to consume matter that isn't living at all. That being said, thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Siphonaptera, better known as fleas. The name Siphonaptera comes from the Greek roots meaning tube and wingless, coming from siphon, meaning a pipe or tube, referring to their piercing, sucking mouthparts, and aptera, meaning wingless. If you watched the last episode in this series, you'll know that fleas are actually derived from the scorpion flies, just as termites are derived from cockroaches and lice are derived from book and bark lice. Technically, these guys are so closely related that many taxonomists actually combine them with the Mecoptera, but they are distinct enough that I decided to make them into their own episode. The fleas, being derived from scorpion flies, are fairly vertically inclined as far as parasites go. Most ectoparasites, that is, parasites which exist on the outside of the body, are flat. So why are fleas different? Well, it's a multi-parted answer, which will help to illustrate exactly what fleas are and what they get up to. First, fleas are jumping insects, and they jump to great extremes, which is much more difficult when you're flat. They jump by storing potential energy within what's called resilin, which is a protein that is the most elastic biomaterial known. Resilin is a molecularly created compound, just like silk, and its key main ability is elasticity. Elasticity is the ability of a material to return to its original shape and size after a deforming force is removed. They have to use this because at their scale, muscles wouldn't be strong enough to support their jumps. Interestingly, at larger scales, resilin also becomes less effective, which is why larger grasshoppers mostly use their muscles more than they use resilin, although they do use both. The method of using this for jumping works much better as you scale down, especially as opposed to muscle. Now let's explain in greater detail how their muscles and the resilin in their thorax allow them to jump. The muscles and resilin pull on elastic parts of the cuticle, and when released, they shoot their bodies down into the ground with about 100 grams worth of pressure, releasing in 1 to 2 milliseconds. Fleas need the ground to anchor the system, but the actual jump force is not generated by pushing against it. The sound, that is the position of the released force, is fully internal, and the ground is just a purveyor of that energy release. It's actually quite like one of those rubber popper toys, only that the energy is being stored fully internally and can't be seen without a trained eye. What's interesting is that the fleas actually can still somewhat directionally influence the jump, which is why their bodies are shaped in such a conspicuous way. They are morphologically designed to channel the release of elastic energy. But why do they need to jump in the first place? It obviously helps them to get around, but what causes an ectoparasite to do this? Well, that has to do with their evolutionary history and traits. Specifically, that these are complete metamorphosis insects. Ticks, lice, and most other ectoparasites do not possess complete metamorphosis. The ones that do are the fleas, certain species of beetles, and a actually fairly large number of flies. A second thing is that, unlike lice, fleas don't spend their entire lives permanently glued to hosts. They can spend a lot of time on one and even switch between them, just as lice do, but they actually start their lives off of the host. After hatching, they're conspicuous legless and eyeless larvae. Also, flea larvae typically eat dried blood-rich flea feces from the adults. They'll also eat skin flakes and other organic detritus. But when they're adults, they jump onto hosts, take large blood meals, which only takes about a few minutes to an hour, and then they'll either stay for a bit and mate or leave. They often use hosts to congregate and breed because hosts are warm and safe. But unlike lice, they can leave and find new hosts, and they often do when you try to remove them, which is how they can spread easily, often easier than lice. When it comes time to lay the eggs, fleas do so haphazardly, because the eggs are not destined to hatch on the host. Rather, they fall off the host and hatch in the wild. Because they are complete metamorphosis insects, they have a larval and pupal stage. This is part of the reason why they need a better way to get onto hosts, that is, jumping. They are small, blind, and limbless, and it takes about 1 to 2 weeks for them to grow large enough to pupate. Also, the larval flea moves around by dragging itself with a hook-like mouthpart, which is unusual but helps them develop their larger mouthparts later in life, designed for piercing the skin and taking blood meals. Then they'll spin a silk cocoon to pupate, and this pupa is maybe their greatest trick of all, because unlike most pupa of other insects, it can lay dormant for a long time until specific criteria are met. Those criteria are typically when it's nearby warmth, CO2, or certain types of vibrations, meaning they literally pupate in response to nearby host behavior. They can time their pupation to be when there's some large vertebrate around, and they can get onto the host because of their jumps. So to answer the question why fleas are not flat, it's because it does not suit jumping, and a lack of jumping does not suit their complete metamorphosis lifestyle. And not to mention, it gives them a key advantage in host dispersal. Now let's discuss some standout cases in the order Siphonophora. First would be Xenopsylla chiopsis. This is the most famous flea species on Earth because it was the primary vector, or still is the primary vector, of the bacterium Yersinia pestis, which causes the plague. These guys are strongly associated with rats, and they played a major role in spreading the Black Death because they don't just stay on rats. That's an interesting thing about fleas. Some are very species specific with their hosts, and others can be a bit more general. In this case, Xenopsylla chiopsis, or more commonly known as the oriental rat flea, is much more strongly associated with rats in specific, but they do opportunistically feed on other unwilling hosts, be it humans, dogs, cats, or other mammals. The plague is so deadly in humans because it evolved as a highly efficient parasite designed to circulate among wild rodents. Animals that live in tightly knit groups, such as bats or rats, tend to have much stronger diseases because they need to have stronger disease resistance. This is because when diseases can be transmitted easily, they often can evolve and adapt quite aggressively. Fleas actually exacerbate this effect, as the ease of their transition from host to host through elastic jumps essentially allows them to be a much more effective vector of diseases, even more so than, say, ticks or lice, which can host switch, but it's usually a more difficult process for them. So to recap, the bubonic plague, that is the Black Death, was so deadly because there were dense, close quarters rat, flea, and human populations, all mingling together. And when diseases can spread easily, they often evolve to take advantage of this. This then will make them deadlier because of how they reproduce rapidly. And then the flea's unusually effective method of switching between hosts exacerbates all of the above issues. Humans created the environment for a disease designed for rats to effectively jump hosts extremely efficiently through the fleas, creating the perfect environment to breed a pathogen that human bodies were not prepared for. Interestingly, the oriental rat flea is rat-specific, not human-specific, but there does exist a flea species that specializes on humans, called Pulex irritans. This is the flea most associated with humans historically. These guys are not specialists on humans, they are rather generalists, and they feed on many mammals. Typically, pigs and humans are their favorite. They used to be more common in homes, beddings, and livestock shelters, but are now relatively uncommon in industrialized nations. Fleas generally have pretty similar life cycles, But across different species, or that is host specializations, there can be some pretty unique adaptations, such as in Spilopsilus cuniculi, which actually has reproduction that's synchronized with rabbit breeding cycles, with development that's tied to hormones in pregnant rabbits. The largest flea, Hystrichiopsila schefferi, lives on mountain beavers and is half an inch. At the other end of the spectrum is the jigger flea, that is Tunga penetrans, which is the world's smallest flea and has a very interesting life cycle that I would recommend not looking up online because of the horrific pictures. These guys vary quite a bit in that the females typically find the feet of a adequate mammal host and then will become sessile, that is non-moving, taking large blood meals and becoming very bloated. She will never leave her host again, being embedded in the skin, where she will live out the rest of her life, laying her eggs and dying inside the host. Like many diverse ectoparasites that are host-specific, fleas can get extremely diverse and extremely specialized to one specific way of life. They can have morphologies that are designed to feed in one way on one host. And there are likely many secrets still left to uncover. That being said, thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more episodes just like this. Thanks. This is part of a 30-part series giving an ecological overview to the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Diptera, a fascinatingly varied and successful group of complete metamorphosis insects, commonly known as flies. The word Diptera comes from the ancient Greek di, meaning two, and ptera, meaning wing. So it basically directly translates to two-winged. Before I do anything, we need to define the two major fly groups. There are the Nematoceran, that is longhorn flies, which includes the gnats, mosquitoes, midges, crane flies, and the like. And these are differentiated by their longer, more pronounced antennae. And then the other major group is the Brachycera, which includes the shorthorn flies. This has most flies you know of, that is the house flies, fruit flies, rubber flies, and many others. And they're distinguished by their shorter antennae. Watch this video of mine if you want help parsing the names, because the word fly is often used ubiquitously when it comes to flying insects. But the Diptera earn their name for a number of reasons. This is one of the few insect groups with only one pair of wings, as most have two pairs. The refinement of the two-wing system basically has cascading effects that define everything about the flies. Let's look at the setup closely and see why it works and how it works. In the flies, their forewings are their only wings, and there are two of them. The hind wings, which in other insects would have just been other wings, have been replaced by what are called halteres. These are gyroscopic structures that flap up and down and help give the fly feedback, that is, movement feedback during flight, helping to tell them where they are in 3D space. The flies have essentially traded the stability forewings provide and have replaced it with two sensors that better detect stability during flight, thus translating to better interpretation of their own aerodynamics. Flies have this because it's essentially a more interpretive and maneuverable way of flying, and the halteres are the necessary organ to accomplish this because of how rotation in the air works. It's a hard thing to sense mechanically, that is, how to turn quickly during flight. Here's how the flies do it. The halteres flap up and down during flight. Why do they do this? Well, when rotation, that is when the fly is rotating during flight, when this rotation is acting on a mass that's already in movement, it becomes easier to sense, specifically because it's predictable as movement. In other words, movement is easier to predict as opposed to itself, rather than as opposed to a lack thereof. The fly can sense how the halteres are supposed to move up and down at any point. They are very rigid and sensitive in how they're supposed to move up and down repeatedly. Displacement or warping of the path of the haltere is what the fly senses during flight. So it's essentially a moving sensor that tracks movement when displaced. This creates a flight system other insects can't really replicate without major structural changes, allowing the fly to make subtle adjustments fast to roll with the air and turn on a dime. I speak more on insect flight and how flies fly as opposed to other insects in this video. But regardless, here's a list of the things halteres provide that help the fly be top aerial navigators. Halteres are found in every fly save for the few wingless varieties, and because of this, flies are fundamentally built for speed and maneuverability in flight. This helps them because nearly everything in their lives is designed around speed, specifically efficiency in resource acquisition and reproduction. Let's look at every life stage of the fly. Fly larvae are typically legless maggots, laid on or around some type of nutrient pile. They live longer than the adults and are often mostly defenseless except in a few specialty cases, which is why they are very involved and fast-growing decomposers of a wide variety of food sources. Most are designed not to survive outside of the food they're consuming. This type of strategy allows for very wide diversity because of the sheer amount of resources available in the environment. That's why it's also found in the beetles, who lay their larvae also in a wide variety of food sources. But where beetles survive by being defensive as adults, flies survive by being hard to catch or quick to complete their life cycle as adults. Both are definitely opportunists, but the resources they exploit are temporally differentiated, and each is optimally exploited within that context. What I mean is that flies tend to exploit ephemeral, short-lasting food sources, and their entire morphology and life strategy is designed around this. Beetles are more exploitative of longer-lasting food sources, and so primarily optimized for defense. This doesn't mean that flies are completely undefended, however. Next, we're going to look at the pupal stage, which is very interesting in some flies. In the infraorder Cyclorapha, which makes up most of the Brachycera, they have what is called a puparium. This is an extremely hard and tough final molt of the larvae that is essentially just another stage of their exoskeleton hardening into a capsule in which the adult will develop. The puparium is the toughest pupa known, and they can manage to make it so tough because of a fascinating adaptation that belongs to the Cyclorapha, which includes the houseflies and the fruit flies. These flies use an inflatable balloon-like organ on their head called the telinum to burst out of the puparium. The puparium has weak lining on one segment, which is weaker than the rest of the structure, and the flies can literally push the cap off the pupa using this balloon head organ. They do this by filling it quickly with hemolymph repeatedly. This synergy of strategies allows the pupal stage to be much safer, but still possible to escape, and the fly needs this because the larvae are often far too helpless after finishing their meals to procure a safe method of pupation, and so this further increases efficiency in the exploitation of resources. Once the fly is pupated, it has the following goal: mate and reproduce. In this effort, they are very effective. They are extremely maneuverable, efficient, and functional. The adult fly eats in a variety of ways, but most do not actually possess mandibles, which is a contrast from the larvae, which have mandibles pretty much universally. Many adult flies feed by excreting enzymes to digest the food externally, then lapping up the liquefied remains with a proboscis. The face of the fly and the mouthparts look pretty soft and squishy, which is another speed-based efficiency adaptation, contrasting with beetles who are usually quite heavily sclerotized, that is, toughly hardened with the exoskeleton all over. Some flies, like crane flies, don't really feed at all. The Nematocera typically feed with a more solid but still sucking mouthpart, using it to consume liquid meals. The eyes of the fly are less built for detail and more for direction and movement sensing. Certain flies can see the world up to about 250 frames per second, which is about 8 times slow-mo to a human. Certain Brachycera also see 360 degrees around their head and can detect UV light as well to help them find flowers and other organisms. Deer flies and horseflies in particular have enormous eyes that help them to avoid being swatted away. In recent years, the flies have been predicted to be far, far more diverse than previously thought. Sampling bias and difficulty in obtaining specimens led entomologists to believe that flies were less diverse than they actually are, but new methods and surveys have revealed a hidden explosion of diversity if looked for in the right way. Some of the methods that helped us discover this was actually studying DNA, using targeted trapping arrays, and even just knowing where to look. All three of these methods point to flies potentially having as much diversity that they actually rival the beetles, which would mean that we've only discovered about 1/10 of their diversity, only knowing about 160,000 species of an estimated million or so. But regardless of what we don't know, let's look a bit deeper into what we do know about fly diversity and some major broad strategies and standout cases. And just like beetles, there are a lot, so I implore you to look deeper into any of these. The Nematocera are basically an aquatic larval radiation within the Diptera. Larvae are almost universally aquatic or semi-aquatic, feeding on detritus, algae, microorganisms, and the like. The adults are typically weak-bodied, long-legged, and short-lived. These are the most ancestral of the Diptera, but they actually represent an enormous population and take advantage of the different nutrient distributions within freshwater using the R-selected reproduction strategy. A large branch of brachyceran flies are both parasitic and predators. The blood-feeding tabanids, or horse and deer flies, represent a high-performance sensory strategy, having maybe the best eyesight among all the flies, and also the best reaction times. These don't stalk their prey, they rely on high-speed interception and rapid escape before the host's defenses kick in. The Acylidae is the robber flies, who are aerial ambush predators. They sit and wait on perches in open sunlit habitats and capture other insects in mid-flight with extreme acceleration. They have tough mouthparts that inject neurotoxins and enzymatic saliva to liquefy the prey's insides. A lot of flies are pollinators, and they use mimicry as one of their key strategies. These would be the hoverflies, which have a strong amount of Batesian mimicry, that is, they pretend to be dangerous bees and wasps, along with the bee flies, who also mimic bees visually and behaviorally. These guys have a long proboscis adapted for deep flowers. Similar to the Hymenoptera, a very large amount of flies depend on obligate parasitoidism. Flies in the family Tachinidae
are obligate parasitoids, meaning their larvae develop inside hosts like caterpillars, beetles, and other bugs, killing them. These guys are, like the Hymenoptera, extremely diverse in host targeting strategies, and many of them have dense bristles as adults that might help the body with detecting airflow and sensing hosts. Basically, these guys' main specialization is precision egg or larval placement on or near active hosts, allowing them to be parasitoids. Now, differentiated from just the blood-feeding flies, that is the deer and horse flies, there's actually direct parasitism that is specialized blood and tissue feeders. These would include the flies that sort of resemble lice or fleas, being the ked and bat flies. Many of these have reduced or are completely wingless, and they permanently attach to host mammals or birds with flattened bodies for moving through fur and feathers. Some of these live their entire adult lives as ectoparasites, just like lice. There's also the bot flies, which I wouldn't recommend looking up as they are quite graphic, but the oestridae have larvae that develop inside mammal tissue, often using mosquitoes and other insects as vectors to get their eggs onto the skin of a mammal, which they will then burrow into and live out their lives. Flies in the Micropesidae are ant mimicking, that is, they are associated with and live inside ant colonies, often exploiting them in highly sophisticated ways. Some flies have pretty extreme sexual selection systems, such as the stalk-eyed flies in the family Diopsidae. In stable environments with minimal predation or other factors, you can have what's called runaway sexual selection, which can exaggerate sexually selected traits when there's little to no downside. Some flies are extremely weird and geographically restricted, such as Mormotomia hirsuta, which lives in just one isolated cave system in Kenya. It's wingless and it only survives off of bat droppings. Perhaps the biggest category not yet discussed are the decomposing diptera, such as the Californidae, Sarcophagidae, and Muscidae, who have larvae who feed on decaying organic matter, carrion, feces, and garbage. The adults exploit liquid nutrients where the larvae will exploit typically solid nutrients. This group contains most of the well-known flies, such as the muscids, houseflies, blowflies, and flesh flies. There are also fungus and microbe feeding specialists, plant feeding and gall inductions, that is, they create tumorous growths on plants in which they live inside, and even some flies which live inside leaves as larvae, feeding between epidermal layers. There's really an abundance of strategies because flies are inherently tied to ephemeral resources, and most resources are trying to be ephemeral. In this effort, flies are temporally adapted for speed in just about every aspect of their lives, and it shows just how pervasive they are and even how hard to study they are in terms of bulk diversity. Flies are the consummate opportunists, often the first to arrive at ephemeral food sources and getting the most out of them. They eat just about anything that can sustain them. With over 160,000 species described globally, they occupy and fill niches in just about every ecosystem. Indeed, they have been found to survive in extreme environments, including glaciers, hot springs, geysers, saline pools, sulfur pools, septic tanks, and even crude oil. In fact, the only terrestrial insect found in Antarctica is a fly. If you were to ask a committee to describe the design for the perfect insect, it would come close to a fly, which is why I like to say that the order Diptera is almost like a biological example of accelerationism that abandoned stability in favor of speed, compression, opportunism, and rapid turnover. It's no surprise
that these might just be the most successful insects on Earth. That being said, thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more content just like this. Thanks. This is the 29th part in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. This episode will be looking at the Trichoptera, the final aquatic order of insects in this series, commonly known as caddisflies. These are complete metamorphosis insects, and much like the Megaloptera, only their larval stage is aquatic, and their adult stage is entirely terrestrial. The name Trichoptera literally translates to hairy-winged in Greek. It is derived from the Greek words thrix, meaning hair, and pteron, meaning wing. This is in reference to the hairs on the wings of the adult. These guys often have pigmented wings, but they lack the scales found in the Lepidoptera. The common name for the caddisflies is interesting as well. Caddis comes from Middle English cadis, also recorded as caddis, which refers to a kind of coarse cloth tape or thread used in sewing and other decoration. In the 16th and 17th centuries, naturalists and anglers began calling the larvae caddis worms because the larvae famously build protective cases out of sand, plant, debris, and silk, essentially wearing a stitched-together sleeve that reminded people of the rough textile threads or trimmings. There are two main suborders of the caddisfly. Integrapalpia caddisflies are differentiated in that their larvae make sophisticated pupal cases from nearby material, which I will discuss much more about later. The Anulopalian caddisflies instead go and build a suitable retreat, that is, a hidey hole to pupate. These guys are quite related to the Lepidoptera, that is, moths and butterflies, but they are in fact thought to be older, and both groups likely evolved from a similar common ancestor. The caddisflies exploit complete metamorphosis by adapting larval silk architecture traits to constructing safe refuges or other useful structures. I compare them to the spiders, as they've had something of an adaptive radiation with silk, only in fresh water in their larval stage. Let's look at some of the ways they've adapted silk for their purposes. First are the portable case or pupa architects. Close to when the caddisflies hatch, they will immediately glue a number of fragments together they find in the surrounding environment to build a pupal case. This will keep them well defended, and they can pop their head in and out sort of like a tortoise. The material and shape of the case varies across species, and when it comes time to molt, that is, grow into the next instar, they will actually molt inside the case, wriggling out of their exoskeleton inside the structure. Some caddisflies build pupal cases that are so specific that you can actually identify the species by them. And many families have evolved highly specialized geometries designed for different types of aquatic environments, helping them to be hydrodynamic in different contexts. A number of terrestrial insects construct some type of pupal case out of silk, including the Lepidoptera, who have a very similar strategy found in the bagworms. Instead of pupal cases, some caddisflies build silken retreats. Some are just made of silk, and the caddisfly will sit in them protected, waiting for food to drift toward them. And others will build simple tubes made of silk and sand on the bottom of the riverbed, which will collect detritus and other nutrients. Others will make flatter tubes just like this, but in these they hide in and use them sort of like how trapdoor spiders do, patiently waiting and then striking consuming prey as predators. Now, despite this adaptive radiation that sort of resembles spiders, The silk production in caddisflies and spiders is quite different. Spiders produce several types of silk by having several distinct glands, that is, organs where the silk is produced. Caddisflies only ever have one gland, but have found a limited workaround which helps them produce somewhat different types of silk, just like spiders. The caddisflies achieve functional variety by mixing a core silk protein with different accessory proteins and specialized glues in the anterior part of the gland. Basically, the specific ratio of proteins combined with environmental calcium ions give the spun silk different mechanical properties ranging from a structural tether to a dynamic, stretchy, and sticky bioadhesive. In other words, as opposed to spiders, caddisflies achieve functional silk variation chemically rather than structurally, although chemical and structural can mean different things at different layers. But regardless, caddisflies can still produce some fascinatingly sophisticated architecture. Some caddisfly cases appear more like domes, and they walk around on rocks on the lake bed floor, sort of like a turtle. Some caddisflies have adapted much the same as spiders, creating nets out of silk that catch organisms as the current passes them along. This silk is both waterproof and sticky, and the nets are major particle processors in streams. These have to be constantly maintained, and they also need to be somewhat tougher than spider webs, built to withstand the constant stress of the flowing stream. They are built sort of out of a mesh-like fabric as opposed to the spiral found in spider webs. Depending on desired prey, different species make different mesh sizes, that is, nets which can have a very fine mesh or a bit broader. Different species also build them in different places, depending on the speed of the stream of water, with some built in fast-flowing streams and others in slower. Some are built like nets, others like tubes, others like funnels, and even the stickiness of the silk can vary depending on if they want to catch microbes or larger prey. Some even catch and consume vertebrates from time to time, although this is more anecdotal than a consistent intended behavior. To place silk so precisely underwater is an involved process, and it's basically possible because, although the net is a complex structure, they also usually build it pretty small. And secondly, the caddisfly anchors itself using silk so that it does not drift away as it's constructing the net. Rather than actively weaving against the stream, the larva builds with it, allowing hydrodynamic forces to pull strands into stable configurations, essentially allowing the flow of the stream to help guide the silk strand from one position to the other, allowing the water to weave the net. The current stretches the silk taut, and particles in water test the mesh strength immediately. Not all caddisflies build major structures. Some are exclusively predatory with raptorial forelegs, but only as larvae. These are designed to quickly catch and consume prey. These are not apex predators and represent a minority within the Trichoptera, but they are fairly effective at consuming specific kinds of aquatic prey. They live completely exposed on submerged rocks in fast-flowing, oxygen-rich streams, and they still use silk, they just only really use it to anchor themselves to rocks. The Trichoptera overall are generalist opportunists and scavengers who feed on a wide range of underwater food sources. But some species get a bit more specific in diet. They're much like the Lepidoptera in that the adult stage is mostly just for reproduction and dispersal. Like the Megaloptera and Plecoptera, the presence of caddisflies is often a good bioindicator of water quality, as they are also one of the groups that's disproportionately affected by pollution. Caddisfly larvae often breathe in a more behaviorally and structurally specialized way than, say, mayfly nymphs, because many live inside silk retreats or portable cases. They commonly use filament-like gills, plus body pumping or water current management to ventilate the structures. Many aquatic insects have evolved predictable gills, but caddisfly larvae have evolved dozens of different forms, usually depending on what kind of water, that is, how fast the water's going, or maybe how oxygenated it is. Some of these forms are fluffy and filamentous, plate-like, tufted, and some have no obvious gills at all. In addition, many larvae have what are called anal hooks, which are kind of exactly what they sound like and help embed them onto surfaces underwater, especially in fast-flowing streams. The adults of caddisflies are very short-lived, only sticking around for a few weeks, if that, and eating minimally or not at all. Many species are even nocturnal, taking their cryptic nature a step further. Let's look a bit deeper at the life cycle of the caddisfly. Caddisflies can remain underwater for a year or multiple, depending on species, and some basically do the same thing as mayflies, all emerging at the same time in one large mating flight or nuptial event. These can be quite large, but they're definitely smaller than that of mayflies and more localized to specific areas. There are roughly 14,000 or so known species of caddisfly, and they are found worldwide. Now let's discuss caddisfly pupation, because it's a rather involved process. Caddisflies do not leave the water to pupate, which differentiates them from the Megaloptera and other aquatic insect orders. Like the mayflies, only at the last possible second do they leave the water, emerging directly from the pupa, but the pupa itself is always underwater. Here's the full process. First, they will spin a silk cocoon inside their pupal case, or modify the existing case into a pupal chamber. Then, over the course of about a few weeks, they will develop into an adult. In the final stages of the pupation, the pupa will regain some mobility, being what's called exarate, and using its mandibles to cut open the tough pupal case. Now, exposed to the elements, the pupa will have to leave its constructed case and quickly swim up to the water's surface. This consists of wriggling and slight movement of the legs, and it helps that they are slightly less dense than the water in this stage, so they are technically floating up to the top. The adult emerges from the pupa at the water's surface, where it rests briefly on the surface film, that is the molted exoskeleton, while its wings expand through hemolymph inflation. Most adults are capable of flight very shortly after this emergence, which is important because this is their most vulnerable stage. The reason the Trichoptera do it in this way, as opposed to the Megaloptera and other holometabolic aquatic insect orders, is because their pupation chambers are too involved, bulky, and difficult to move out of the water. So they make the trade for a long period of safety inside the pupal case, and then trade that for just a few minutes of vulnerability, as opposed to the Megaloptera, who crawl out and literally just burrow underground to pupate. When starting this script, I was expecting this order to be boring, as opposed to the other insect groups. I did not expect to learn that the caddisflies are essentially underwater spiders, using silk to produce several fascinatingly intuitive and useful structures. The caddisfly proved that even an initially unremarkable insect has hidden secrets which can open up an entire world of complex, varied, and beautiful discovery. That being said, thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks. This is the final episode in a 30-part series giving an ecological overview of the insect orders. Before I begin, I just want to say thank you so much for coming along with me on this journey. It's brought me great joy to know I've emboldened people to research more about insects and come to appreciate them in the same way that I have. That being said, let's begin. This episode will be looking at the Lepidoptera, a large, well-studied, and beautiful order of complete metamorphosis insects, commonly known as the moths and the butterflies. The name Lepidoptera is a modern Latin biological classification coined in 1735 by the Swedish botanist Carolus Linnaeus. It combines two ancient Greek words, lepido, meaning scale or flake, and ptera, meaning wing. This is in reference to their scale-covered wings, and these scales are actually modified hairs. They are a fascinating part of their biology that have several beneficial properties. I'll get into what those are later in this video, but for now, let's look at each life stage of the Lepidoptera. The larvae of the Lepidoptera are overwhelmingly specialist and co-evolve with plants or other types of resources. This can also be said of the beetles, flies, and even the Hymenoptera, but the difference here is that the Lepidoptera larvae are overwhelmingly herbivorous and tied to specific plant co-evolutionary arms races. They are essentially the flies of plants and stake their claim through co-evolutionary specificity, being highly modular as larvae in ways that beetles, flies, and the Hymenoptera are not. The larval stage here is asymmetrically emphasized as opposed to these other groups. Of course, both adult and larva are important to the life cycle, but within the Lepidoptera specifically, the sheer diversity of specific larval niches, as well as the specificity of larval body plans, is what's emphasized as opposed to the other orders. When looking at fly, beetle, or Hymenoptera larvae, only really beetle larvae can get as morphologically diverse, and even then, not nearly as morphologically specialized as the Lepidoptera. Now, let's look at the broad traits of the adult stage of the Lepidoptera. The butterflies are actually a minority of the diversity found in the Lepidoptera, which I explain in greater detail in this video. So, I won't go into too much detail in how they're different from the moths, but the basic idea is that most butterflies are diurnal and most moths are nocturnal. Beyond this, the adult stage of both groups is typically centered just around dispersal and reproduction. Many are so specialized towards this that they even lack mouthparts to feed. Some lack both mouthparts and wings, with the females waiting at their egg case while the winged males seek them out to mate. The wings of the Lepidoptera can be colored with pigment, that is, the scales contain the colors that they have, or they can be colored molecularly, that is, they refract the light in a multitude of wavelengths, also known as iridescence. Here's how it works specifically. It's possible because
every scale has a tiny surface with ridges, cross ribs, lamellae, and air gaps and chitin layers. That is the structural material the exoskeleton is made of. The scale of these structures is within the range of hundreds of nanometers, which is actually at the same scale as visible light wavelengths. Light waves are the length of about 1/1000th of a meter, which means that the structures are actually so small they're the same width as visible light wavelengths. For example, violet is 400 nanometers, blue is 450 nanometers, green is 500 to 550 nanometers, and red is about 600 to 700 nanometers. Because light is a wave, when it hits structures that are larger than the wavelength, it will just reflect normally. When it hits structures that are smaller than the wavelength, it will ignore it. But when it hits structures that are about the same size as the wavelength, interesting interactions can happen. The waves will bounce between the layers, they'll interfere with each other, certain colors can get amplified or even combined, and others can disappear. To be clear, they're not creating new light colors. By fusion, they're selectively amplifying or removing existing wavelengths of existing light. But the bigger question might be, why do they do this? Well, the answer is it enables optical effects that pigments cannot achieve. For example, they can be extremely bright by having a high reflectance efficiency, like a mirror. They can be highly directional, that is visible only at certain angles, which can be helpful in very interesting ecological scenarios. And they can rapidly change with movement, affecting how predators might see a butterfly as they're moving around. It can make it excellent for mate signaling, courtship displays, and species recognition, or lack thereof, from predators. Of course, these scales are attuned to very specific ecological circumstances. So although we might know butterflies and moths better than any other insect order due to the sampling bias, that is, ease of finding them out in the field, we don't know what the actual specific purpose of each species' scales is, simply because the circumstances which created them are so multitudinous and varied. The scales overall serve a number of useful purposes, such as camouflage, communication, thermoregulation based on how they absorb or reflect light, therefore heat. They can help with water resistance because they can be hydrophobic. They can assist in aerodynamics by creating smooth airflow and potentially reducing turbulence during flight. In addition, the scales come off, so you have to be careful when handling specimens of lepidopterans. This is because they shed the scales when, say, a predator has gotten a firm grip on the wing. This even has been shown to work in spider webs, in that if a butterfly or moth gets caught in one, they can simply shed the scales into the sticky web and then live to fly another day. I've described the basic general overview of what the Lepidoptera are and do, but the reality is they are extremely specialized, even across the different families. Because of this, the rest of this video will be going over simply some diversity in each life stage, that is, larval, pupal, and adult. Let's look at the larva. The majority of lepidopteran larvae are plant feeders, and the majority of those eat leaves and are adapted for bulk herbivory on trees, shrubs, grasses, and herbs. As I stated, the classic caterpillars chew and eat leaves directly, that is, open plant tissue.
But there's also the skeletonizers, which only scrape or chew the soft tissue of the leaves, leaving the veins behind. There are also the leaf miners, which eat the internal leaf tissue. That's the larvae actually live inside the leaves between epidermal layers. There are also the stem borers who eat internal stem tissue. That is, they tunnel inside the stems and eat those. There are also the wood borers, that is, they eat woody tissue and also excavate tunnels in wood. These guys, like termites, rely on gut symbionts to help digest lignin-rich material. There are also the root feeders, which feed similarly to cicadas on the roots and underground plant parts. And there's also bud, flower, and fruit eaters, which eat the, say, reproductive plant tissues and feed externally or burrow into soft structures. Some larvae, called bagworms, build silk cases around themselves to protect them as they consume different types of plant matter, similar to the caddisflies. There are also the detritivore larvae, which eat dead plant material, typically found on the forest floor. There are also lichen and algae feeders who eat moss-associated biofilms. There are also rare fungus feeders, which graze or tunnel into fungal tissue, and even more rare are the carnivorous or predatory larvae, which specialize in eating other insects or animal tissue. And I talk about one of these in my Hawaii video. Beyond what they feed on, the larvae of the Lepidoptera exhibit countless array of strategies that are both defensive and offensive, and each goes into such depth at times that they could easily become their own videos. But for now, I've just put them here in a quick list. Let's look at the many varieties of the Lepidopteran pupa. When it comes time to pupate, that is, transition from the larval stage to a cocoon, chrysalis, or pupa, the Lepidoptera again have a wide range of strategies, and likely more than the Hymenoptera, Diptera, or even the Coleoptera. The shape and structure can range in terms of what they're made of, their color, how toxic they are, how hidden they are, that is, microhabitat specialization, and even whether or not they're associated with ant colonies. Generally, the function stays the same, that is, the pupa is a transitional stage between larva and adult. However, their composition is quite often species specific. For this video, I'll just go over the broad main types. The pupa can be obtect or exert, meaning that they can move around limbs, or the limbs are basically fused to the body and they can't move any body parts. The difference between a cocoon and a chrysalis is that a cocoon is primarily composed of silk, and a chrysalis an additional mold. And it's usually extra tough, often camouflaged, and can usually survive out on the open. Every butterfly employs a chrysalis, whereas moths are quite a bit more varied and more often use cocoons. Let's look at the surprising variation of the adult Lepidopteran. The interesting thing is that it's not precisely like a mayfly, that is, only existing to mate and then having no other strategies. There's actually something of a gradient. Some adult butterflies exhibit more complicated strategies, which are as follows. Some do indeed feed, but it's typically fluid feeding, often with a specialized proboscis. Many butterflies are seen drinking nectar in this way. Many, like the monarch butterfly, actually need to feed to enable long-distance migration. Even though dispersal and reproduction are extremified in the Lepidoptera, they take this to a very high level, more than you might expect. Some of these traits can include the fact that they have some of the most sensitive ultrasonic hearing known in insects, which is primarily for detecting bats, and the tympanal hearing organs which do this are found on the bottom of the wing. Another interesting feature is that many moths can detect female pheromones at extremely low concentrations, able to locate mates from kilometers away with very sophisticated antennae. This video on the monarch butterfly migration goes deeper into this. I've already gone over how their wings have very advanced communication, but the layers of this can get far more advanced than one might initially assume. There are butterflies that are toxic, there are butterflies that pretend to be toxic by mimicking other species, and there are some that can even mimic a variety of toxic species by having several different morphs, that is, several variations of the same species. Overall, the adult diversity of the Lepidoptera can be defined in how they tackle reproduction and dispersal, and this is perfectly exemplified by the fact that of the adults that feed, they only feed on liquid diets. Indeed, no known living Lepidopteran today possesses mandibles as an adult. Only a proboscis, if any at all. The Lepidoptera are a fascinating case of the depth of specialization that can be found in the insect kingdom. They've staked their claim through the power of specificity, be it the specificity of the shape of their wings, or the specificity of the color of their larva, or the specificity of the strength of their chrysalis. The Lepidoptera represent a group which coherently adheres to precision strategies, almost never generalizing. Indeed, over 90% of known caterpillars are dietary specialists, meaning they only feed on one, maybe two food sources. This group is truly a bug of the people. Let's take a moment to simply appreciate the group. And as I show these images, I want you to picture that each of these animals was meticulously sculpted for a hyperspecific series of purposes. And from this, there's not chaos, but a harmony between traits and circumstance. That being said, thanks for watching this episode of Privileged Bug Facts. Stay tuned for more bug content just like this. Thanks.